Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What is good, everyone? What is good? What is good? What is good? Sorry, I'm trying to get all my sound and ish together. It has been a while. It feels like it's been a while since I've gone live. Whew. Been busy out here in these streets. Let me turn a couple of things up for y'all. Let's do this. Let's make a couple of changes here. I'm gonna make sure we're a little down on this side, but overall good boost. Guys, how have you been? How have you been in these streets? Let me make sure I move my windows around. I really feel like I have been off my game. Let's move a couple of windows around to make sure things are good. All right, all right. OBS was acting up on me a couple of times, but it seemed like it's finally behaved itself. Think I made my point. How are you guys doing this evening? Oh man, it has been very busy times. Uh, we need to really talk about some things, right? You guys have heard me talk about a couple of things for quite some time about the aspect of Americanism and what it means to be an American, whether you should be proud to be an American. Because in this day and age, in this time, we see so much that's been taking place in our country. Our youth, whether it's the older or the younger, have a very have their own thoughts, but also this kind of displeasure when it comes to their country that they're very much in. Now you know me, because I've said it plenty of times. I am American first. We can look at our people in colleges. We can look at people who are foreign. We can look at the people who have recently migrated, those who have migrated from some time ago. We can look at people who have been born and bred here. But there's always been this thing that people, despite the fact of how long they could be here, have this wavering sense of not being American. People like to bring forth other things before saying what their nationality is. Because it's funny, for any foreigner I see coming here who's trying to become an American, if they try to become an American, has no problem saying where they come from, their nationality first. But when it comes to our country, our people, American culture, we want to say that we're so many different things. Before I even get into it, I just want to. I haven't done this in a while. Sorry. I've been doing a whole bunch of different stuff, job. It's taking me off my game. Whew. So, first and foremost, sorry, guys. I didn't even do this. I didn't even do this properly. I don't even know. I feel like I messed up. I feel like I haven't been gone. I've been gone for a while. So let me just do this properly. We're gonna start over. We're gonna start over. I don't want to rant. I don't want to come off my shit. So we're gonna start over.
Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? What is good? Welcome to Opinionated with your boy. I missed you. I am your host, Resla. I feel like I have to work my way into it. So thank you for coming to the show. If you happen to be new here, then that means that you are in a space where we talk about thought-provoking topics as well as challenging narratives, talking points, and the many other things that keep people very much cramped down as to what the ideology of life is. And we need to know that when we get into the real world, the things that are really flying out of our mouths when we talk to our friends, our coworkers, our family members, are the things that we really think and not just the stuff that we've been watching and been subjected to over time. Just feel like I had to say that. Happy it triggers you. I think any woman's voice triggers you. Anyway, that's why I'm gonna keep playing it. I have many other voice alterations, by the way, but I'm gonna keep triggering it. If that's what pisses you off, it makes me feel better. All right. So let's stop playing around. I am American first. I'm not gonna apologize for saying that. I'm not gonna apologize for it. And I gotta ask, why does that even sound controversial now? Why does it even feel like if you say it out loud, which I'm gonna say it again, I am American first, that you somehow are automatically are looked at as a racist, a bootlicker, one that seems to come across this freaking space, a coon, yeah, dare I say it, and you can miss me with all that shit. I say I'm American first because that's what I am. Before I am black, before I am a man, before I am anything else, I am from here. Here. I am born here. I pay taxes here. I live. I got hiccups now. I live. I breathe. I bleed on this soil. And so most of the people, I do what most of the people who are watching this do. But somehow, we come to a point where that became offensive to say that we're American first, that we are our nationality first. Everybody want to rep something else first. Some folks say Pan African. Let me change my mic up. Hold up. I feel like I need to talk more directly to some of you mofos. You done paid for the mic. I'm gonna speak more directly to you mofos. People like to say like they're Pan African. Some people like to say that they're other things first. I'm Latinx. I'm Asian first. Or if you're Indian, my tribe first. My trauma first. It's always some identity before nationality that they start eating off of. And it's weird. Technically, it's an old mic. It just came back into circulation. It's an old mic. My last one broke. Then I had the one that had the wire issue. And now I had to go back to the original mic. If you go back to my old episodes, which I just started streaming this week of season 1, you may not be getting notification, but I recently started streaming season 1. Then you'll see that this was one of the old mics. But I think it's weird for people who go through this shit, right? And it's really, really weird when I think about it because you see that only here. You don't see in Mexico. You don't see that shit. You don't see that shit in India. You don't see that shit in Japan. You don't see that shit in Russia or China. Over there, they check you for putting anything ahead of your country. Mother Russia first. Communist Party first. Rising Sun first. But here, we got people that were born, bred, raised here, who had all the tools that this place has to offer, and still act like they're not from here. Like this country is the enemy, in fact. Like they woke up on accident with a US passport and all of a sudden they mad about it. And what kills me is this. People from other countries risk everything, everything. People from all walks of life. They walk for months, deserts, jungles, cross oceans. We've seen this for decades, folks. Get locked in cages. Some of them die before they even make the full crossing. And they still think it's worth it. They think it's worth it because they know, even as flawed as our country is, and it is, it still gives you a chance. End of day. It gives you a fighting chance. A shot at building something for oneself. Maybe you was. I was never a slave. I never had to show my freedom papers. Not one day. Not one day. But for some people, you were born here. You had public school. Many places still don't in the world. You had free lunch. Many places still don't in the world. You had a phone in middle school and Wi-Fi in your pocket in high school. Instead of using that to level up, you sat still and you learned how to complain better than anybody. I'm not a slave now. I actually know how to buy time. Do you? I know how to use resources and buy time. I don't need to be wealthy to understand how to buy time. In fact, the fact that you even know me right now is because I had a habit of buying time. You should think about that for a moment. And let's be real. Some folks are addicted to struggle. They love it. They build their entire personality around being oppressed. I mentioned this shit before. It gives them something to say. They post all goddamn day about how the system is against me while live streaming on an iPhone fucking 14, 20 something, whatever the fucking iPhone it is. I'm not an iPhone user. While rocking Jordans, by the way, eating shrimp Alfredo that they probably made out of a fucking air fryer. But they oppressed though. Like, come on. Come on, son. We gonna say like Boosie, come on, man. Look, I'm not saying America's perfect. Not at all, not by a long shot. Far from it, in fact. Because there's also no such thing as perfection. Tell me who's ever seen it. Who's ever seen it? This country has blood in its hands, and even if it did its best to make up everything, which I think it's done way too much, no one will ever forgive it for it. But name me one area of the globe, any place that ever try to represent their soil that doesn't have blood on their hands. Name one speck of land that did not shed blood to hold down influence. History's ugly, folks. Every flag has its stains on it. But at least here, you got the freedom to say that shit out loud and still be able to get up the next day to make a new episode. There are people in other countries who don't even get clean water or electricity to this day, still in 2025, folks. They're dodging airstrikes, they're ducking warlords, they're living under dictatorship. But here, you get to wake up, you get to hit the snooze 6 fucking times, complain on TikTok, and still go to brunch. So yeah, I'm American first. Not because I think this is the perfect place, but because I know how lucky I am to be born here. Because I recognize that while other people are crawling across continents just for a chance at what I already have, I'd be a fool to sit here and act like I'm worse off than them just because I want someone to like my struggle story. I'm not better than anyone else. But I'm smart enough to realize when I got a head start. So, no, I ain't gonna lead with, I'm a black man in America who can't make it. Nah. I'm an American who knows exactly how far I can go if I stop looking at who's ahead of me and start moving my damn feet. That's the real difference. Some folks are busy counting chains. Others are climbing out of them. So, if saying I'm American first makes me sound like a problem to you, maybe it's because you ain't proud to be here. And if you're not proud, then what the hell are you still doing here? Either rep it, build it, or bounce. Simple. It is that motherfucking simple. Before I say anything else, because I already started getting into it, let me rep some of the people that's in the building, whether you are an American or not. Panelverse came in here. He's talking about selling shit off to Indians, whatever the fuck that means. Sheldon here, what's going on? I don't know what the fuck Panelverse is saying either. Just Becca's in the building. Appreciate you. On time, but you still a late ninja in my mind. What's going on? What's going on here? CCD is up in the building. Appreciate it. Doing the birthday stream with kind of the porch. Oh, okay. What's up? Is it your birthday? If so, happy birthday, man. Damn, time is flying. That's crazy. Clay Foundation's in here. What's going on, Rick? What's going on? Let's see. By the way, I know there's a lot of people who like to sit back and be lurkers, ninja watching. Don't do that. Get yourself acclimated in the chat. Wheels is up in here. What's going on, Wheels? Lovely Michelle's in here. Hey, what's going on? Oh no, if you just new here, you can't leave. You absolutely should not leave. Not at all. Alexandra says perfect timing. Just started drinking. Just got home, started drinking. Chris, what's good, my guy? You gotta start getting up on some panels, man. I ain't seen you in a while. What's going on? Peace Dynamos up in here. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, you know what? You tried to get rid of it. It's fine. Fine, But you're right. I say, even with my hiccup, they're all American. You say it's un-American, it's American. Because I still pull through. I still finish my sentences. I didn't stop. I didn't try to catch my breath. I still went forward with it. So it's all good. It is all good. CJ's in the building. That's Carpenter's Journey. What's going on, man? What's going on? You've been all over. Of course, Joe Cool was up here in the building. Sasquatch is in the building. What's going on, Sasquatch? There was a stream I was trying to catch of yours, but I couldn't really watch it. I was too busy dealing with work now. I am back to being an office man. This shit is crazy to me. Real crazy to me. And of course, if like I said, if you haven't made yourself acclimated yet, please be able to do so. Be up in the building, be a part of the community, and we'll get these that patriotism. Absolutely, absolutely. So I don't have much. I just kind of wrote shit down as I was coming down through the train. But I've got some questions, and I'm going to use them as my segments. So let's try to get through them. And the first thing was, I am American first. And the first question is, why aren't you? So let me just say this straight up. I am American first. I'm about to piss some people off because I have to keep saying that. And I don't get why more people don't feel the right to say that. Like, what the hell happened? We got folks out here repping their race, their skin tone, their neighborhood, even their goddamn trauma before they say, I'm American. It's like being from this country is a bad thing unless you're cashing unless you're cashing the check or complaining about how you're failing in life. Then suddenly everybody's waving their flags, but not red, white, or blue. They're not doing it. And look, I get it. I get it. I get it. This country has had a lot of dirty ass history. It's done people wrong. Systems aren't perfect. A lot of stuff ain't fair. But you're here. You were born here. That means you've already won half the damn race. And you don't even know it. I say in life, no one is ever born equal. This is a long fucking race. Some people are born ahead of the race. Some people are born behind. Some people are born in the middle. Some people have been ahead in the race and fall behind even past the middle. Some people have been way behind the race and go past even the people in the middle and go all the way to the front. Most people who sit in the middle stay in the middle, but there are those who go ahead and even those who fall behind. That's just life. You didn't ask to be born where you were born, how you were born, and when you were born. That's just the way life is. And that's the lot of life that you get put into. The fact that you are already here in America, off rip, you will already put ahead in the race more than most people on the globe. Meanwhile, you've got people from, I don't know, Venezuela, Vietnam, literally risking death, crossing jungles, jumping borders, climbing fences, working fake papers, praying their kids don't die in a damn desert, just for the chance to get here and just do this one word. Try. Try. That's it. No guarantee of anything. No promise of a dream, promise of a job, no backup plan. Just the chance to grind it out in a country where they may not even be able to make something out of it. And that's the shit that burns me up because while they're clawing their way through the dirt to get here, some folks who were born here, who had school, AC, iPhones, Netflix, Uber Eats, YouTube, are some of the loudest mofos saying, this country never gave me shit. Bruh, you were given a start line like 20 miles ahead. And you mad because someone else is winning the race that you refuse to even run in? You refuse to run and you mad because they beating you. It's wild how many people treat America like it's just their personal therapy session. Every damn conversation is my pain, my identity, my struggle. As if being American is just background noise to whatever label you feel like putting on that day. And no disrespect to your culture, your ancestors, your roots. Embrace that. Celebrate it. But stop acting like being American is something to hide. Like it's not the reason you get to argue about all of this shit online while sipping a Starbucks coffee, latte, frap, whatever you like, in your air conditioned car, posting on a phone made by capitalist empires that you claim to hate. Let's just be honest. If this place was as trash as some of y'all swear it is, you wouldn't be here. It's not hard to get a one-way ticket. It's not hard to get a passport. And you damn sure wouldn't be fighting to stay here. I say I'm American first because I know what this country can be, not what it's always been, but what it can be. Not what it pretends to be, but what it can be if people stopped dragging their trauma around like a security blanket and started showing up for what's possible. You can't build something new if you're always stuck reveling in the old. You can't talk about freedom while playing prisoner in your own damn mind. So I'm American first because I ain't got time. Yeah, I'm gonna be real ignorant. I ain't got no time to keep apologizing for for a country that gave me more chances than anywhere else on the globe ever could. And if you have breath in your lungs, if you're here in America and you have breath in your lungs, a roof over your head, a voice to speak on these platforms, you're privileged too. That don't mean your problems aren't real. That just means that your passport already gave you a cheat code most people would kill for. Let me say that again in case that somehow went over your head. I can't believe, I'm in disbelief. That means that you were already given a passport, already a cheat code that most people would kill for. Have another one up here that says people who wanted more. And I gotta keep it real with y'all. Exactly what I'm gonna do. I haven't spoken to y'all for a while. I gotta keep doing this for other people. Some of y'all just don't want shit bad enough. You ever seen someone come from nothing, come around with nothing, like nothing, and in 5, 10, 15 years, they become more stable. They have more than what most folks, probably even you, have had in their whole lives. You know, I met this one guy, Indian guy from Bangladesh, barely spoke any fucking English. And I knew him when I was in school. Came here on a student visa, worked part time, literally washing dishes. Sent money back home. Why? I don't know. Met a nice girl. Still somehow met a nice girl. He was living in a 2-bedroom apartment with 5 dudes in it. Y'all think I'm playing. I'm not playing. He lived in a 2-bedroom apartment with 5 ninjas in it. No AC. Shared everything. Ate rice. ate lentil beans pretty practically every day. Now that guy, he owns like 2 gas stations. He has rental property, and I believe he just paid off his home by a year ago. Probably got almost 2 years ago. Hey, dude, I'm just saying, but he did it. He did it. And that's the aspect of what we're even told of sacrificing early so that you can live great later. People have lost that. And the funny part about it, he still drives a very beat up old car. Why? Because he's not chasing looks. If you ask me, he's chasing legacy. He's got a nice wife. His wife is pregnant. Had a nice girl he brought over and everything. Got a kid on the way. Meanwhile, we've got people who are born here with all the tools, free school, community programs, food stamps, even a stimulus check if you waited long enough. PPP loans that some people got away with. And still sitting around saying, it's hard out here. It's so hard. People want to take my life. People want to fuck my wife. But it's so hard. Yeah, it's hard. Life is hard. But at what point do we stop whining and start grinding? You can't cry that the race is rigged when you aren't even showing up at the goddamn finish line. These immigrants, I see two folks practically in New York City. I see two folks practically out there jogging almost every day. It is the rich white folks and the poor Mexicans. I don't really see anyone else running. I don't even see the Asians and blacks running. They're running practically with one shoe on and still lapping folks in life. That should make you look in the mirror, not look for someone to blame. You can look at it from the Asians, and you say Asians, you could Indian or Orient, whatever one you like. Mexicans coming through, they doing their thing. Africans coming through, they do their thing. And don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Y'all should know me long enough. I put up lives, videos. I got popular shit, all that. This ain't some bootstrap pulling for your bootstrap fairy tale shit. I'm not saying everyone has the same path. I'm not saying all of y'all got the same path. You got the same 24 hours, but you ain't got the same path. Because some of y'all 9 hours, some of y'all ain't got no purpose. And if folks with less than nothing are finding a way, maybe the real issue ain't the country. It's how you're choosing to play your hand. The game ain't fair. It never was. But some of y'all acting like you ain't even trying to win. You just want to complain from the bleachers. While other people are out here trying to get on the field of life, bleeding for that W. They getting out there trying to do it, skinning their knees up, learning how to do the plays, taking a couple of yards back to try to go forward. That's what I mean when I say people want it more. Not because they're smarter, not because they're better, but because they're hungry in a way most Americans forgot how to be. Let me say that again. They're not smarter. They're not better. They're hungrier. And there was a time that Americans knew how to be that way. And we're not nearly as hungry as we used to be. You were born into an opportunity, folks. And instead of taking advantage, you're sitting and scrolling on social media, crying about oppression, while someone else with nothing is figuring out how to flip fucking bags of potato chips into a fucking business. That ain't the system's fault anymore. Nah, bruh. That's on you. That is on you. You were born here, but somehow you're mad about it. You ever notice how the loudest complaints about America come from the people who didn't have to fight to get there? They were born here, raised here, schooled here, given the full package, and somehow still mad about shit. They'll say the system is rigged, that they never had a chance, that everything is working against them. I'm going to ignore it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, people. Plenty of people came from worse situations. Some with no head start. And they still happen to make something happen. Put the shit together. And no, it wasn't perfect. No, they didn't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They didn't have bootstraps. They didn't have boots. There was no magical unicorn money. They just worked because it was the only option that they had. Now, because I live in a liberal state, I like to say this to fuck with people who are not liberals. Let me be clear. I'm not out here celebrating mass migration like it's all well and good. Y'all see my content. Y'all know how I feel about that. I'm not thrilled watching the country get flooded with people we can't track, we can't support, and honestly, sometimes don't even need. But if we're going to be honest, really honest, part of the reason this floodgate is even open is because too many people already here just won't do the work. Is that better? Does that sound better, y'all? Some people say they hear me just fine. I'm not trying to blow my system out for sure. Still got to learn this shit. I think a lot of people want it. They just want it easy. I think a lot of people. This is where I tend to work with. They want sympathy, and you deserve very little, if any. People want someone else to blame. That's the new American dream. To play the victim. To play the victim and wait for someone else to solve your problems. Meanwhile, people who's never had any sort of social security number, who don't speak the native tongue, the native language, funny enough, because we don't have a national language, not going to get into that one, are grinding 10 times harder than those who are actually born here on the U.S. soil. I get really irritated when I see people who are outside of these United States know more about the history of our land than the people who were born here. That shit irritates me. And I'm not saying I'm perfect at it, but I know some pretty basic shit that I see people fucking fail. Like the 3 branches of government just failing. You just got out of high school. You've been in college. You're doing what? Huh? You're taking political studies and you don't fucking know what? You want to vote and you don't know what? You don't know what the Supreme Court does? Huh? You don't know your 3 branches of government? You don't know who takes over after the president, the vice president is dead? What? It's crazy. And so much more shit. You got people sneaking across the rivers and deserts, risking death. Not for a dream, but just for a shot at a paycheck. Ladies and gentlemen, just for a shot at something that we take for granted. So what should be done about that? Hmm? What can be done about that? How should that be looked upon? We do. We do take a lot of things for granted. A lot of things for granted. And so many people are sitting here complaining about what they don't have. What they wish they could get, by the way, and already own it, already have it. It's texting me. No. Already texting. Already not already texting. Already talking about shit and they already have it. Every day. And then want to complain and talk about there's no fairness. It's not fair out here. I don't get it. I do not understand that. And again, I'm not saying that America is perfect. But if you're someone who's here, if you cannot even if you came here, if you're born here, let me put it that way. If you're born here, you can speak the language. You have access to free public education. You can talk about how shitty education is, whatever. Public education, public transit, public school, public free lunches, internet. You're still ahead of so many people. The world doesn't owe you anything, and yet you're ahead of so many people and you don't take advantage of it. Not for nothing, but that's on you. That's on you. You're not, at this point, you're not oppressed. You're outworked. You are out motherfucking worked. We got people that's showing up with nothing but a backpack, They ain't got no ideas because they dumping all the shit. They got a name that they probably made up. Probably a name people can't even fucking pronounce. So they just, and then keep in mind, Asians have been doing this. Indians have been doing this. People anywhere give up fake names anyway because they got names that people can't even fucking pronounce. And still grateful to be here. Still grateful to be here. They're hungry. They're grinding because they know they have nothing to look back on. Everything is about looking forward. So, what's your excuse? Hmm? Why are you, who had everything, still walking around, still talking about how unfair life is for you? Hmm? The bitterness, the anger, the outrage, that nothing is ever working out for me energy. It's not the system. That's a mindset. That is a mindset that you choose to focus on. Instead of being mad, instead of being bitter, how about you turn that around and you become better? Because that's what the original stewards and ancestors of American culture did. It doesn't have to be directly to your bloodline. Just those who actually helped build this motherfucking country and maintain it. If you were born here, you should be mad about that. Maybe it's about time you stop blaming America and start being American. Period. Stop blaming America and start being American. How about you give that shit a try? How about that shit? I can hear already people getting upset. Oh, but Resla, but I was a slave. You was a slave? Huh? What? Generational trauma. We was in whips and we? Huh? What? The only cotton I've ever had in my hand, ever held in my hand was a cotton ball. I never picked it myself. Cotton swabs. I never picked cotton myself. Fuck are you talking about? I see more people holding themselves back than any system holding them back. And here's the truth of the matter. As Americans, we don't like to say this, but we're all we got. I'll say it again because I've been saying it for over a year with you guys. For those who've been here long enough to watch me talk. Life is about choices, trade offs, and most of all, other people. Not you. You are a part of choices and trade offs. But there's nothing that you can do to get ahead without other people being involved. There's no getting around it. You ever look back? You ever look back, sit back, and just take a look around you? Look around you, and you can see how everything is divided everywhere you go, especially in today's age. Race, class, politics, hell, shit. I think even the fucking food that we eat right now is a division, especially when it comes to being online. I love watching food online. Even I can't decide on what I should be looking at because that becomes heavy. Now, for some reason, my timeline gets full of freaking Mexican food, and I'm like, I don't know why, because I like watching Asian too. I like watching Italian too. But all of a sudden, I got a whole bunch of Mexican shit happening around me. The world is exhausting. But let me tell you something. And I mean this. I mean this at the end of the day. We all have to do better. We all have to do better. And not just better for ourselves, but we all have to do better by each other. You see, I don't know why my drawer keeps sliding out, but my drawer keeps sliding out. I'm not some flag waving cheerleader for mass migration. You guys, I'm going to keep saying this because you guys, some people are just hearing me for the first time. They haven't taken a look at my past content. It's funny because I just started streaming some of my old first season. So a lot of people are new still see me. I'm not thrilled about watching our country's borders become wider and wider. I'm not I'm not happy about it. But here's the part that nobody wants to admit. Maybe the reason it's happening is because we as Americans aren't doing enough ourselves. We complain that the border is the problem because of the president and the cabinet, but we outnumber anyone sitting in government. If the whole founding part of our document is we the people, we have to look at ourselves as being the problem. How can we be mad? Folks are coming in and grinding harder than us when we're not doing the work ourselves. How we upset at them taking our jobs when we don't want to work them. We got people who are born here who will not even apply, not for a part-time job even. That ain't that's not a play on you. That's I'm gonna do old school. That ain't a diss for you people who are boomers. That ain't a diss. That's an observation. If someone who doesn't even speak our language can come over here, backpedal, doggy paddle, whatever, keep their heads down, stack bread, and put their kids through school, then what the fuck is stopping us from doing the same? We're already here. Isn't that about privilege? Isn't it about having that dog, that drive? Isn't it about having that hunger? I thought that was the whole point, that we would get up and we do the things that we do on a regular basis and we decide that we are more than how we think the story is set for us because we want to say that someone else is writing our book. And I get it, folks. I get it. For some of us, it's difficult. It's hard. Some of us has really been through some real shit. Some of us have really gone through some generational pain. We gone through some real trauma. We've had some real losses. I'm not gonna take that away from people. But we can't sit still forever. We can't we cannot make our struggle our identity, especially our only identity, because I can see this across multiple ethnicities. But it's the American thing that's happening. At some point, If we don't start standing up for ourselves, we got to start picking each other up. We got to start holding each other accountable and say, yo, like, let's run this play together. Because if we don't all get this shit together, you can look at the immigrants and blame them all you like. You can blame the system, you can blame your past, you can blame the past that has nothing to do with you. You could do all that bullshit. I'm asking you a real serious question. How are you going to decide how your future is going to turn out? Because either we got this together or we're going to keep watching this country get shaped into something that we don't recognize anymore. And that's the honest and real truth. So before you blame the outsiders for moving into your building, before you start complaining how the system is taking care of them and not you, when I see them out here doing Uber Eats, fucking DoorDash and everything else, but you got teenagers who turn around and they just sitting in your house not doing shit, or how you don't want to take a job doing something much lower because you think you're too good to fuck. I need you to wake up for a moment. I need to lock the fuck in. No, because as a country, as a people, as Americans, nobody is coming to save us. For some reason, we got to a point where a lot of Americans keep looking at the government. I thought we were a nation of doers. When the fuck did we become a nation of sitting back and getting fucking baby bird fed? The fuck you mean? No one is coming to save us. The cavalry ain't coming. We have to look after each other. Let me say it again. The cavalry ain't coming. The system ain't perfect. Was never meant to be. The country's not perfect. Was never meant to be. Never was. Never will be. Never will be. But you already knew that. You're already in the building phase of what's going to be taking place. What's going to be taking place for the new venture for this country. But I need you to stop acting like you're still waiting in line, still waiting for the truth that you made up, that things are going to get better or that things are already worse because you already believed it was great. Well, the truth of the matter is that it was always great because people are trying to come here. It's not that America's not great. Yes, it's not as shiny as it used to be. It's not that it's not great, but it's also that the people that have been here throughout generations have become complacent. It's like you getting that hot bitch that you married, and after a while, everybody else who still meets that woman, they go, yo, she's fucking fine as hell. But you've been around for so long, she's not as attractive as you first knew her. She's still fine to everybody else, but you have gotten used to her looks. That's what we're dealing with as Americans. America still looks great to everybody else. It's still a bad bitch. But to us who have been here for generations, it's just another Tuesday. And we need to start appreciating that everybody else wants her. We become too accustomed. We forgot that everybody actually still wants her. We're complacent because we have her. Exactly. Still got to put in that work. You don't ever want to find yourself losing her. Show up, build, vote, get involved. We're not products of the system. We're part of it. And what I ask for you guys to do, especially those who are Americans, own your piece in this thing. Stop blaming, start building, start behaving like Americans. Because you know why? To everywhere else outside of this land, they see us as Americans first. It's about time you also see yourself as that. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. We're gonna see how much time we gonna run for today. Link is in the chat, pin to the top of the chat. I'll let you right now. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. If I even get a whiff of some buffoonery, I can't tell you how I'm gonna act. Warning. I've been gone for a minute, but y'all got me for tonight. I got some free time for tonight. I'm off tomorrow. Link is in the chat. Pin to the top of the chat. Due diligence. What's going on, my guy? How you been? Dude, you there?
Yeah, everything is well
There we
with
go.
me, bro. Good.
How you been, man? Had to get my sermon on. I feel like I ain't bring nobody to church in a while. What's going on,
Man,
Craig?
I'd be jealous of your monologues. I could never monologue like you, bro. You be getting it in on your solo dolo tip. I'd be like, damn. But you be getting it in. That was a really great one, man. That was great.
Appreciate it.
You made some really good points, bro. You made some really good points. The thing that I often ask whenever you make those points are like, what's the trade off? You know what I mean? As far as just like even myself included, we equate like success with things. You know what I mean? Like tangible stuff, like you know, material things. You know, nice house, cars, whatever your things are to you, man. And we equate that to success. And I'll be thinking like, man, should we can we consider ourselves successful if we don't have all the luxuries? Because we our luxuries we consider the norm, like AC and all these things are luxuries, and now they are norms to us. Like you said, we've come complacent with the luxuries that we have. Our luxuries we consider like necessities now. You know what I'm saying? Like basic utilities. We see our luxuries as, you know what I'm saying, like AC, cars. You know what I'm saying? Everybody have cars, all the things. You know what I mean? And it's just like, all right, I don't want to be in a third world country to where I'm struggling to just live, right? But I don't want my measure of success to be too high either. So it's kind of hard to find that middle ground. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to be obsessed with just trying to get things and get money in order to get things. You know what I'm saying? Like people, whenever I be listening to some people, like the only reason why they want a bunch of money is to buy a bunch of things to impress other people. And it's just like, to
Agreed.
me, that's, you know what I mean? Like that's not success to me. I mean, it looks good or whatever, but I think we're putting our value in the wrong things. And to address the bigger point that you made, which is a great point too, all the points that you made, um, you said you are American first, and yeah, man, it's hard to word this the right way, like how it's on my heart, because you made a lot of great points. So I just got to contextualize it because, like, somebody made a good point in the chat, which was my point. I feel like we have this like class struggle too. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like America is like rigged. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we all fall for the American dream. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, we got a lot of stuff. America is set up for people to have stuff if you work for it. But at the same time, the people at the top is raping everybody else, though. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the trade off. You know what I mean? Like, cause I want stuff. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm trained to want stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I was bred, I was raised. Like we watch these commercials, we see the stars, we see the cars. So, it's embedded in us to like go after these things. Like, we are being programmed to want these so-called good things. So, um, as far as America being first, being American first, yes, in some context, like if somebody touched the American soil and they want to go against us, I'm American first. But I'm against the America, like the 1% or the 10%. Like, I don't think that that's American, like the monopoly, the people that are, stepping on other people, the people are, um, that are taking advantage. It's just like grossly taking advantage, what I mean, of other people. And let me say this. If I want to read this, can you still hear me now, Resla? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can.
All right, I want to read this right quick. It says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure our blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America." So that is the preamble, literally the first sentence of the Constitution of America. And I think most people don't know what prosperity means, right? If you know what prosperity means, the people that founded America understood that they was establishing this nation for their offspring, and wasn't nobody else included in that. It wasn't no Native Americans included in that. It wasn't no blacks included in that. It wasn't no other nations included in that. So the founding fathers understood, but that doesn't mean we have to stick to the script, though. I think the American definition has evolved, and I think we need to bring it to the top, to where the American dream is no longer a dream, but a reality. You know what I mean?
So I agree, especially on a lot of what you just said. Like even when I think about the whole thing about posterity, right? I always fall back on that whole pursuit of happiness. There's no guarantee in that. You're going for the pursuit of. Nothing is owed to you, which means you do the best of what you can, and to make sure that others who come behind you don't fall short. That's where posterity comes in. You, if no one else has actually built that thing for you, it is your responsibility to build that thing. And then for your generations, ensure that they don't have to endure what you did. That's the way it goes. That's the way it's always been. Well before we ever got established, because what we learned is what came from the oligarchs from every other country who did exactly the same thing. The royals. America has human beings have always been that way. And for some reason, we've come down to a point where we believe now that other people should take care of us for free rather than we should do what we can, the best that we can, that we should always be putting our best foot forward. Now people have decided that they don't want to even put one step in and they should be taken care of because they've been told that if you don't do shit, it's okay. Someone will be there for you. If you fall back, someone's going to be there to catch you. It's a trust system. Trust in Big Daddy government will always be there to catch you if you decide to fall backwards. I live in a liberal state. People call me a liberal. I'm not even a registered Republican. I'm an independent. And I understand that if you don't learn to do for yourself, do not expect anyone to do for you. I understand there's a purpose and there's a place because the way how I run things in my life is the way I look at all things in life. You have to do enough for yourself. I am one of those people that believe that doctors should not be paid the kind of stupid ass money that they should be paid. I don't because I believe that a tax system that we pay should go into medical because you want to pay the doctors to do the job for when you're sick. Because when you're sick, you can't pay for shit. So you're hoping to get the best amount of care. It's a I'm gonna pay you in advance through my hard work. Said that when my ass is sick, you can look back on everything that I gave you and give me your best. That's the way how old systems and IOU systems work with even with back the days of shamans and witch doctors. That's exactly what they did. Again, no shitting on capitalism, but now this is because of that. What do we have more? Do we have more doctors? Do we have more specialists? Do we have more nurses? We have more nurses than anything else. Why? Because we said that it's okay to make people feel better than actually cure them. Because we live in a system now that's more interested in treating than curing.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
Um, I'm echoing too. I don't know if that's mine or if that's y'all's, but I can hear myself coming through. Now it's good. But anyhow, um, you did acknowledge one thing, and you said that in your monologue, you said that this is a race, and I do agree with that. And but the thing is, this is not a one-on-one race, you know.
Nope.
And I believe that there's teams, and if we acknowledge that it is a race, and that there is teams, then we plan on a team whether we know it or not. And if you're not playing on a team, then you may just get stepped on, or you may get some crumbs for yourself, but you're not going to do nothing for the greater good or whatever that is to you. So I just wanted to just add that little
So
part.
I like that you mentioned that. So I will capitulate a bit and say yes, there are teams, but it's not the same as like when we look at Olympic teams. If we're all running a relay race, the one that's worked hard enough to be the one that carries the last baton to cross the line, that person's the one that gets all the glory. The whole team doesn't get to fucking stand on the podium. That's the world that we live in. No one, like, even though there probably some nice little bad bitches even on Shakari Richardson's team, but when she crosses the line, people only care about Shakari Richardson. No, tell me who the other players are, who the other races are. They don't pay attention to them. Probably some bad little bitches too. No one's paying attention.
Yeah, and
Even within a team, someone is the one propelled forward. That's just the way it is. That's life.
in the context of government in which we are talking about, though, when America first and such, right? I feel that the top 10%, right? Like, we don't even necessarily know who these people are, and their generations just get to keep winning because they got fronts which we call corporations, you know, and corporations that we can't even find out who these people are. So, like, right, I agree with you with what you said, but in the context of government and the wealthiest people and the richest people, like, we don't even really know who these people are. Like, we got some idea. We don't know where these people stay.
Can I
We
ask
don't
you the
know.
question? How would it
Sure.
help you? How would it help you and your family by knowing who these people are? Honest
So,
question.
yeah, it was responding to your analogy with the race,
Sure.
with the people that gets the acknowledgement is the people that win the race, right? But my rebuttal was in response of, if you keep it in the context of government, like, the people that's winning is the people that we don't know. So it wouldn't necessarily help me, but I'm saying, and I was just challenging your analogy a little bit, that if I was a person that was a ruler, it's better for your face not to be known because your ass is the one that's getting kicked whenever the people figure out what's really going on.
Sure, but I'll go back to it. Even if you knew their face, if they still had the amount of power they did, what could a person with no power do about it?
So that's the
Knowing so
purpose.
knowing who your tyrant is doesn't stop them from being your tyrant.
Um,
If
but
we
you
if
you
we knew
you
the
put
face
up
of God, if we knew the face of God, it wouldn't stop him from being God.
so are you familiar with the Magna Carta?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you know who the tyrant is. the people emerge against the tyrant. Supposed to.
How I love it. How often do we see that depicted in history? Even
Not a lot.
Saddam wasn't taken down until another government intervened.
Yeah, it does. You're right. It doesn't happen often. These are called like revolutions and stuff. So yeah, it doesn't happen as often as it should, but it has happened. Enough. You know what I mean? But the thing is, I think it's that versus the propaganda. Versus the American dream. Like people can indulge in the dream and be lost in it and don't even know that there is a tyrant. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the catch 22. You know what I'm saying? You can be so caught up in the dream and the success, not knowing that your pennies, even if you in $100,000 bracket, even if you got $1 million, you still getting raped. So you a rich slave and you winning compared to your peers, but overall, in the broad scheme of things, you still getting raped, and you just you don't know you're not keep putting things in perspective. Your $1 million is still a penny compared to the 10%, which is like super raping the rest of us.
Can I answer? Is it your like? Here's the thing about the aspect of
And
the
please stop me from saying I said that R word twice. Excuse me, Resla. I apologize for that.
uh, uh,
About
uh,
five,
uh,
6 times now.
I honestly speaking, we're having adult candid conversations. YouTube has never hit me for saying any particular type of words. I like to us to have actual conversations because I see so many other places do it. I know people are really weird about taboo words, but I'm one of those weird motherfuckers that actually do read terms and conditions. And there's until YouTube wants to come to me and say we have specific words that we don't want you to use, YouTube has not told me shit. Now I understand there's no free speech, but YouTube has also told me what I can't say. So I'm gonna hold that same thing to you guys as well. Now, there's a bit of being respectful, sure, but I'm gonna ask you to, of course, speak your mind in the best way, fashion possible. So I'm not gonna, if I really felt it was something that was just being crazy, I would just tell you. But no, feel free to
Already.
say what you got to say.
And you used it in the right context.
Right. I wouldn't have a problem with that. So my thing is we also do this thing just in general, like from where we are trying to match ourselves to a figure, whether we see them or whether it's an imaginary one, right? What do we even think that we're doing that will have us construct the imagination to think that we should be able to hold these people accountable when it's unimaginable as to how they got there? I will even put like Warren Buffett, right? Not many people will become Warren Buffett, and we know who he is. Not many people will become Jeff Bezos, and we know who he is. And these are not even the richest people in the world, quite frankly. Not many of us will ever become Elon Musk. Not many of us will ever be us fuck like the Saudis, whoever the fuck they are, because we all know that's a family thing starting first. Most of the people that we've even seen built up empires throughout time, we won't do. So I wonder, why do we try to compare ourselves to be closer like them rather than trying to figure out a way to just be in the top class of people? Start there first. I get it. We like to shoot for the universe. I'm not even gonna say the moon. We like to shoot for the universe. But how about just shooting for the sky first? You haven't even got your rockets off the floor. You haven't even invented fuel. This is what I say
And
to a lot of people: get your rocket off the ground first, and then we can start talk about you getting to the to getting into space.
Hey, Resla, is it wrong
Yeah.
that I want to make an anime reference?
What anime is it?
Uh, Kingdom of Science.
Your
Okay,
mic
never
is
heard. I don't know
crazy,
it.
bro.
I'm
Your
sure the
mic
ones
is
who know will
crazy,
get it. I want to chime in too because
Go ahead.
one of the things about those individuals who have that kind of money, those giant corporations tend to be international. They're not individuals who only do business in this country, and so because of that, when you're looking at what they do business for, it's kind of outside of the box of what America really is. It's more of a global detail that happens with those types of individuals. Those multi-billionaires. We have some, millionaire, billionaire people who are more strictly just like America first. But when you get into certain companies, those giant corporations, they're doing business outside of the U.S. And so there's a special consideration there as to whether we might be interested in allowing them to do business in the U.S. because ultimately they're going to do business. It's just a matter of whether they're also going to do business in the U.S. too. I don't know if that makes sense as to what you guys are talking about. The reason I bring it up is because when we look at those top players in the market, are we considering the fact that they are doing business outside of the U.S. and because of the fact that they're doing business outside of the U.S., they can just simply take their business elsewhere?
Well, no, that's not. I mean, I won't speak for dude, but for me, I was thinking like if you really can't fathom what it's like to have that amount of wealth, why, as someone who's not even close to even being rich, never mind wealthy, try to estimate and compare yourself? Not to say that dude did, but there are plenty of people who do this because for one of the things that average people do, they like to compare to celebrities. You're not nearly on celebrity status. Why the fuck are you making comparisons? But there are people who like to sit on average and then turn around and talk about people who are mythical or even people who are the top tier. And I'm like, what makes you think you're going to be anywhere that you can even think to compare yourself on that level?
I'll take
And I
it.
say this to people, like, we need to be realistic first. Maybe your job is simply to be the foundation, the first olive branch to build your generation up. You don't you're maybe you just won't be the guy. Maybe you're the beginning. You're not the end. You're not the end or the be all.
So I would say um not in a sense of like comparing myself to those people, but whenever I ask myself America first, right, and whenever I look at America as a whole and how America became America, not even let's take I'm not trying to bring racism into it, right? But
Sure.
because we're talking about power
You
and
say so.
we're talking about power and corporations, right? Like, and I'm saying how they became the rich families become America, like the government, the powerful, the wealthy, how they got there. I'm not talking about these new age corporations. I'm talking about America. When you say America first, right? I'm not talking about these new, I'm talking about old wealth. I'm talking about the power structure, these people. You know what I'm saying? I think these people are people we have no idea of, and they are puppeteering the show like the government power. We don't really know these families. So I just say, in that sense, I'm against these people because I feel like they have like a facade, they have like a wall between us and
All
them.
right, hold on. I think you've
Let me,
misunderstood the prompt.
let me finish what I'm saying though. So I feel like whenever we say America first, I think of these people that's really just like getting over on people and will never be in power. These people are going to always be in power, are going to stay in power, and no matter who's in government, these people will still be pulling the strings. So whenever you say American first, I'm against these people, but I'm America first. If anybody touch the soil over here, I'm gonna go to bat. But I still want to battle against the corruption and these people that's like really getting over on people.
Sure. And I get that. That makes sense. I think everyone thinks the deep state should be dragged out of Washington on a rail. Uh, that being said, the real choice here, and it's the only choice that's been prompted, American first, right, is America or any other nation, not corporations, not none of that. I'm aware that corporations exist. They do business in various locations. They can come and go as they please as public entities or whatever. America, or do you support any other nation first, or all other nations first?
What was the question again? Concisely, I didn't understand the question.
America
I'm not being
or
funny.
America or other nations?
Yeah, I'm America first before other nations.
Excellent.
And
What is
I
the
answered
answer?
that question whenever I said if another nation would step foot on this soil, I'm America first. But what about if it's America against America?
Well, now that has happened before.
Many times.
Well, I'm asking you. I know it has happened, but I'm asking you. Since you asked me a question, that's
I
my
mean,
question.
it depends on the legality and the nature of the circumstance. As a broad brush, I'm against corruption and underhanded dealings and backroom secrets and all that stuff. Obviously.
Yeah, because like Resler's point, he said that it's a race, and then I agree with him. And then if we know that it's a race, then we know that there are teams, right? We got class struggles, we got race teams, we got corporation teams. So whenever it's America against Americans, you might have to pick a team. You know what I mean? And
So
I want
I have a question in regards to that. So, kind of going to Resla's point. So, a lot of times, folks will say, it's the 1%, right? Or it's the wealthy, it's the rich, it's the people in the back rooms doing the deals, doing the dirty deals behind our backs. The problem with that is that that's kind of unattainable for the guy on the low totem pole, low end of the totem pole. For you personally, where would you sit? Because you say due diligence that you're against it, but in order to be against something, that means that you would actually have to stand up against it. That's my opinion of it. If you're willing to stand up against it, what are you actually capable of doing?
so, like I said, like it's a team sport. I can't do anything by myself. I think the first thing I'm doing is trying to get people to acknowledge that it exists. There's some people that don't even understand that we have tyrants in our government. You know what I mean? Like some people, like I think generally knowing, like everybody knows that, but like the bigger point that I was trying to make is that we don't even know who they are. I don't even think it's even the people, the front men that we see in government. I think it's the people behind those people. So I agree with you. Like I don't know what I could do by myself, and even if I had a team, I wouldn't even know who to fight. To be honest with you, but I know that there's somebody there. Maybe I'm imagining things. I don't know, but that's just how I feel. You know what I mean? Like with the things that I have read, the things that I know, the way that things are structured is structured so you won't know what's behind it. Like, how can you have a corporation that you don't even know who's behind it, like who created it? How can you have a trust whenever you don't even know who created it? How can you have government and people found the government and say this is for us and our posterity, our descendants, and we don't know who these people are? You know what I mean? And I think that it's like that purposeful.
So I have a few like this is just me, few things that I could tell people that might help them in regards to these types of things, right? So make some calls. Number one, first and foremost, if it's something that you
Brick.
so if it's something you're interested in changing, right? So let's say that there's a corporation that you're interested in. You know that there's a bunch of corporations and there's this thing that's happening, and you're looking at this going, hey, what's the problem here? Okay, so there's these places that you can call, right? You can call around to these different corporations and start asking questions. Nail down what the concerns really are, because it's no offense to you, but saying that there are these problems, but then you're not nailing down what those problems are or who you could possibly ask about it. I love that background, Sasquatch. Uh, ask. You're muted, but if you're not
I
asking the
did.
questions, you're not going to find the answers, right? That's part of your civic duty as an American happens to be within the first right press, right? And within press, there comes the journalism and the investigations and that sort of thing. So it's actually a civic duty of yours as an American to get involved with the system within your rights. It's actually a civic duty. So, you know, when you say these things, yes, I agree with you that there are probably a lot of problems that could be fixed within, you know, that realm of the 1% and blah, blah, blah. Me personally, I work from a lower level. But yeah, if you want to attack it at that high level, make the calls, look up, you know, say, okay, this is an issue that I want to see changed. And that's me personally.
So I'm interject here.
Hold on. Let me say one thing. I'm gonna get out the way to respond to what he said because he addressed it to me.
That's a lot.
And Rufus, yeah, I don't mean to, but I just want to respond to him. So I want to say two things because somebody in the chat was trying to say I'm trying to make it a black
Can't be
thing.
attacking the chat, man. The chat has nothing to do with it.
For sure. But I just want to be clear that I'm not trying to set up this thing to where I'm talking about all of us as Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I think we
you
all
made that
get
disclaimer earlier. You
Okay.
did make the disclaimer.
for sure.
You did say that earlier.
No,
Okay.
I'm hearing it.
Oh, yeah, I want to say that first. And to your point, Brick, I tried to be clear. I said the distribution of wealth, I think, is, you know, outrageous. I think the power structure, I don't think we'll ever, the way that it's structured, have a foot in the power structure, the real power structure. And I don't have any faith in government like you do. You know what I'm saying? I think it's all.
I don't have
Well,
faith like what you're thinking. Trust me.
Well, I'm talking about according to what you said, because what you told me was to basically report to someone in government about the government, right? And I don't think that'll ever happen. I think what Trump and Elon is doing, if it's really what they say they're doing, like that's the closest thing we've had in a long time to where they going in and doing checks and balances on the government itself, as far as like where's the money going, who these people that's getting paid, you know what I'm saying, that's not even there, the people that's in these offices that are not there. But let me tell you this, with them doing that, like that's what people are supposed to do. When you in office, when you're a part of government, people try to look out for their family, all right? You want to make sure like the rest of your family is good. You know what I mean? Like they share information, they share stock information, they share connections, right? So they trying to keep that circle to where, you know, it perpetuates wealth for their family. And Trump and Elon is breaking that up if that's what they're really doing. And it's a really dangerous thing to do that because, you know, I mean, that's how it's been. It's a good old boy club. It's what's the word whenever you pass things down to your family? Nepotism.
Generational. Nepotism.
There's been a lot of nepotism in the government. You know what I mean?
Well,
so,
I want to make one thing clear as well. Hold on, and I'm gonna let it go because it's real quick. I'm not expecting you to report to the government what the government's doing. I'm expecting press. Press is something that the people do, and then they report it to the people. They don't report it to the government.
Okay, so I'm finna shake the ship up.
After you go, after you go, Ruthless. I want to know what's going on, Beans. I'll let you go right after Ruthless.
I'm gonna shake it up a little bit. First of all, American First it's a nice ideology. It sounds good, but we all know that's just utopia, right? In reality, everybody's self first, or whatever the group is, whatever is. That's why we're so divided, right? We're very divided as a people because everybody wants different things. So American first, no, it's self-preservation. Then comes family preservation. Then comes, okay, maybe I indulge with the American way of life. But everything is about self-preservation at the end of the day. When people go to vote, they vote for the things that they believe in, they believe that could go in their advantage, or who's representing their ambitions or their selfish ambitions, whatever you want to say, right? So when we get up here talking about, oh, well, I'm American first. No. You are your own individual. And America preaches individualism, right? They have individual things going on, different. You got Chinatown, you got Ethiopia, right? You got all these different little, and they like that shit, right? So only thing America really concerned about is that tax dollar, right? As long as you keep paying them taxes and don't create a lot of violence, you're Gucci, right? So, and I'm gonna land it because I'm gonna be quick. So I would say the better way of putting it is, you know, as long as we have to live here and reside in the place where we're our birthright, we want the best circumstances for not only ourselves, but our generations after us, our children, our cousins, whatever. So this is a good conversation to have in for forward progress of us as Americans, right, in this country, and identifying that we all share part in the running of this country, whether it be government or whether it just be somebody on the block, right? Somehow we are participating in this, the I would say civilization of this country. But we have to be honest with ourselves that we're not really American first. Even I understand it sound good, but we know this is why we're so divided, because we got everybody got their hands in their pockets and they want what they want. And that's it. Go ahead, Beans.
Some nice little segue and everything that you try to change up on, but no, that's not everybody feels the same way.
Damn, I thought I was gonna get past you.
I know you weren't.
I was trying to slide that with it. I was trying to slide that in, man.
No, you tried. No. That's good, Beans. What's your thoughts on this?
I don't have any. I just I came like literally.
My man just kicked in the door. What's going on?
Yeah, I didn't know it. I just seen the white boy was basically saying you niggas ain't shit. So I was like, let me go ahead and hit the pepper. I didn't know what was going on. I've been drinking. Drunk in love. No,
wait, I wrote it down. You want me to go through it, Res? You do? Oh, I'll do it now.
Go through it. Go. I want to see what you got. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask Ruthless a couple of questions if when you get time.
No, go right for it. Go right for it.
All right, brother. So first of all, I refuse to live in a world where Charlie Manson was right. You want to divide yourself into smaller and smaller groups to limit your power reach. That's your own choice. That being said, given a choice between incidentally benefiting an American versus incidentally benefiting someone from somewhere else in the world, I will choose to incidentally benefit the American just out of hand without any further consideration, just based on them being an American. Are there smaller groups in the U.S.? Yes. Do they all have different goals? Yes. Thank God this is not a democracy, because if it was, we'd be sitting around letting the 51% disenfranchise the 49. Representation is where the actual tools of power exist. And if you're not going to get into that particular bailiwick, exactly how are you going to sit around and complain about things on the internet? I mean, it's great. I love it. I'm here for it 10 toes down. Bringing problems to the table without solutions, like Rick is saying, is kind of like starting a fight without having backup. I don't understand the benefit of it, and it really doesn't draw a lot of useful attention. You get some views and stuff, but how do we improve things is my question. How do we fudge the divides? How do we fill in the gaps? How do we keep people from falling through the cracks? How do we improve the circumstances from the ground up? Grassroots organizations do this. This is how it works. We used to sit around in pubs and taverns and talk about this stuff and had a revolution. Now we sit around on StreamYard, talk about this stuff, and drink fine wine.
Oh,
is that a question or that's a statement?
Well, can I ask you a question? Damn it. This is going to sound, I know how this is going to sound, but what if I said the answer to that question was, let me make sure I got my number right. How many white people are there in America?
A bunch.
Okay, so according to the initial Google, we got 212. So let's say we need to lose about maybe 130 million of those.
What for?
Let me see. 100 would take us down to 112.
Because he wants an ethnic state.
What's the purpose?
So 80.
The carbon
no, we need to lose more than that. 20,
what's the
32.
Purpose?
So like 132.
So what's the purpose?
Yeah, because I think then what happens is that once it's not an exact equalization of the numbers, right? But once you remove that vast majority of the numbers, I think then you can have more of an equalization in the country. I don't mind white people being, the majority population, but at this point, it's just too many of them.
But
What
what's
can
the
you do
purpose?
about it?
Nothing really.
Okay. So
Anything that I
there's
name is going to sound
problem.
like super crazy, but it's not like. Well,
It is crazy.
I'm answering the question though. Is
Okay.
from my perspective, right? There's the things that I can name is like it's going to sound crazy because we're talking about something
Because it
that
is
needs to
crazy.
happen instantaneous, right? But at the same time, there are already things being done, right, to eliminate a lot of the population. It's just that they're targeting, black people more than anybody else, which is ironic because we're not the number one demographic.
We have something we can agree on. Me and you can agree on something. The carbon they want to reduce is us, right? That's the plan, is to eliminate people in the long run to reduce population overall so as to save the environment. That's the smoke screen.
I'm still not understanding the purpose.
The
It's too many
purpose.
people. Like
It's
the
too many-
purpose is that one, it's too many people, and then for two, it's too many of these people in general.
What's the purpose?
Like it's not even close. If they're 212 million, the next demographic would be Mexicans or Hispanics at 60 million.
Okay, maybe I need to rephrase. What would be the necessity of doing such?
Absolutely. I'll answer that question, but I want you to acknowledge the answer that I just gave.
I would like to know
I
what's the
accept that
purpose.
you don't.
As long as I get some acknowledgement
What's
too.
the
I hate this on panels.
Hold on,
Y'all
Rick.
acknowledge things, right?
You made
One second, brother.
an assertion. This thing needs to happen.
Mhm.
I'm asking you, what's the purpose?
Well, I'm explaining to you, right? Twice already.
You
I
said
said A, that it's too many people, right? And then B, but I said it's okay with having a specific demographic that is the majority or has a higher number population wise. But when you see this great of a distance where you have 212, according to my initial Google search, and we know the next closest demographic is 60 million, and we know that they have things in place to eliminate population, but they're targeting the minorities. They're not targeting the majority.
Something logical. Can I hear a logical purpose?
Okay, so that means you don't actually want to have a conversation.
No, it's not that I don't want to have a conversation. You're just
Don't
not
so
being
address
logical.
what I'm saying first, right?
Well, first off, you said
Yes
that
or
there's
no?
too many people.
Yes or no? Do you agree that there's too many people in America?
No.
No.
Okay, so cool. Let's say
No.
this: would you
That's not
agree
logical.
that eating meat and beef and pork and all of that shit is not healthy? Would you agree to that?
Nope.
No.
You wouldn't agree to that.
No.
Absolutely not, sir.
Not at all.
Overeating is unhealthy. Eating things in a balanced diet that would be healthy.
Got you. Would you say that we eat too much of it?
Sure.
No.
As a country?
No.
I,
Really?
as a person, do.
No.
I do. Yeah.
So let me ask him this question, because I'm okay with addressing the disingenuous person. So since you're saying no, you're saying there's just as many.
So hold on, because you're not
Well, not
interested
hold
in having
on.
this conversation.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to have this conversation with you. You already went to ad homs. I'm just going to back
I'm not
down.
having that harm.
You
by
win.
saying you're being disingenuous.
You want to debate, bro? I'm not going to do it here on
You're not
Resla's panel.
responding to the things that I'm
Resla,
saying.
I'm gonna
That's
back down on.
disingenuous.
Tag.
I'm literally trying. Wait, hold on for a second, sir. Hold on 1 second. I'm literally trying to genuinely answer your questions, and then when I do, instead of responding to what I'm saying, you're just trying to move the goalpost to make me answer to something else instead of actually responding to what I'm saying. So that's disingenuous, sir. That's not an ad hominem. That is me assessing how you're behaving in this conversation. So again, my next 1 second, sir, please. My next question to you would be: would you say that there's just as many Whole Foods as there are McDonald's? No, right? So then why are you pretending as if things aren't what they really are in this country, right? We have way more McDonald's than we do Whole Foods. We have people who look like me who sit on the internet and shame black people for selling drugs, but they don't give a shit about the fact that salt and sugar kills more people than crack ever did. It's not even close. Right. So what I'm saying is they already have things in place to eliminate the population. But when you look at it, it's still affecting the minorities at a disproportionate rate. So I'm just saying, if they're going to target people, why aren't you targeting the people who are the majority?
Right,
right,
but like
so let's
Whole
back
Foods
up.
is not hurting people, but McDonald's is, so we should have less McDonald's. But I feel like if we were going to target a race, we should probably get rid of black people because they're the most violent and ignorant. So maybe we should kill them off, and then it would make America safer.
She just tried.
But even still, wait, even if she was trolling,
Even if
right?
there's not as many black people, they're still really stupid and violent. So if we just got rid of some of them, it would still be better.
Here's the thing. You may want to say
And everything Sasquatch wanted to say.
You may want to say that she's trolling,
No,
right?
sir.
But even if she is trolling, it acknowledges and it highlights the idea that most of the people carry, right? And that's what I'm saying. If you're looking at something from a disproportionate rate, then why don't you look at everything
had to go away
from a disproportionate rate? Let's look at it all from the same rate.
Are you
Right?
taking
Don't
pills?
just look at the thing that benefits you.
It's just a
Resla was like,
vitamin,
I
right?
need pills with this liquor. The liquor's not enough.
All right, listen. All right, okay. So I'll accept most of the premises you dropped as being at least available in data to some extent or another. I'm not disagreeing on any particular points, with the exception of one specifically. We do not have a population problem. We have a delivery issue. We have outstripped our abilities to deliver goods into cities. Our ports are no longer capable of maintaining at the population levels in the locations where they are. Those need to be spread out a little bit. It didn't used to be a problem to feed 22 million people in freaking New York, and now it is, because the container ships have changed sizes. They can no longer use the same docking facilities. We haven't upgraded our docking facilities, and so our shipping sucks. Our highways haven't been upgraded in 50 years. You can't get as much goods in because we've reduced the sizes of trucks and the ladenship of the trucks, as well as the amount that it costs to go in and out of certain areas in urban areas specifically. So we cannot deliver the same amount of goods to cities and inner cities specifically that we used to be able to do back in the 50s, because we didn't have any of the constraints and legal hurdles that it takes to do this. Without the upgrades that we're talking about in this particular situation, the future is bleak for inner city environments. It's going to become more expensive to live in these places. It's going to become more difficult. That's across the board. That has no basis upon race. That has no basis on anything else. But if you
can I ask you a question?
Million white Americans in an overnight situation, what would you do the next day?
But can I ask you a question though? Right? Because
it
sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the thing that you're highlighting is based on the fact that there's too many people.
I asked you, what would you do the day after you got rid of 132 million white people?
That was an actual question though, right? So can you just give me a yes or no? Is it because you're talking about a time, you're saying like in the 1950s, right? So like, can we, just for the sake of conversation, if you don't want to
engage,
can we go back to 1920?
No, you bypassed it completely.
Yeah,
I'm not, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be disingenuous, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not the other guy. So what I'm saying, can you do me a favor? Can we go back to 20, 30 for a second? I was doing some research recently. In 1920, the average income was like $1,271 for the year, and the average rent was $27 a month, which at that time was 18% of your monthly income, whereas today it's now 36% of your income. Would you say that gross, that raise up to 36%, has something to do with the population increase? That's a yes or no question, sir.
It's white people's fault.
Right.
You
can avoid what she said and just
so
answer my question. It's a yes or no question.
You do not get to dictate how I answer.
Well, but I'm asking you a yes or no question.
You ended the statement. You ended the question.
You can give me any context you want. I just asked you for a yes or no.
You're not going to engage in my question of what you're going to do the day after you get rid of 132 million white people.
Right. You mean the question that you asked me after I asked you a question? You asked me that question after I asked you a question. You never answered.
Let me interject right quick. Let me interject because Beans. Let me say
again to not answer the question.
No, but because here's why you're getting so much pushback though, bro.
Because I made a statement that was very provocative. I understand that.
Well, provocative is a soft word, but I would just say ridiculous. Let me respond to you, right? Mm-hmm. It's pretty ridiculous to ask white people and the people in the government to get rid of 130 million of themselves and expect people not to respond to you in a, in the manner that they are responding. Like that's just silly. And you acting like it's a serious question. Like you
Could be
ask,
asked.
Yeah.
Could be asked.
So,
Could be
who is
asked the
this talking?
government for genocide.
I'm sorry, who is
ask
this
the
talking?
government
Right,
to genocide
I never
themselves and the
said
people,
genocide, right?
and
So
you
that's what I'm
no,
saying.
that is
You
Who is
talking
this
about
talking?
killing off
It was due diligence. It was
132
due
I'm
diligence.
sorry, who is this talking right now?
You're talking about
It's due
killing off
diligence.
132 million
Oh,
white
that's
people
his
just
name,
because
due
it's
diligence.
Tuesday.
Okay.
yeah,
Due
Like,
you call me
diligence. Yes.
You call
Okay.
me do for sure, but
Okay.
yeah, I think you being ridiculous, bro, and that's no shade or nothing like that. But that's a
It is, but that's
ridiculous
okay.
question to ask someone.
Right. So let me ask you something to due diligence. Again, it's to me, I think it's respectable, right? If you were in an office full of white people right now, if you was at work, if you was at school, we don't have a problem with answering yes or no questions for some reason until we get on the internet. So due diligence, if you don't mind answering me a yes or no question, in America every day, are we telling people to go back where they're from? Yes or no?
I mean, some people are, but okay, yes, I'm gonna say yes.
So I'm saying, why is that such a horrible answer? Like, if it's okay to tell other people that their presence here affects what we have going on, why is that such a bad thing to say? We know that there was a time in the 1900s when, again, your average income was $1,271. And as a man with something as little as a third or fourth grade education, you could provide for your entire family off just that. And I'm saying, from my research, I'm open to somebody giving me some more information and let me know where I'm wrong.
You're
But
not.
my research is stating that the
Our
main reason, the
with
biggest
you.
reason,
You
cut me
shrugged
off
it
all
off
you
as
want to,
you're
right?
being
And that's
up,
fine.
sir.
I'm just going to keep talking because I deserve to land my plane. It's like everybody else. But my
Well,
research says to me that the
we
main reason why that is it because of influx in population. The
Beans,
biggest
you have still
reason.
no. Hold on, because you have still. I was in the chat listening, and you have still yet to answer that man's question. He asked
Nobody's
you a
answered
question
my
first,
questions
sir.
at all, Angry.
He asked
You
you
can
a
say whatever you
question
want to.
first, Beans, and this shit of
He
you
did.
thinking that you can ask
And I'll
questions
replay it back
and
if
not
you
have
want
them
me to.
asked
I'll go get it.
back, and you answer them is bullshit, dude. It's getting
I'll go
old.
get I'll go get it since you want to lie and say I didn't ask my question first.
Dude, I will pull up the
Don't worry
fucking
about
tape, Beans.
I'm pulling it up right now. Don't worry about it. You don't got to lie to me. I know how
No,
things
you're
work.
lying, sir.
I
Absolutely.
think you just a little inebriated and maybe forgot.
If that's what you need in order to avoid answering my question, I'm asking.
Dude,
was
you've
answer.
avoided
I
answering
just
everybody's question.
I did
we could
actually.
just, I think we could
I
get rid of
literally did
Democrats and the
actually.
world would be a better place too. We should just kill off those.
I literally did
Is
actually.
there a doctor? Is there a doctor that could prescribe me Vicodin? I need Vicodin for the.
You need some real
I'll
shit.
take about 50
What
of
you
them
need
too.
is a
People
set of
acting like
balls.
they're coming in this
Right?
in
Be able
good
to
faith,
explain,
and,
like,
then they
yo,
want to
I've
ask
been
people
sitting here the whole
questions,
time listening,
and then not give them the
actually,
same
when they
courtesy of
ask him questions,
allowing
he
people
tried
to ask
answer
questions
because
back
you
and them
don't like
answer.
the answers,
Dude,
right?
I don't
Beans,
give
you're
a fuck what you got to
hijacking.
say, Beans, because you've been
At all.
disingenuous since you got on the panel.
Bro, you can say that as loud as you want to. You know
Beans,
this is live,
you
right?
have hijacked.
It's being recorded.
You've hijacked.
You're right.
you
It
can
And
has
it's
been
great.
So you
recorded.
can say that as loud
It's
as you
great,
want
dude.
to.
Wonderful.
Right?
You've
You
hijacked.
can scream that shit as
Thank
loud
you.
as you want
Okay.
to.
Thank you for
So I
hijacking.
attempted to
Beans.
engage with you in
You
population.
did, Squash. You did. I appreciate that. I just want to let you know you did.
You wouldn't even really acknowledge it. You tried to take it back to race, and I don't like
I'm
saying
not,
the
though.
G
That's
word.
the point. Is what I'm saying. Like the when I'm asked this question, I'm answering it generally, right? I'm saying if I'm looking at the fact that they are literally eliminating people, right? They're literally trying to minimize the population.
And I do not
And you
disagree.
acknowledged it. You acknowledged that they're doing it, right?
No,
So I'm
I
saying,
tell you,
well, why
the
is it that it
carbon
seems like
industry
everything they're
reduce
doing
is
is
you and
targeting
me.
the minority?
It's
That
both of us. They want to get rid of both of us because we sit around on the internet and talk too much.
But Squash, here's my
But
question
Beans,
though. Here's my
but
question.
Beans,
But Squash,
but Beans, hold on,
you're
hold on, hold
at
on.
212 million, right? And the data shows that they're getting rid of the minorities at a higher rate.
Okay,
That's what I'm
okay.
saying.
Beans, what
Rates
color is
only
your
matter
blood?
when y'all want them to matter.
Beans. What color is your blood, Beans?
Okay.
Beans. What color is your blood? What's the
So
color of your blood?
Let's
Beans.
but Beans, here's the issue
For real,
though.
what's the color
I
of your blood, Beans?
responded to that, and you totally dismissed my response to you. You want these guys to answer you in an honest way,
Absolutely.
but the question is totally ridiculous, right?
What's the
Because
question?
hold on,
What question did I ask, dude? Say it out loud.
The question that you asked is
Mhm.
why not commit genocide on white
No, I
people
didn't.
instead of black people?
No, I didn't.
Yes,
How
you
much
did.
money do you want to bet? I never said that.
You didn't say
You
genocide.
said
You said
everything
didn't.
but that, sir.
hold
He
on.
didn't
Hold
say
on.
genocide. He
Wait,
said
wait, wait,
remove
stop, stop,
130 million white people.
stop. Everyone, stop. The only person, and again, I was being rather facetious when I said it. I was being in joking. I'm the only person that mentioned the word genocide. It never
Right.
came out of Bean's mouth.
And
No,
all
it
that.
didn't. And I'll admit that, but he did say that we need to remove about 130 million of us whiteys.
And that's equate. That's
Now
that's
that
the
did come
equivalent.
from Bean.
That's the
Absolutely.
equivalent to genocide.
But wait,
And that's the equivalent of a genocide, sir.
No, Resla, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. This is how I know I'm dealing with a bunch of idiots, except for Squash, because I never actually suggested that it was feasible. I never suggested it. I just
I
said
never
it's
said
the
that you
answer.
did. I
You see
know.
what I'm saying? I never said it was feasible. I only said that it would be the answer.
Beans, I know. Wait. For those who don't know, I know Beans long enough. If you're not gonna pay attention to exactly what he says,
You wasting
like
your time.
verbatim,
I am paying
Right.
attention to what he's saying.
No, you're not.
Let me
The
respond.
fuck I ain't, dude.
I chose
Let me-
to stop
let me- let me-
You're the
engaging
one not paying
when
attention
he
to what
couldn't
anyone
give
else is
me
saying, Beans.
a
You haven't
logical
been.
purpose.
I got you.
I
It's
chose
online,
to
Angry
stop
Snowman.
engaging when this guy
Don't tell me
would
not to engage.
give
I'll engage with
a
whoever the fuck I.
logical purpose. What's the purpose? You tell me it's because there's too many people.
Absolutely.
That's
Hold
not
on, Brick.
true. That's just simply not true. Too
Hold
many
on,
white
Brick.
people on the
Hold on, Brick.
planet, in the country.
Hold on, Brick. Because
Yeah, I think
Beans,
it's too many
right?
people in the country.
Because Beans, now I think you copping out, right? Because you was pressing the issue, and then when I brought up the absurdity of the question that you asked, now all of a sudden you wasn't serious. You didn't think it was feasible. Like, cut it out,
But
bro.
dude, we just
Then you wanna
proved that
call
you didn't
everybody
even
else
you didn't
serious,
even
but you were
regurgitate the
pressing-
question I
You were
asked.
pressing hard.
Even Resla just stopped you because he knew you was wrong. I never said what you said. And even you won't even acknowledge that the host is telling you that I never said what you said. He
Okay,
just
now
told you that I never said it, and now you're going to repeat it.
Folks,
That is
folks.
amazing.
Vicodin, 300 milligrams. 300
Right.
No, sir. No, sir. You want like at most a 20. No, sir. I've been down that road.
But Squash, here's what we're here. If you rewind the tape, which I have, here's what you're here. When I was directly asked, how do we get rid of those people? I said, I'm not saying we can.
Right. No, I asked the question. You're like, I don't know that we can. I was like, okay, well, we'll go along with the
I'm just saying what would be if I have to accept the fact if I'm listening to what the government is telling me, if I'm listening to what the officials are telling me, which is that there's too many people, I'm just accepting this from the people who are smarter than me that are saying it's too many people. I'm like, let's
go with the premise that is a logical thing, that there's too many people on in the country and that we maybe need to get rid of. Let's assume 130 million white people. Let's assume that that's a logical way to go about this.
First and Democrats.
I'm gonna actually, the next part of the question, or the next question, will be the same, the one that I asked. How would you go about that?
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it just comes down. I don't think about getting rid of people. I just think it's come down to shipping people out. I mean, I just want to fact check, but I'm pretty sure they brought that many people of quote unquote us over here from Africa. So if they were able to bring that many of us over here from Africa, wait. I'm trying to answer your question.
I know it's gonna come back.
If they were able to bring that many of us over here, why can't we ship that many away?
Beans, where were you born?
America.
So why do you want to go back to Africa?
You see the flag behind me?
Because
why do you want to go back to Africa?
And we was pegs.
Would you
We
like
was the real
engage your question?
Egyptians.
We
was pegs.
We was
Why
pegs.
do you want to go
We
back?
the real Egyptians.
Why do you want to go back to
Black
Africa?
women is God.
You said you were from Africa just a minute ago. Now you're saying you're from America. Are you from Africa or are you from America?
Okay, so Brick, here's the thing. Only retarded people will take that as me saying go back to Africa.
No, you said
they will
understand from Africa.
No, they will
understand
the
that
analogy.
you speak of. You have to be included in that.
Brick,
you have to be included in the we, or you to say we came from.
if
You
you're
are
saying
so
this, I
bad
don't
faith
actually
right now,
subscribe
and
to
you're
that.
going to be trying to yell
Therefore,
over
it's not
me
really my take.
instead of
It's
actually
your take,
listening
right? If
to
you
respond.
believe that, then the
Why
question
don't
is,
you
why
stop
is it that
talking?
you believe
Because
that
you're
it
digging
makes sense
yourself a
to bring
hole.
that
You
many
dug it
people
so
over here
deep,
and
and
not
you
take
just
that
keep
many people
digging
away?
deeper
You're not
and
going to answer
deeper
that question,
and deeper.
right?
Eventually, you're going to
You're
hit
not trying to
lava.
have a genuine
Have
conversation.
you hit
That's
lava
the whole
yet?
point.
Have you hit lava yet?
So Brick, let me engage your
That's the
question
point.
if you don't
Go
mind.
ahead, dude. I'm sorry.
So I really want to bring it back to Resla's topic, but Brick, I would like to engage your question because I think it is an interesting one. The question that if we are overpopulated, then what would be, a good way to reduce it logically, right? And I think that Resla, you don't want me to go there, or you want me to bring it back? All right.
The Democrats can go.
Huh?
The Democrats can go. We can just get rid of all the Democrats.
Sir, I'm just thinking about Vicodin. That's all.
So this is
I'm
what I
thinking
would
about
say, Brick.
oxys.
No,
I
I
would
think we should
say
only get
that
rid of black Democrats.
I will
the
likely have a follow up for you.
It's all good. I would say you do exactly what, people are doing now. I think that, you put drugs out there that's killing people, you poison the food. I think you malpractice is like, I believe, the third leading cause of death here in America. You do things of that nature. You let people kill themselves, like you poison the food and put it on the label that this causes cancer. You make all the medicine bullshit. You say all the side effects is this. Birth rates, you have people kill, delete babies and all this type of stuff. Like everything is poison. I think the things that we are doing now, people are doing now, is what's going on. How you reduce the population without the population realizing it. All the subtleties.
Yep. And I don't disagree with you that is actually a way to reduce population. Now, my follow up would be, is there any alternatives to reducing population?
Uh,
15
I
new
think that
cities.
I think that there is, to try to get people to, like, you have to do what China did. You know what I mean? Put restrictions. You know what I mean? You have to be an absolutist. You have to be communist type stuff. You just have to be so strict and, delete babies that you don't
No,
want. You know what I'm
that's
saying? That's
still
the only way you're going to reduce the population.
no, that's
If you're
still
gonna say
population
China, though,
reduction or
Hold on.
population.
I
No.
think you
Is there?
just did a pretty good ad lib for Margaret
You're
Smart.
saying don't reduce it, right, Brick? You're saying
Yeah,
like,
is
he's
there
saying
any
don't reduce it.
alternatives beyond?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you're putting restrictions on how many babies can be had, or offing them, then
Yeah.
that's population reduction. You can't do that part. So is there
Oh,
any
I
alternative
misunderstood
to
your
that?
question.
Yeah.
So what's the question again? Because I thought you said what's
the answer opposite of reducing the population? What can we
Right.
do to fix things that doesn't include reducing the population?
Thank you, Beans. Thank you.
So you saying
Absolutely,
that
I'm here.
we
He's on
overpopulated?
it.
You saying that if we're overpopulated, how do you fix it besides reducing the population?
Right.
Man,
You
if
ever
we
been to
are
Texas?
You sterilize
overpopulated,
people.
what can we do?
That's population reduction.
It's actually a great question, Brick.
It is.
Great question.
I don't think that's possible, because if
There
you
you
don't
go.
reduce or stop people from procreating, it's always going to add more people to the planet. Like if you don't reduce or stop, sterilize, or delete people.
Right.
I'm sorry, dude. Hold on, Resla. Checkmate.
You don't even
He
need to
ended up right
sterilize.
back where I started
You
at.
don't even need to sterilize, because all you have to do is just really create. Don't create incentives for having extra kids.
Extra.
That's the thing. Yep.
I mean, listen, that sounds good, Risla, but I don't know about your family history. But back in the day,
now we
they
can't,
used to have a whole bunch of kids before the incentives existed.
Sure, back in the days
They had incentives.
when the U.S. was still more profitable to be able to do that, but also most people are also not doing farmland anymore. So
right, absolutely right. Yeah.
So here's my thing. Okay,
but the new thing that's of current age is that I'll even say it. Baby mama can have as many kids as you want to, because it could also be a cash grab. But if you say you can only have like 3, and after that you're going to have to figure the shit out yourself, she won't be having to worry about 6, 7, 8, 9. And no matter how you look at it, the government's going to fucking provide.
Yeah.
We won't have the memes that and talking about the women who look all strung out talking about someone need to take responsibility for all these kids. We won't have that shit.
So I hear this thing.
And China was a. I hate to say this for the communist people, for Josh Jones, if you're watching, for your 3-star rating women, your 5-star rating women, but when they did the whole 1 and 2 child policies, they were the first one to say that we are overpopulated. We cannot give incentives unless we are under the threshold. The problem with the U.S. is that we allow people to come in, even as foreigners, and allow to have like 16 kids, and someone gotta pay for it. And that normally turns out to be anyone who is working, who pays taxes.
Right.
So my problem with this whole argument is this: people are pretending that there's not enough land.
You ever been
Absolutely is. Absolutely is. Now, not in the greatest of conditions. They have to go through their own things to build up a couple of things, but there are absolutely a lot of ghost towns, and there's absolutely a lot of land in this country still.
There's so many places
You go
where
into
just
West
trees
Virginia.
and grass. If you ever take a road trip, you will see there's more trees and grass than there are actually cities.
There's a lot of land still.
I mean, Texas alone, dude, is absolutely astoundingly huge. It boggles the mind until you're there. And I've had this conversation with people in Maryland and people in New York, people from the UK, people from freaking all over the world. And they're like, how big could it really be? And I'm like, dude,
Fucking humongous. That's how big.
I can tell you right
That's
now.
what she said.
I can tell you right now.
Yes. As big as her ass.
I recently flew all the way just going to Nevada. I was like, holy shit, there's so much open space. It is
Yeah,
That's what he said.
Yeah, you do realize it once you're in the airplane.
And
but it's not.
mountains.
But that's the thing, Resla. It's not about this.
So
This is the thing. This leans into what Squash was saying, right? It's not necessarily about the fact that there's this place of open space. It's about the place where people are already at, and then now
infrastructure.
you have to get the goods to them. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I remember somebody, I can't remember who podcast we was on, but somebody was saying something about, the possibility of growing vegetables and fruits and different things like that.
Exactly.
And they was like, in Chicago, y'all not gonna be able to do that shit the same way as these other people doing it. When y'all got 4, 5, 6 months of this cold ass, freezing ass, fucking snowy ass weather, right? So
I agree.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
No. There are places where you will find that it's not that type of it's type of weather, like New York, upstate New York.
To his point break.
What's happening there?
He didn't say other places. He literally said Chicago.
Right, Chicago. So the city, again, not the city. You move into a rural town, you're fine. You can grow as many vegetables and fruits and things that you want that are native to that area.
But will it be all year round?
But that's the point. Being native, we run into a point. We run into a point here in our country right now where the things that we try to grow on a regular basis are not even native.
So you can grow all year round if you got a greenhouse.
Because we try to grow things out of season.
There's only about a handful of states
and them
where you can go to that will grow year round. Okay, there's Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, East Texas, and California. Okay, it's like 6 where you can actually, and that's Southern California too, by the way, not Northern California.
Right, absolutely. Yeah,
there's only a handful of states.
Can I read something for you guys right quick on the population?
Yeah.
So check it out. This is from a website that's called Our World in Data, right? It says, for most of human history, the global population was a tiny fraction of what it is today. Over the last few centuries, the human population has gone through an extraordinary change. In 1800, there were 1 billion people. Today, there are 8 billion of us. Right. So I think that is scary whenever you think of the exponential growth, like of the future, how fast we are growing. I don't think it'll be in the near future, but at that rate, if it continues at that rate, it is only a matter of time. And if I am a person in power, I would be concerned with that. Like, that's concerning to me. You know what I mean? And I'm not even in power. But just think about that. There are people in power that have the ability to do something about that. And I think there are people that are trying to do something about that.
But dude, here's the thing that I don't think people consider a lot, right? And this is what I'm saying. Well, all that shit that everybody thought I was being on some bullshit, but look, we right back around to it right now. We're starting to get to the point. if it wasn't for places like McDonald's, Burger King, all these fast food restaurants and shit like that, if it wasn't for Walmart monopolizing the market and being able to sell things at a cheaper rate than other places would be able to do, not to mention most of this shit is processed food, right? The damn near 90% of it is processed bullshit. By the time it gets to you, it's been stepped on 3, 4, 5 times, right? If it wasn't for that, the majority of people in this country wouldn't even be able to survive, really, right? Because food would cost so much, astronomically more money. You would be paying $19 just for a burger, right?
Bro.
So that's what I'm trying to say to you, right?
It's
To your
actually the
point,
opposite.
I'm almost done.
I apologize.
To your point, due diligence. To your point, when you're talking about the population, that's what I'm saying. It's not about us having the space for people to live. It's about how much of this shit are we growing. I watched a documentary the other night where they were talking about how the government subsidizes the meat and the dairy farmers, but they don't do that shit to the veggie farmers. They don't do that shit to the fruit farmers, right? It's a little bit different.
They do the corn farmers and the soybean producers.
They do it for the
Florida,
corn farmers, right? Because the
Florida,
corn
they
farmers,
do
they
oranges.
subsidize them because they use that shit to feed the chickens and the cows and all this other shit, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, we're not producing at a mass rate the actual healthy shit, right? This vegan lifestyle. If we wanted to create a healthy America, not just everybody could make it to $1 million, but die at 42. If we actually wanted to create a healthy America, we couldn't do it with the amount of people that we have now. We don't have enough vegetables and fruit and the vegan lifestyle that is a more healthy lifestyle.
Let me ask you this, Beans.
Everybody.
I mean,
I just
okay.
want to make sure I understand.
Bro, you are.
Did you just refer to processed food as being stepped on?
Yes, I heard that too.
I'm done with you.
He absolutely
I'm done.
did. Yeah, and I'm not mad at it. I'm not
Absolutely.
mad at it.
So, Beans, here's the
How many times
issue,
do they
right?
cut
Because
that
we're
coke?
talking
How many
about
times do
the
they process
issue
that
of
food?
population growth and land, but you switched over the conversation to health. So if you made healthier food, you will actually create a bigger issue because people will live longer and all of that. We're talking about trying to, do something with the population, and you switched it from land to a health conversation. So if we ate more healthier, people would live longer.
It's correlated. Do you not see how it's correlated? This is what I'm trying to tell you. We're talking about fixing things. So if we're talking about fixing things, we're definitely not talking about people eating bullshit their whole life, right? So we're talking about people being able to eat healthy. It wouldn't be enough to go around.
There's also a difference in what you're
So
talking about. Hold on. There's a difference between living longer, and I even did a whole stream on this. There's a difference between when we're talking about living longer, like the longevity of health versus the quality of health. People are living longer, that they're not living well.
Right. That's a great point, Resla. Oh my God, that's a great point.
So hold on, Beans. Let me be
all head
clear what you're trying to say, though, Beans.
That's
so
a
you're
great
trying
point.
to say that if we created more healthy food, being that the cost would be so much, people wouldn't be able to afford it. Hence, less people would be on the planet. That's your argument.
No, I'm not going that last part you're saying. I'm not saying that. I'm just specifically just talking about America, bro.
Yeah,
we're talking about population growth in general, though. But let's just keep it to America too. So I'm trying to be clear on what your position is, because it sounds like what you're saying is make the food healthy, and hence it will depopulate, because that's the issue that we're talking about.
What I'm saying is this: if I'm listening, I'm sorry, dude, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I understood with the question, so that's why I cut you off. Just so
it's all good. I'm trying to see what you're saying.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this: if I'm listening to people who are essentially smarter than me, and they're saying it's too many fucking people here, okay, cool. I accept your premise that there's too many people here. My question is, why are you attacking motherfuckers that look like me? When we talk about black people,
hold on, Beans.
I'm almost done. I swear you're going to see where I'm going. Don't cut me off, because you're going to see where I'm going.
All right.
We're quick to say, oh man, black people, they're a smaller demographic, but they're disproportionately responsible for more murders. Well, why ain't y'all saying they're disproportionately suffering with diabetes? Why ain't y'all saying that they're disproportionately suffering with heart disease? Why aren't y'all saying that they disproportionately suffer from
They
rheumatoid
are.
arthritis?
Hold
Why
on,
aren't y'all
hold
saying all
on,
this other shit that
hold
they're
on, y'all. Do
disproportionately
not
suffering?
let him get away. Y'all gonna let him get away. He's doing this on
Wait.
purpose.
People do
No,
say
I have
that.
a perfect answer though.
Hold,
Ooh,
If they're
hold
saying that
on,
there's
hold
too
on,
many of you and
hold
then
on,
you're dying
Alex,
off,
because he
why
was.
would they?
Hold
Okay,
on, Alex.
that's
He is
fine. The
Because
woman
definitely
won't
just
speak.
galloping.
That's cool.
no, I'm not saying that because y'all finna let him shimmy off.
I
He is
Because
don't, I
galloping.
don't
he
see
was
how I
wanna- I
am.
responding
No,
to
wait, wait, hold, wait,
again.
wait, stop,
Please
stop,
let
stop,
me.
stop, stop, stop,
I
stop.
think I'm responding exactly
Hey,
to your
stop,
question.
stop.
Oh
Hold up.
man.
Y'all be able to get your points as well.
They're going to
But
let
I,
him off. They're going to let him
wait,
skirt by.
stop. But I don't want everybody
Absolutely.
to just be like I want everybody to get their point in. So do give your point. I want Beans to be able to respond to it. Alex, if you got something to say, I want you to go after that, and then we'll cook from there.
So you went on a whole diatribe when I specifically asked you what you were talking about concerning the food. Keep
Right,
it
I
on
am.
the food. Don't do it, Ben, because you don't like when people cut you off. Because whenever I asked you specifically, you didn't say nothing about food. You just went on the whole diatribe and didn't address that. So I asked you, what are you saying specifically about the food and the food being healthy and how it will decrease the population? That's the question, not none of that mess that you just gave.
This is
That
embarrassing, dude. Let me ask you a question. What do you
no,
think?
I don't want to do all that because you ask
Because
you want people to answer your question
dude,
directly,
okay,
but then
here's
you
what I'm
never
saying,
do it.
dude. Let me explain
No,
this to
I
you.
don't want to listen. I
When
just
I
want you
say
to
this
answer
out
my
loud,
question
this is
directly.
what you're gonna do. You're gonna deflect from it. What do the fuck
No,
do you think is
you
causing
deflected from my
diabetes?
question now.
What do you think is causing diabetes?
I'm not asking you none of that, bro. Just
Right,
answer
because
my
you on
question.
bullshit.
Choices.
You trying to suggest that
Choice,
I'm not
sir.
talking about food when I'm literally
Choice.
talking about food. What causes diabetes, dude?
Will you
Choice.
answer my question, bro? Just answer
Food.
my question
What
and I'll answer
causes
your question.
heart disease, dude? Food.
Choice.
Will you answer
So
my
how am I
question,
not
bro?
talking about food, dude?
Will you answer my question?
What was your question, dude? Because I literally responded to it. Just because you
Okay, I'm
ain't
going
bright
to
enough to
ask
figure that
you.
out, that's not a
I'm
me
go-
problem.
I'm going to ask you again specifically. You said make food healthier, right? We're talking about depopulation. And you said make food healthier will help the problem with the depopulation. How
No,
does
I
making
didn't. I
food?
never said
Yes,
that.
yes, you
No,
did.
I didn't.
Because that
Because I was the one who acknowledged that there is no answer for depopulation. I already stated that when
I
Bree
can't
brought
even
it up.
because I can't even converse with you, bro. You can't stay on topic, and now
Because
you
you
being all
lying, nigga.
irate for nothing. Why
I'm
are you
not
being
gaslighting you.
irate,
I'm not straw manning you at all. So don't do it to
bro?
me. I
Pipe,
never
pipe
said
down,
that. I already
pipe
said
down,
there's no answer.
bro. Pipe down. You doing too
Stop
much, bro.
lying.
No, I'm not, bro. You brought up that because you said making healthy food will help with the problem of depopulation. You said that.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
That's the
Y'all can
point.
have
That's
it,
what I'm
bro.
trying to
This
get you
dude
to
can't even
realize.
follow his own
There
logic.
is no answer for depopulation. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. What I'm saying, what I told you was that people smarter than me keep saying that there is a problem. It's too many fucking people here. And I'm saying, okay, cool. If y'all want to get rid of folks, fine. But why are you targeting the minorities? Why the fuck is it that the minorities suffer
Sir.
more behind the shit that y'all doing than the
Sir.
motherfuckers who's the biggest in the population in America? That's what I said. Do you understand it now?
Who
Acknowledge that you understand that that's not what you said I was saying.
who chooses what they eat?
Can you please allow him for 1 second to just acknowledge that he was fucking wrong? Because I'm sick of this
Jesus
shit on
fucking
podcasts.
Christ,
It's not
man.
my fault that you're not listening. I'm saying right now the same thing I said before. It's recorded live. You can't change it.
So let's make a wager.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
let's make a wager.
I will bet you
Uh-huh.
50 bucks that you
Okay.
did say. Listen, calm down, bro. Let's have
I'm
the
here,
conversation.
nigga. Keep talking. Don't tell me to calm down. 50 bucks that
Jesus
I said
fucking
what?
Christ, dude.
50 bucks that I said what?
That in response, you said that food
Mhm.
will help deal with the depopulation problem.
Cool. Here's the thing. Resla, here's what I want. If he's wrong, when I prove that he's wrong, he can't come on your show no more for the rest of 2025.
No, it's a wager between me and you.
Fuck that. I want some. That $50 ain't gonna change my life, nigga. I want some
Neither is
real
me.
effects.
Are you
Niggas like
converting
this.
contract
Niggas
with
like
one of
this.
those? Is this one of those nights there, Resla?
Need to stay the fuck off of YouTube.
Jesus
So
fucking
when I prove him wrong, when I prove that I said exactly what I
Bean,
just
Bean,
reiterated,
25.
he can't come
He
on
just
your
started
show.
with
Bean,
No,
quarter
hey,
two.
Bean.
25.
All right.
So the thing is like, so we're trying to have a conversation about being American, and this whole thing is just going way off the rails.
Yeah,
No
you
offense to you, brother
hijack
man.
it.
Niggas
You
always
really have
gaslighting and
hijacked.
motherfucking straw manning.
But
That shit is
you keep
it is so
hijacking,
damn
you keep
fucking be wrong.
screaming,
He
you keep
misunderstood
screaming,
what
you
I said. Say that
hijacking,
shit.
and
But don't tell me
it's
I said
totally
what the fuck. I know what the fuck I
frustrating.
said. You goofy ass nigga.
You're
Okay,
getting
with this goofy
frustrated at
shit. I can't wait to react to this shit.
But,
Rizla, don't
you
you
know,
fucking
the
make
thing
this
is,
shit
you-
private.
Dude,
you're
please
frustrating
your
yourself,
channel
bro.
backstage. I desperately want to subscribe to you, please.
Yeah. Throw you,
Hey,
throw you
dude, it's all
some shit,
respect.
bro.
It's all love, Brick. It's all love. I love y'all.
Dude,
Go
we're
ahead, Brick. My bad.
having
Go
so
ahead, Brick.
much fun
Hey,
together.
I've done it too, bro. I've done it too. It's just not. It's
I
not
need your
one of the
link.
things that really. It's not a productive way to have a conversation.
No,
I'm
but
just
he's
gonna tell
wrong,
you.
Brick, is my point, right? Like, if you misunderstood
Look,
what I
it-
said,
it
say that. Don't tell me what I
doesn't
said. I know exactly what I said.
Brother man,
It ain't
brother
enough
man,
alcohol in the world to convince me I don't know what I said.
brother man,
Oh,
my American brother man.
absolutely. You see the flag?
It is not the greatest way to have a productive conversation. So with
You know you don't care about that flag. Quit lying, dude.
Who you talking to? Say
You.
something. Say
You.
something disrespectful about this flag and watch what happens.
You got to complain on the internet?
I gotta imagine these conversations kind of like the Greeks in the Parthenon,
Right.
you know, right? So when we're having these conversations, I gotta imagine that them guys were
I'm telling
totally
you, bro, we're going to have tons of fun.
They had fun too, Brick. They had fun, man. Come on.
you know, and you know, it's all good and fun, but then my thing is, are we going to reach a valuable consensus on anything?
Yes. Here's the thing, Brick. Here's what I'm saying, because I want to make sure dude understand this. What I literally described was what's happening to black people based on the food that they're eating,
Okay.
right? Hypertension, heart disease, diabetes, right? So I'm discussing the food. He's
Sure.
just too slow to understand that. But
And-
what
and-
I'm saying
and-
is, this: why is it that black people seem to be, because to Squash's point, he agreed with me that there is a certain level of population control going on, right? And that includes getting rid of people. So I'm saying, damn, why are you trying to get rid of niggas? Why is it the shit that y'all doing affects the niggas more so than this other population when it's
All they like fried chicken. Oh,
Okay,
Go
so
ahead,
I
Alex.
210 million of them? Maybe that's
King.
what we need to trim the fat from.
Alex really wants a chance to be able to talk. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so
You
I
don't
just
say
want to make
shit
sure
to
we're
troll.
clear. So you're saying that the foods are killing black folks, right?
Absolutely.
So why do black folks not realize that the foods are killing them? Why can't they eat healthier foods if the healthier foods are available? Because white people are eating the healthier foods. So why can't black folks eat the healthier foods instead of eating the bad foods that are killing them? Are you saying they're too stupid to know how to eat healthy?
Wait, Brick. Do you see what I'm saying? You
I'm
wanted
being
to tell me
serious.
to let her respond, and then she said something that's not true. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Watch this.
You
Watch
dance
this.
like
I'm just going to ask
Muhammad
this
Ali,
one
son.
question. I'm just going to ask this one question.
Well, I wish
Who
I
do
had
you
a
think
set of
eats
tap
more
dance shoes
McDonald's?
like you do.
Do you think black people eat more McDonald's or white people?
Them
White
taps are
people.
burning, huh?
You said who?
I said
White
them taps
people.
are burning.
Okay. Who do you think eats more barbecue, black people or white people?
White people.
Who chooses to do so?
So what I'm trying to tell you is we eat the same
It's
shit,
kind of even
So
but
possible.
it
then why
affects
would
us
it be
differently.
killing black folks and not killing white folks if they're eating
But it
the same
affects us
thing?
differently. That's the difference, is that it affects us differently. The
So if
one
it
thing I
affects you
will
differently,
give,
why not
the
stop
one
eating
thing I
it?
will, but
Even
Alex,
white
the one thing
people
I
are
will
killing
give to white people, I can't. Now this is just my opinion. I'm admitting that
Here we
this,
go.
I have not researched it. This is just my opinion. But the one thing I will give to white people is that I assume that there's way more of them who hunt and gather their own food. I just
There are a
assume that.
lot
I
in
could
small
be wrong,
towns.
but I
In
just
small
assume
towns.
that.
In small towns, they do that a lot.
But that's what I'm saying. If it's more of them who are hunting and gathering their own food, then that means they're avoiding a lot of the processes of the food that the rest of us who shop at Walmart are
It's
getting.
still Beans, you're speaking as if black folks are eating unhealthy stuff and it's killing them, but as if it's not killing white folks, but they both know it's unhealthy, yet they choose
It's not
to
what
eat
I
it.
said. See what I mean? I literally didn't say that. I said if you can bring up what is disproportionate. You love to say that it's a disproportionate number or percentage of black people who commit violent crime. Why aren't you bringing up the fact that it's disproportionate the number of black people who suffer from diabetes, hypertension, high blood pressure, heart disease, and all
You
of
don't
these
watch a
other
lot
things?
of
What you're
TV,
not getting
do
is
you?
even if it's disproportionate, they're choosing to eat that way. I don't believe that black people are too stupid to know how to eat
Got
healthy.
you.
I think black people
I
are
have
smart
high
enough to
blood
know what
They
is
pressure.
can't
healthy and what
fucking
is not
afford
healthy.
it.
I'm not gonna see a
We are
black person with
past that.
diabetes and be like,
That
oh,
is
they're
the
too dumb
slowest
to
point you
know.
could have ever made. They
No,
can't
what I'm
Beans,
saying
afford
is the
it.
proper
hold on,
argument. You're acting
Alex.
as if black people don't know what gives them diabetes. They're not stupid.
No, what I'm
I
acting
want
like
to
is
point
that
something
poor
out to.
people,
I want to
regardless
point
of their
something out
color,
to you, Beans.
can't afford it.
Beans, can I
That's
point
the
something
point.
very important out to you? You are yelling into a camera across the internet at a woman.
The fuck does that mean? We're equal
That
here.
means my
Ain't no
mama
men
was
and
right.
women
She said
here.
black men are mean to
I
women.
didn't
Ain't
get
no
way
men and
Princess
women
Pig
here.
hated that shit.
This is substantiate your
Sir,
point or get the fuck off
sir,
the internet. There is
as
no
a man,
men or
you
women
have
here.
to
I don't
really
give a fuck
clarify.
about gender here.
But his
What
step
she's
grandpa
doing
was
is
really
strong manning
bad.
me because she can't defend she can't defend against my actual
No,
faith.
I'm
So she's
actually
strong manning me,
arguing
right?
what you're
The
saying.
point
You
is what
don't
I'm
have an
making is it
argument.
When
doesn't
did
You're
we
matter.
being
start
loud and
stepping
talking
to these
over me.
bitches anyhow?
Puerto Rican, Mexican, none of that don't matter. You
I'm
can't
actually
afford to eat healthy.
okay.
You can't afford to do it.
Did you say
Anyone can
Puerto Rican?
afford produce. Produce is one of the cheapest things you can buy in the store.
You're a liar.
Okay.
Have you seen the price of
You're a
So-
fucking liar.
So check it out. Let me, I got the timestamp. Here you go, Beans. Listen to this.
If
You
we
can
wanted
get
to
grapes.
create
You can get
healthy
this amount of
America,
grapes right here, and that
I
shit's gonna cost you
literally have lived in the
$9.
middle of the hood where redlining is a big thing, and I
$9.
fucking afforded produce.
Create a healthy America. We couldn't do it with the amount of people that we have now.
We couldn't do it with the amount of people we have now. Checkmate.
He said,
Checkmate. You might as
if
well press
we
pause.
had a healthy
Checkmate, nigga.
America, we could not do it with the
With the amount of people that we have now.
That
Meaning there is no
implies,
fix for
bro,
the current
be
population.
quiet, bro.
Checkmate, thank you for
No,
playing
You
it.
have high blood pressure because you get all worked up like that.
Thank you for playing it.
Oh
Checkmate.
my gosh. Oh, we lost squash.
Yeah, he decided.
Check and fucking mate. This is beautiful.
Now
This is gonna be a
fucked up,
great
big
reaction.
He
Squash can
literally
only
said-
take so much yelling and screaming.
This is a
Right.
great reaction. He
Right.
played
He
it for
literally
me.
said if we had a healthy America, we could not do it with the amount of people saying that, it's
Too many people here. Yes.
right, because we have the bad food, which makes it too many
No,
people.
not right,
and if you
because
have-
see, you adding that on. I
no,
didn't say
you,
that.
you said it
Checkmate.
literally. And you can't even let nobody talk. You so scared to hear yourself and hear my point.
You
like,
just played it and now you adding on something I
know,
didn't
but
say.
you cannot be quiet. You
Play it
cannot be
again.
quiet. Are you going to be quiet? You got to
Play
be
it
quiet
again.
for 30 seconds. Are you going
As
to be
long as
quiet?
you play it. Yep, I'll be quiet
Are
as
you
soon as you play it.
Okay, so be quiet for 30 seconds. Let's see if you can do that.
Yep, let's see.
Use that shit to feed the chickens and the cows and all this other shit, right? So that's why I'm costs so much astronomically more money. You would be paying $19 just for a burger, right? So that's what I'm trying to say to you, right? Exactly. I'm almost able to sell things at a cheaper rate than other places would be able to do. Not to mention, most of this shit is processed food, right?
Hold on, I got to go back a little bit more.
And I'm not even empowered.
So here we go.
Just think about that. There are people in power that have the ability to do something about that. And I think there are people that are trying to do something about that. But dude, here's the thing that I don't think people consider a lot, right? And this is what I'm saying. Well, all that shit that everybody thought I was being on some bullshit, but look, we right back around to it, right? Now we're starting to get to the point. If it wasn't for places like McDonald's, Burger King, all these fast food restaurants and shit like that, if it wasn't for Walmart monopolizing the market and being able to sell things at a cheaper rate than other places would be able to do, not to mention most of this shit is processed food, right? Damn near 90% of it is processed bullshit. By the time it gets to you, it's been stepped on 3, 4, 5 times, right? If it wasn't for that, the majority of people in this country wouldn't even be able to survive, really, right?
So His point that the people surviving is off of processed food. People surviving, not dying. And then he makes the point and say healthy food. Now, hold on, let me let him go.
Don't say
So
the
just
point I
make the
made.
point
Play it.
that processed food is allowing people
Don't
to
say the
survive.
point I made. Play it.
He's
Don't
asking you
speak
to
for
play.
me. Play it.
He's
Okay, I'm gonna continue.
say your point. Say your point, dude. Then Beans will have a chance to respond. I'm gonna. I want you to say your point first. I'm gonna give Beans a chance to respond. So go ahead.
Okay, so we just said processed food is the reason why people are surviving. So, and I'm gonna let it play and go on and go to the healthy part.
Because food would cost so much astronomically more money. You would be paying $19 just for a burger, right? So that's what I'm trying to say to you, right? It's roughly the opposite. I'm almost done. I apologize. To your point, due diligence. To your point, when you're talking about the population, that's what I'm saying. It's not about us having the space for people to live. It's about how much of this shit are we growing. I watched a documentary the other night where they were talking about how the government subsidizes the meat and the dairy farmers, but they don't do that shit to the veggie farmers. They don't do that shit to the fruit farmers, right? It's a little bit different.
They do the corn farmers and the soybean producers.
They do it for the corn farmers, right? Because the corn farmers, they subsidize them because they use that shit to feed the chickens and the cows and all this other shit, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, we're not producing at a mass rate the actual healthy shit, right? This vegan lifestyle. If we wanted to create a healthy America, not just everybody could make it to $1 million, but die at 42. If we were actually wanted to create a healthy America, we couldn't do it with the amount of people that we have now. We don't have a.
Okay.
Thank God he's muted. Oh my God.
Was that all that? Before so Beans, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond, but before we do that, I want to address some of these super chats. So we have Marcus that came in and turned on us at Resla conversation. Respect this type. We were there at the beginning. It kind of went somewhere else. I'm not really sure where it went, but we're still gonna rock with it the best way we can. Next one came from Play Foundation Brick, who's up here, turned around and gave the 99. Appreciate you for the actual super sticker. Then we had Mark over here. He dropped. Yeah. He hit it with a wall because apparently ain't shit doing good over here. And then he had over here says the black people are targeted, and it's based on choices. Shake my head. Rube Mudcrab is also here, turning around and saying, Alex, stop holding back. Cook them beans, cook them. With that being said, we're gonna go back to the panel. I also want to bring Powder Dusty in here. What's going on, Flo?
And the crowd goes wild.
Hey, Dusty.
Beans, why are they pissing you off? Are they making you be fat? Fuck off, you guys.
Yeah, because apparently black people don't know how to buy healthy food,
right?
And when
you know,
black people can
you know what?
afford,
Is that what it was? Is that what you didn't get any applause or something? Like that's what it was. Damn,
he don't know where the cauliflower section is.
Cauliflower section. Oh wow, that is
apparently black people can't afford healthy food, and when they eat unhealthy food, just like white people eat, they don't know how to go for a fucking walk, so they don't get fat and get diabetes.
I don't know why Brick would choose a white vegetable.
Apparently, black people are too stupid to know how to get exercise because black people
and that's
just don't
coming
have
from a
brains.
person named Beans.
This is crazy. Beans.
This is what
are you talking about? Most black people don't have licenses, so they're walking everywhere.
Wait, Resla.
I'm never gonna agree that black people don't know how to
you gotta admit, this is funny. He literally played a video of me saying we can't do it with the number of people in the country.
You literally.
And you know what else I wanted to say? Can I just get this out, or am I not gonna be able to speak at all? Can I just get this out?
Resla, don't go for that, bro.
Maybe the reason they're trying to get rid of minorities is because of the way that they breed. If we're trying to get rid of population, like my neighbors, there's 9 of them, and the two women of childbearing ages, they're both pregnant again, and they both have 2 kids each under 4. Maybe it's the fact that minorities breed the way they do. It's a Mexican and a black chick, and they're both pregnant at the same time.
Stop.
Maybe that's the problem.
Wait,
Just saying, that's how they breed.
Stop, Alex.
Funny
Because
as
as
hell.
much as we can talk about, and I'm just gonna say this, and it's gonna be
Oh,
sounding really
shit.
bad, especially coming from my mouth. But as much as we talk about people breeding, we that is pales in comparison to how much they get rid of a year.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. Black people get rid of more of their babies than white people do. So
And think how many Kleenexes get wasted.
Jesus Christ.
just saying.
Jesus
When you could be getting those
Hey,
nutrients.
just think about all that
Maybe it's
just think about
not
all
every-
that melanin that they're giving away for free.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Turning that shit into smoothies for you crackers.
Oh,
that
shit.
shit is funny as hell. That nigga literally played a video of me saying we can't do it with the number of people in the country right now.
Well, see, and the thing is, too, when you guys were going down that stupid rabbit hole, it was because I had asked the question: are there any alternatives to population control? Right. So you guys went down this weird rabbit hole of not controlling the population through shipping them off to another country or just taking them all out back.
Wait, why is Brick trying to
Ain't Brick
control the
though? That's the
population?
point. You
No,
like
no,
what you
no,
gonna do?
no. There was a
That's
conversation
so
about
wait,
population
Resla,
control.
hold on. Resla, when he asked that question, when Brick asked that question, did I not say that's a great ass fucking question?
Say his name again.
I said that's a great fucking question, bro.
You did say it's a good question, and my response to that was pretty much just we have to pretty much fall in the lines of looking like China. What they do there.
Then I played the clip, and he said processed food is the reason why we have so many people living as long as they are, contrary to healthy food. He contrasted the.
You see what he did again? You see how he keep changing the words?
Resla,
you see how he keep changing the words?
You got jackasses that can't follow the conversation. And Brick interjecting and said, actually, it's the opposite. You know, and then he bulldozed over you like he do in order to gaslight you.
Yeah, and I did. I tried.
He changed the words now to living as long, right?
But unfortunately, he just talked over.
As if surviving
that's kind of what he's done the whole time.
He's trying to talk himself.
This nigga is
crazy,
bro.
He figures if he says it enough, that it'll become true.
Hold up.
It's getting crazy in here.
Here's the thing. As much I'm really trying to follow, especially with you, Brick, and it even do saying, but you are slightly changing shit up according to what Beans is actually.
Oh, he does that fast.
Why are we talking about Beans up in here?
He got a strong man.
Brick will steal your goalposts if you don't watch him.
No, I was trying to stick to it, right?
Yeah, not to Brick. We're talking about do.
Yeah, the first thing that you mentioned was the population problem, and I asked you, how do you what? I can't even remember at this point.
Yeah, you guys how will we fix it, and I told you I don't think we can.
We
right?
could start eating our dead instead of wasting all that good meat.
To be done is not something that I would ever recommend.
He doesn't stop powder dusting.
I would never recommend that. You're literally talking now about the conversation that we had, and you can't remember, but you don't want me to
because
tell
you've
you what it was
gone
because
down
I do
so many
right?
rabbit holes. You've
Like,
gone
yo,
down
it's okay
so
to just, I get it, bro.
Every time somebody's in a monkey, just keep on talking until you
Well, wait.
Absolutely. Because he couldn't remember. It was my fault that I can't remember, but he can't. Fuck
after
you.
we get this sorted out, after we get this sorted out, I need I have 3 people in now. So once we get this sorted out, and hopefully very quickly, whether it's between you, Brick, and even you do, I need Beans to get his shit off. I haven't heard really anything from Hoover. Grumple just came in, and I do want to hear from Flo as well.
Good evening.
What's it?
Hello.
Weird and offensive.
Hello. Good to see you.
I do remember what it was though. So it was, you mentioned that there's 130 million too many white people, and you said we should get rid of those, and I said what would be the purpose, and then I actually asked how would you do that.
Yeah, and
that was the Miracle Whip.
And my answer to that question was I don't know. That's like The things that we can talk about doing is not something I would ever suggest. I would never suggest let's go around and delete people or none of that. I would never say any of that.
Poison the raisin.
He actually did
You see the
suggest
point?
that,
You see
but
what I'm
then acted
saying?
like he was
You
playing.
see, hey, break. But you see how when you asked the question, they were absolutely silent, and now that I'm trying to answer you, they won't be quiet. But Brick, what I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying is this, Brick, to answer your question, that's why I was saying if there are already things, and Squash had acknowledged it, right? If there are already things in place that they're doing to reduce the population, what I'm saying is why is it disproportionately affecting the smaller demographics and not the majority? That was my only question.
Quick question. Are y'all talking about US or worldwide?
Yeah, we were just talking about the US, bro.
So the stream actually is America first, and all the reasons why, and I kind of tend to agree with Resla's points. I only heard like one thing that I don't agree with, but everything else, it's like America first. Yes, 100%.
And
now I'm curious as to what he doesn't agree with.
What's his name? Can I ask him what's his name? The guy under me. What's his name?
Beans?
That's Grumple.
What is his name?
Grumple.
Peckerwood. Grumpelstiltskin. Or Peckerwood if you like. I mean,
like Rumpelstiltskin, but with a G.
But that's like a more gringo version of something.
Resla, read the chat. Somebody asked how much to drop beans.
Oh, you do bounties over here, Resla?
It's back and forth, but I have not put forth any bounties tonight.
Okay. Grump, let me ask you a question.
$50. Get
do you
beans.
believe that
we got enough fat black people around here as it is.
We need to get rid of immigrants, Grump?
That's right.
I'm sorry. I'm hard of hearing. Like it was like
that was wild. Wow.
What I thought we all agreed that fat blacks are the problem.
So can
that is fucking crazy.
So
I think the question was something about
right.
I'm
People feeling
Hispanic
safe
also,
on the black man's channel.
All right, so Resla, do you mind if I recap? Because I'm the only one that really gave you some logical pushback on, the examples of not being America first. So
I'm on Tylenol, ibuprofen. I ain't got no Vicodin yet. Just donate to the Vicodin front. We need
so
Vicodin.
I was the one that kind of said, like, in context, I can give you some reasons why. Like, and generally speaking, I'm America first, right? If people stepped on America's soil and we go into war, I'm America first. If we have to go and be the aggressors against somebody, so in that context, I'm America first. But we have to deal with the reality that there is teams, right? And there's classism and things of that nature. You got the super elite that's messing everybody over. In that case, I am not America first. I believe that there's a power structure that exists, that we will never even know who these people are, that we are catching the short end of the stick. I think that we need to go against these people. And I was asked that, how would I go about it? I said, I don't even know who these people are. How would I go about it? And then I read this, right? And this was really one of my main things, to where I feel like there's a clear line between who America thinks America is and who the people think America are. And I read this: we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure our blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution to the United States. That there is the preamble to the Constitution. That's the first sentence of the Constitution. And I said, most people do not know what posterity means, right? And posterity are your descendants. So I said the founding fathers clearly seen America as theirs and didn't delineate, right? They said that. So there are clear teams. And in that aspect, I think that I'm against America in that aspect, that how we see America and want it to be, the idealist America, the American dream, I want it to be that way. But I think the reality is not that. I think that there's an elite class that's controlling people. And
I do want to say, with what you said about the short stick, I think if we do want to get rid of the short stick, then we should get rid of white men and Asians, because they do have the shortest stick and no one needs that.
Yeah, flow
so
first.
Maybe we should keep black men around.
You're gonna have to come measure again, because I think that you got your
we should keep black
it was
men
in
around.
metric
calculations wrong.
It was metric. Don't worry about that.
Alexandria, I thought we agreed fat blacks were the problem. What are you doing to me now?
Fat blacks are the problem because once you get fat, your dick shrinks. But for the in shape blacks, we should keep them and just get rid of the fat blacks, the white.
You know what? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not the small. Maybe
We
you just
have to
have a
get rid of
huge
the short
vagina.
sticks. If it's
Maybe
not 5
I
inches, no
tried,
one needs
Resla.
it.
I really
Yeah,
tried,
she's got a
Resla.
big one now.
I tried.
Maybe the problem is your vagina is just really big.
No,
Oh
it's
my
not
gosh,
yet. But
how?
I'm trying to get it there.
Not
And if I get
yet.
like a good 7-8 inches, I could get there. But if I keep up with these
How?
4-inch white ones,
How?
I'm not going to get anywhere. So 4 inches or less, we got to get rid of it.
How?
I'm okay with that.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's fine.
I got nothing for that. Due diligence. One of the key things about the declaration was we pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Like they put it all on the line.
Well, he was actually reading the
don't have
preamble
that
for the
anymore.
Constitution, although the
Yeah,
Declaration
that was for
is
the
the better
Declaration,
one.
though.
If you want to hear that one, and I'd love to.
Well, let's deal with what I just read because he was about to make a mistake. Let's not switch it up. Deal with what I put on the table.
Okay.
Just flopped his dick out on the table.
Wow.
Look at that.
I
Treat
mean,
me in a way that I'm not going to treat you.
me and
Because you were
Alexandria
talking about
something too.
posterity. Because you were talking about posterity, and that actually has to deal with future and
we go.
actually
Hold up.
prodigy, right? So when you're looking at the realm of possibilities for the future and the prodigy, it's not like you're just taking into consideration your own future. You're actually looking at what is going to happen beyond when you're dead. And this is the difference between this country and most of the other ones. There are some that
You think
that have
Americans
moved-
think on longer terms than other
Well,
countries?
it's not
Somebody
prodigy, it's
absolutely.
progeny.
Absolutely, we do not. Everything in America is shorter
progeny
time.
is also a word for it.
Essentially.
Progeny is your offspring. Prodigy is someone that you're teaching.
Prodigy is it's
No, that's a protege.
My
My
Prodigy
son is my
somebody smart.
progeny. That's
smack
progeny.
my bitch up.
Yeah, also that twisted fire starter, etc. That's also prodigy. But prodigy is generally a child that's really good at something. Progeny is your children.
Progeny is your
And
offspring.
protege,
protege
is who you're a mentor for.
A prodigy.
You just let her have it because she was right.
I was right.
Is a young,
I know what a progeny
prodigy
is.
is a young child. Is a young child being brought up. Same way the award can also be a prodigy. It has to do with intellect.
I refer to my child as my
exceptionalism.
progeny. I know the definition.
Is Beans eating right now? Why are
descendant
you
of
eating right now? We got a
the
problem to
offspring
solve.
of.
We know who ain't a motherfucking prodigy on this.
You saying the
goddamn
one with the letter E in it?
It's prodigy
I don't
because
know.
it's about exceptionalism, and we're talking about the American, which is exceptional.
Who is it?
Oh, definitely me.
I think he was talking about me because he's rude like that.
No, that's You're always right.
You're being ignorant.
But
That's what I think
kinda,
too.
To Dude's point, when we're talking about the future, right? That's actually a great reason, in my opinion, to have this type of discussion because, especially like Resla brings this up. He says, "I'm an American first," and people come up and bring up their problems and say, "I don't support this type of American because they're not American enough for me." And that, in my opinion, isn't American. No.
Rizla, I know damn well you ain't said that shit.
No, I said do. I said do.
You said Rizla.
Oh, you said
I didn't-
Resla, but you
I
probably
didn't
meant
say.
to.
I didn't point to anybody in particular. Although I am pointing at do now. I said
part of it you
when-
said Resla said, but I think
I
the-
said when
the whole
people.
thing.
No, listen. I said when Resla brings up this conversation. Listen.
Yeah.
When Resla brings up this conversation and says, "I am an American first," but then other people come up and say, "I don't support other people. I don't support that type of American because they're not American enough for me." And this I am pointing at you, do. You're talking about the 1%. These people are Americans. And no offense, but you know what? This is what they do. They create corporations. They go outside the bounds of the border and they go do business with other countries and they bring in products.
Yeah.
services
Don't listen
for
to
us.
Flo, that little baby back
This
bitch.
is,
No, don't listen to Flo. Don't listen to Flo. He's a
Period.
child
Don't
killer.
do
Resla, that was
He
a
literally
choice.
contributed.
that. This is like not.
All right. I see ya. I see ya. I see it's official. You have chosen violence. Fuck it, because I see it in the chat. Now I see everybody that be getting up here on here. They want to choose violence. Fine, you want your fucking bounties, you get your fucking bounties. God damn it, because y'all, everybody's choosing violence now. I see this shit. Go ahead.
You know, that little
Thank
child
you.
killing bitch. Why don't you sell some more drugs and sell some more kids, you little bitch?
All
Yeah,
right.
dude, go dance for your
Do you
entertainment. Go
have any
dance.
siblings? Do you have any
Dance,
siblings,
monkey. Dance, you
cousins?
little black. Dance, black.
I'll just ask
Dance,
your
you little
mom.
black.
What did
Yeah,
I
dance, you
miss?
little black. Dance because you can't get a real job, you piece of shit.
Imperious,
that's
you
me?
talking to me?
Who are you
Yeah,
talking to?
you child killer. How many children you kill with your drug dealing, you piece of shit?
Bro,
Okay, maybe that's
are you
no. I'm
No,
the only one
this
that
son of a
ever.
bitch should have got the
Going on right now.
chair.
So he's really mad because
No,
I'm a
I'm not
drug
mad.
dealer,
I just like
but
abusing little
I
felon
am
pieces of
more
shit.
prominent than he is.
Why do I care? I'm here with you now again, bitch. You think I need your
I know.
show?
You sound like you're
Here
about
you
to
are now,
cry.
bitch.
chair, a
Welcome to
desk
my web,
chair?
bitch.
You sound like you're about.
Yeah,
Oh, this is your
YouTube. You
web.
sound like a drug dealing tweaker.
Mm-hmm.
How many times you tweak on stream, you little piece of shit? You're gonna judge me after you killed a couple kids with your drug dealing?
Yes, and
You think you can judge me on anything, you piece of shit?
Way.
How many people's death did you contribute to, you piece of
Imperious,
shit?
what is one thing you're better at than me?
I've only ever heard veterans
Living a human life, not killing
Living
people.
a human life.
Living a human life and not killing
Okay.
people by using drugs and
Okay.
selling drugs, you piece of shit.
Not nothing. You don't have anything.
Yeah, that's better. You know what? You know what that selling drugs is, you piece of shit? It's the lowest of the low. You
Why
couldn't
did you-
make it
why
in
did
real
you not care about
competition,
it
you
until you got
bitch.
banned from my
So you
page?
had to
I think
play
you're trying to
outside the
ruin your
rules,
show on
bitch.
purpose, bro. I'm starting to think this is
You
on
couldn't
purpose,
do
bro.
shit. You had to play outside the game,
Why
you
did
little
you
bitch.
Absolutely on
until you
And
purpose,
got
that's
bro.
why
banned from
your
my
ass
channel?
went to jail and you'll never have a job the rest of your life. How many? Hey, how's that heroin pussy feel?
Why would I want to work for
How's that
somebody like
heroin
you?
pussy feel? I wonder, you little pussy, if felony
Why would I
evading is
want to
still
work for
relevant
somebody
in your
like you
state.
do?
I
Don't let
wonder
them
if felony
sabotage your
evading,
show,
what
right?
you got your wife to do. Yeah, I wonder if felony evading is still, if that's your limitation, is still good.
We've already turned her in.
Yeah, you piece of shit. So he's admitting to a second felony. How many times you admit to a second felony on stream that you evaded police?
Snitch on me.
Yeah, you piece of shit. No, there's no snitch. I'm an officer of the court, you piece of shit. You're the snitch, you little rat fuck.
Loser on panel.
He is so angry because he's not
No,
like
I'm angry that pieces of shit are like you are walking free in my country.
than you are.
I'm pissed that pieces of shit like you aren't deported to El Salvador. We don't need pieces of shit like you here, Flo. You dance like a black for people's enjoyment and make money. That's all you can do.
Imperious, what court are you officer of?
Yeah. It's called an officer of the court, you bitch. I'm bar certified in 6 states, you piece of shit.
No, you're not. You're a fucking
That's
liar.
a lot of lawyers.
Yeah, why don't you go ask CT if I sent him my bar card, you piece of shit?
There is no
I'll
way
ask him.
you
Why
are an
don't you ask
officer.
him?
Yeah, ask him. Go ahead, go ask him, you piece of shit. Go ask him.
Imperious, not with that attitude. There is absolutely
Yes, you
zero
dumbass.
chance
You're not in the industry to know how people really are.
Zero chance that you hold a bar card,
piece of
you
shit.
With you talking the way
No,
you're
yo,
talking,
why not, you piece of shit? How many times you seen attorneys getting fist fights outside the court, you dumbass? You don't work at high level law, you piece of shit.
Nobody wants to hear people talk one at a time. I think we should.
Imperious, I'm
I don't give a shit what you want to hear, woman. This isn't for you. This is for the child killer.
Prefer.
This is for the child
I
killer.
had a really good lawyer.
It just makes more sense that way. Let's have everyone.
Yes,
talk
exactly.
at
You,
once,
yeah,
everyone
and you
yell,
still
and then
serve,
no
you
one
felon.
says anything. I like that.
Hey,
I
Imperious.
Yeah, you're a felon. You'll always be a felon, you piece of shit. So you have less rights than me, so I can treat you like a slave, you piece of shit.
I have more rights.
You have
than
less
you.
rights than me. You can't own a firearm, you piece of shit.
That's not your real name. We know it's not your real name.
You can't own a firearm, you piece of shit. Why don't? Hey, do you own one?
You can't.
Why don't we tell the ask the ATF? You own one, you piece of shit. Why don't you admit to that on stream too?
Thank you, Leo.
I'm a coward. I think drug dealers who kill people for their job is a coward.
I think
Resla, you have a bounty. Thank you.
Leo said, "Fuck off for the 10."
Fuck.
Oh, just a point of order.
You're going for a minimum of 10.
That wasn't quite 10.
If you want to boost it anyone else's spot or whatever else, you do whatever. Y'all wanted this night.
Imperious is banned from my. This is why he's mad. He got banned from my channel. He actually has a bond, like some other people do. And his is $100, but he's a broke lawyer because he's not a lawyer.
Is what you said.
Well, he's not a lawyer.
And
Being on
you
the
got
bar
10.
in 6 states
Imperious,
is
you got 10. You
that's
got
a lot
10.
of lawyer.
Yeah, that's a lot of tests you got to pass.
Until my community has decided to boost up the price of the brick. Right now we're holding at 10. So you're gonna be back in about
So the
And
point that
so
I was
9
making
more
to the
minutes.
panel, man, let's get off that shit. But I want y'all to just challenge this, right? The point that I'm ultimately trying to make, which is, I'm gonna I'm not gonna caveat it, but here's the point. Like, there's two Americas, right? There is the America which the forefathers imagined, which Americans were a certain class of people, right? Nobody else was considered American. And then we have this idea of America, to where all of us now think that all of us are American, but I still think we have this elitist view of the people that's in power, right? They know who the real America is, right? And they're going to let people believe that in the American dream that everybody can do what they want to do. You get all these luxuries, all these so-called privileges, but it's really just keeping these people in power because they hold all the power, the big corporations, the big, farming and all these type of things, right? So, yeah, you got the American dream to where all of us is like participating and getting money, crumbs, but then you have this elite class that's really just raping everybody because they own everything.
So I have a question for you, Do you know how many free states existed in 1789 when the Constitution was signed?
I would like somebody to just engage with my question. I'm supposed to get out of here too.
When you say free states, do you mean non-slave?
Did you hear what he said, Brick? He don't need a history lesson. He said just answer
37. There were 13 Confederate States of America, so there were 37 that were not.
He said he don't want a history lesson. He just
My
wants someone to engage with his
problem
fucking
with the
question.
narrative is that somebody's claiming that the founding fathers didn't have the same idealism that exists or existed in 1865, right? And so what I'm asking you is a logical delineation, which is, do you even understand what the founding fathers intended when they ensured that all of the people had rights? Because 5 of those states that existed at that time actually had everybody there having their same rights. Everybody in those five states.
So yes, so I can actually prove that everybody didn't have the same rights. Negroes weren't a part of the constitutional fold. Native Americans weren't part of the constitutional fold. Irishmen weren't part of the constitutional fold. Hindu people weren't. Like, do I have to keep going? You're so smart, Brick.
So you're talking about
Everybody did not. So
non-Americans.
hold on, Brick. Hold on. Let me finish.
Non-Americans.
So the founding fathers did not have the ideology that America perpetuates today. That everybody in America is not American.
They were called. Wait, dude, none of that was addressed in the Constitution. What do you mean?
They were called WASPs. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants were the originators of this country.
Yeah.
He's not wrong. They did not have anyone else in mind. It wasn't until later where they started to maybe feel guilty about it. Due diligence is hitting the nail on the head.
Wait, stop. It wasn't the fact that started feeling guilty about it. Even to the point where people who would be born as being, quote, the first generation Americans didn't start happening until, quote, I want to say like 1923. There was a little girl, a Chinese American. His name was Wan Kim Ark. I don't quote me on that. I think R-A-R-K was his last name, but Wan Kim Ark. And he was born in the 1800s, when literally people were telling him that he was not an American, even though he was born here. And that went to the Supreme Court, which is why I saying that if you are born here under foreigners, you get now classified as Americans. It had to literally go under that man.
But the problem with that is it's a red herring. So you're pointing to a thing on the outside and saying that that's the whole country. That's not the whole country, right? And so if, let's say I had 13 coins and I pointed at them and I said, half of these coins are dirty and half of them are clean. Which one are you going to want to live in? You're going to say, I want to live in the free states.
Who's echoing?
Right?
Someone's open micing.
And someone's echoing a bit, yeah. It's just getting worse now. Test 1 2. Was it Flo?
It's when Brick was talking. I could hear it over somebody else's microphone. I thought
No, Flo, you got it. Looks like it was you. Good.
I mean, the thing too, like I'm not trying to say that some of the states, in fact, most of the states, and most of the politicians and the corporate entities definitely supported and promoted that ideology of slavery, right? The problem here is that not all people did.
Let's not keep it on slavery because I wasn't talking about slavery.
I get it. I get it because the problem.
You threw me off with
is
Queen
when
Coins
the
from
problem
countries.
when stop. The problem when this shit got started. And as much as I'm not going to make it a total thing, dude, you brought the first part of talking about history when it comes to like the differences in slavery and shit like that. Beams ran it through, and we've been stuck on this concept of the differences. I talked about being an American. That means regardless of what the fuck your skin is like. Didn't no one listen to my hour fucking monologue? Of course I didn't. But I literally had a whole thing where we said even to the point where we weren't even going on the fact that whether your skin or your race, but just talking about being a fucking American. And we've been stuck on skin and race for at least a solid 40 fucking minutes. So I want y'all to sit there and reflect on what the fuck you've been talking about outside of what the hell the entire concept American first means.
My point was directly to your point, and I brought up several different types of people that aren't in the constitutional fold of being American. So here's my thing. Let's bring it full circle, right?
Were they all races?
I want the ideal of America to be true, but I just don't think it is, right?
To make it true.
That's the whole deal. So like
You don't think it is based on what?
I mean, I've said it several times.
Are you saying it based on class? Because we had a conversation about class. But you also mentioned some other aspects. Beans took it to a whole nother level.
Indeed.
But we've been stuck there.
And then he ran when bounties came up.
The foundational documents don't say anything about where you're from or your skin color, and like nothing about that.
So in the Constitution and the Supreme Court says who can be an American and who can't. And do you agree that at one point African Americans could not be Americans? Like people that's from Africa that was born here in America cannot be a part of the constitutional fold.
Right back.
Caveat: that's not in the Constitution.
We're back at the beginning. We're back at the beginning.
Hold on, Resla, because I said like 5 other different people too. But the point that I'm making is you say American first, but I'm saying that America is America first, and you have to delineate who are the real Americans opposed to the ideal.
But when 200 years ago?
Wait. At what point do you say? Wait. No. He's the question. At what point do you say who's a real American? At what point? How do you determine what's a real American?
So I'm trying to. If you just listen, right? I read the preamble to the Constitution, and it says, "We the people, and our posterity." And then I define what posterity mean, which is us, the people who founded America, and our kids. And then if you look at the laws, they wouldn't let people at that time be citizens of the United States. And then when they did, right, they declared these people second-class citizens. Now they didn't declare it, but it made you 14th Amendment.
They declared it?
Hold on.
How long are you going to oppress yourself for?
They made it 14th Amendment citizens, right? And if they had to be 14th Amendment citizens, that implies that you are a second class, because why make people 14th Amendment citizens?
What are they now, dude?
Stop. I want you to say this point because I have a simple question. This is just a matter of definition. Go ahead, dude.
So this is the question. If people that are 14th Amendment citizens, right? That then why if they are the same class as people that's already here, there's no point of adding 14th Amendment citizens. You just say, okay, everybody is brought into the constitutional fold. You don't have to bring in the 14. You just say, okay, everybody is citizens.
Right.
The 14th Amendment was intended
Really,
to
stop. I have a question for you, dude. What is the definition of prosperity?
It's not prosperity. It's posterity.
What is the definition of prosperity?
Is it like a prostate exam?
No.
Bro, I read it. Posterity is your descendants.
Right.
Quoi? Future generations. It doesn't specify.
That's exactly that. Yeah.
Descendants.
Okay.
If
So
you say bro.
So because you found some like. You know that black people are part of the
future for the future of the country, and those who are considered to be countrymen are to do the
Americans.
best for Americans to do the best what they can for their future generations.
Hang on, are we saying posterity? Because I thought I heard prosperity.
Posterity.
No, posterity.
Okay.
Prostate.
I am a little hard of hearing. Just
your prostate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why people can't follow. And I read the definition whenever I read it originally.
Again, a lot of the people who are up here weren't here during that original conversation. That's why I needed you to say it again. Since I am the only person who's been up here the entire conversation.
So are you then at this point going to?
By the way, welcome Eliza.
Hi. Hey, Rosa.
Good evening.
That the whole country now hinges upon the preamble of the Constitution.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit absurd that you're going to go back and be like, well, they didn't originally mean it for me. And like, I don't. Okay, so you're refusing to join.
No. Right. So the
we got a better captain on the ship now.
So the question that Resla asked, he said, I gave the instances when I am against America, right? I said there's two Americas.
Let's get back to the child killer. Hey, ma'am, let's see if you have any tracks on those arms. Does she have tracks on her arms, Flo?
Imperious, no, this isn't what this. No, this is not the time, dude.
Or does she have tracks on her pussy?
Yeah, Imperious, we're not
shoot it up on her
clit
or what?
Conversation at all.
And no, you're just a complete human piece of garbage.
We're not interested in your stupidity,
dude. Why do I care? I have you here now. I don't need your shit show. I have you here now, Flo. I get to abuse you here now, bitch.
Me?
Why? I get to yeah, you're right in front of me, bitch. So I'm gonna think of my bitch when she's here. I'm gonna think of my bitch when she's
We're not interested.
I don't care. Shut your fucking mouth.
We're not interested.
Shut your fucking mouth, you dumb piece of shit. This is my time for the child killer. This is my time for the child killer. Shut your fucking mouth.
To say you are more.
Hold on. Why are you so upset at somebody that's potentially a child killer? It sounds like you butthurt because you can't pop one at your dick, sir.
No, it's called he killed a kid. He killed kids. He sells drugs.
We're not interested.
He sold drugs. He kills kids. You piece of human garbage.
We're not interested in your lies.
He's a convicted felon for drug dealing. He's a piece of shit that's led to the death of
you came up here causing all kinds of chaos and confusion when we weren't even talking about that.
Just remember who this piece of shit is.
I've been called a child killer.
He's not welcome with white people anywhere.
It's okay. I'm a child killer too. I swallow.
I can guarantee you no whites hang around felons.
Love it, Eliza.
Yeah, whites don't hang around felons.
We already know that you are an officer of the court. You're a liar.
Why am I a liar, bitch?
You're an officer of the court.
So? You don't think I can have personal opinion?
Professional liar.
You don't think I can have personal opinion? No, shut your mouth, dude. You know what what do you get disbarred for? What do you get disbarred for, you piece of shit? It's for using clients' funds. It's for using clients' funds, moron.
We don't want to
know. Sir,
I got a question.
I understand that you have something with your boyfriend, but can you guys go ahead and take that away?
Clients in escrow fund, you idiot. And you use it. That's how you get disbarred, you moron.
Wait, are you
the host has a question.
Concurrently?
I got a question for you, Flo. How many panels have Imperious already followed you upon?
This is the second today out of 2.
Yeah, and I'll keep going on because I like abusing him. He's my bitch.
He's so obsessed with me. He's following.
Yeah, I get to go on every channel and abuse you, little bitch, until you get to sit in your fucking corner of drug dealers.
You're just gonna get kicked off.
Sit in your drug den. Stay in your shithole little $100 100-person channel, you shithole.
I will, and you're still not allowed there, and you're still gonna be mad about it. You big mad.
You gotta wait. He'll keep his 100% channel. Imperious, you got dropped yet again because you know what I don't like? Stalkers, sir. I don't like hate watchers.
It's weird. Yeah.
I don't like your take on this by a loud mouth.
It's something. Wait. Stop.
He's claiming 6 days.
But something I say in my own fucking platform. Anyone who sits by pretty much jerking off to hate watch is someone I don't already applaud.
He can jerk off to me. He just has to do it silently on his alone.
No.
That's what the tier 4 subs
I
get,
don't.
right?
No, I don't even want to see the squirt emoji next to his
Oh, wow.
name in the chat. If you're fucking up here.
Since you kicked him off, you might get to share, a free timeshare in his headspace. Right now, I think it's mostly me and Andrew Wilson.
Here's the thing, though. He might be very well welcome to do that kind of stuff and maybe even be able to redeem himself. But in my state, especially in this state, I ban without redemption. You have to get a whole new fucking account. Because I don't have to suffer anyone.
Hold on, I'm not even gonna hold you. I thought that person was sitting there talking about that queen right there, and I'm about to say, hold on, how are you gonna sit there and call her a child killer? I swallow all the time. Do you know how many kids are gone now? Like, what are you talking about? That's
Sure.
But
if it's for your husband,
okay, right.
But if it's for your husband, technically you're saving lives. You're just keeping them for storage.
I feel that. See, I like that.
No, but for real, I mean, me too. I've swallowed billions, and the amount that I've let go up into I've let so many go up into my IUD on a dummy mission. Like there was nowhere to go. You know what I mean? The IUD.
Hold on. Don't get it twisted, cause I did that shit too and still got pregnant. Hold up. That's why I just swallowed them motherfuckers now.
Eliza, I want to hear what you're saying.
At this point, they all go and die.
Maybe if you pull them.
Shut up, Grumple. The girls are talking about blowjobs. What the fuck's wrong with
facts, yo? She said IUD, but I just cut the UD part out. I just heard I, and I was like, yes, absolutely.
I heard that at first too.
But no, for real, it's a dummy mission. It's all just a dummy mission. They just die.
Well, look, I tried that too. Obviously, I don't know what about XI. He might have some super sperm because them bitches got me pregnant every time. It don't matter whether I was on birth control, not the implant, the depot, the IUD. I actually used both, the white one and the copper one. Still got pregnant on that bitch. Look, my only resolution, honey, even spermicidal condoms. My only resolution was just to take him down the hatch. That was my only resolution. Because everything
I have the copper IUD. I have the Paragard, but yeah, he got some Thanos going in there.
Paragard.
Okay. Period.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I love it though.
Like he's a soldier guard in your womb.
Is that code for anal?
Well, look, honestly,
no, sir. That's called balance. That's called balance. It's not anal.
I'm gonna be quiet
it's
now.
called balance.
I'm about to say, you know what? Honestly, I'd be worried about doing that because I probably get pregnant from fucking anal too, knowing my luck.
I'm not worried about it. It works every time as of now.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I have 8 kids and counting. Okay.
8 kids.
Get you some enemas get you some enemas and some lube and start that anal up.
Girl, no, because as soon as I sit there and get that lube, I'm gonna want that vitamin D, and I get in trouble all over again.
Once you get that anal, you'll forget you even have a front hole. You forget it's even there.
Okay.
Like, what is it even there for?
Let's go. That's the first.
Well, you know what? That sounds interesting.
That's the first time I've
Once
ever
you feel it in
heard
the
that.
back, you're like, what is the front for? It's just for having babies. Like, it's pointless. It's worthless. What's it there for? It's just for bleeding.
Oh,
Alex, damn, Alex is like a Catholic school girl. I like it.
Look, hold on, say 15 Hail Marys.
Is there a prostate required for that?
Oh, my life.
I've been drinking too much. Let me shut up.
Here it is.
You're funny.
I blame Eliza. It's her fault. It's not my fault.
Yeah, she read the wrong side of that book. Instead of Protestants, it was Prostatans.
You are preemptively forgiven for all your blowjobs, butt sex, and other fuckery.
All I'm saying is she can blame it on the alcohol. I am sober.
Hey, Alex,
I am 100% sober.
No, I just want to, grease the tracks, if you know what I mean.
I didn't hear the question.
Yes,
Wait,
sir.
what?
I'm just trying to apply lube over the internet right now.
Yes,
Oh my
sir.
God.
Yes, sir.
I'm just spitting on it first.
So long as you do a cross before you spit, you're good.
Spectacles, testicles.
Watch me spit these blessings all over that butthole.
Spit that holy water.
He's so gross.
Somebody said girls proud of how much they swallow is something else. At least I'm not like my neighbors, just pregnant all the time. 11 people in a 2-bedroom house.
It's exercise.
That's embarrassing.
I mean,
Wait, stop. No, don't feel bad. She's a giver.
Did you call her the two?
I'm just saying. I'd rather have one kid and be swallowing than have 11 people in a 2-bedroom house. That's embarrassing.
I mean, I got 8 people in a 7-bedroom
let
house.
her live. She wants a big family.
I mean,
Let her live.
and I still swallow too. So you know what? I give hats off. I agree.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
damn.
I don't want to.
I'd rather swallow than live in poverty.
I'm offering discounts on that too.
What?
Resla, where am I?
He's like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I like it.
I'll teach you how to do all the things, Eliza. I'll teach you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, honey. You ain't got to teach me, honey, because believe me, I'm fucking on top of a refrigerator and I can fuck on a pole, baby. There ain't no you can teach me.
Nah. She's got this. She's got this thing. She got this thing that is called the rolling tonsils. It's amazing.
What are we supposed to do on our
On top of a refrigerator is interesting.
Yeah, we found out about a new thing on the bucket list.
How's that?
Even I
Do you not store stuff on top of the refrigerator, or like?
Oh no! Of course we take it down first. You know, you do the same way that whenever you're sitting there fucking on top of a counter, you take the shit off the counter first. But
maybe you do.
Well, I mean, shit. I'm the one that has to clean that shit up. Yeah, I'm gonna take that shit off.
It's called spring cleaning for a reason.
Thank you. You feel me?
Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay, I got you. Please carry on. I apologize.
What's good, CJ?
Interruption.
Yeah.
It's working.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
it
I
is.
trouble with earphones sometimes. Thank you.
And muffly, but
CJ, did you see earlier when Imperius was crying because he's banned?
I sure did.
He's not banned. He's just kicked over here.
No, he's banned. That's why he's mad, because he's banned from mine.
Yeah, he's so crazy that it makes me think it's a skit, but he's also so crazy that it makes me not think it's a skit.
He does.
Nothing is a skit here. It's all real.
He does that everywhere he goes, though, and it's always somebody else.
Yes, people that make him feel inferior.
Yeah,
right.
You can't learn if you can't learn. You can't make up your points anywhere if you get kicked off where the fuck you're at.
So the worst thing you can do to a rich boy lawyer is be a poor, smarter boy than him.
Well, I'll just say this much: if you're a rich boy lawyer and this is how you spend your pastime, I mean, damn.
Yeah.
He's a lawyer secretary. He's the secretary.
Oh, he's a paralegal.
I don't care if I don't care if I was a legal secretary. I would not be spending my time doing this.
he said he's passed the bar in 6 states, but he didn't say.
I find that really hard to believe.
Wait, hold on. Wait, did you say that he stated that he passed the bar in 6 states, yet he still has time to sit there and try to follow anybody on fucking YouTube instead of sitting there focusing on cases?
All night.
That's what he said.
So exactly what bar did he pass? Did he pass like an underwear bar, like the broomstick bar? I mean, I'm really wondering because I know it wasn't the British exam.
The local bar and then turn around.
Eliza, you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. It's called the milk bar. That's the only bar he cared about.
To be fair, it could be like reciprocity, like some constitutional carry will concealed carry will recognize your concealed carry in other states. Maybe that's how.
The bar association doesn't work like that.
But then you wouldn't say you passed the bar in 6 states either.
Right. Exactly.
Bar associations, it's different per state. Like they're all separate organizations. There's no reciprocity or nothing like that.
I'm just thinking maybe
Can I just say the fact that you will waste your time going to 6 different states to do so?
I mean, what's he going to do with it anyways? He's going to follow his man crush on the internet.
Exactly my point. Well, no matter.
It's possible, just not at the same time.
It's possible, but here's the thing: if you're representing a company in one state, that one company, what's the point of having it in every other state? unless you plan on moving to stay in that.
Like if you have
state.
professional certifications or you do business in multiple states, a lot of times you have to have
like
the stuff for those different states.
I know that about like
I'll say
RNs.
this much
But I don't
when
think
I got
lawyers
a when
let
I
that.
got a I'll say this much when I got a certification, that certification was nationwide.
I'm
Was
of
it
the same.
Nationwide is on your
The bar doesn't
side.
work that way.
the bar
person
is per
one-
state?
That
It's
would
not
not
like
be on here.
CHLs though.
Yeah, so my thing is this: if you're not planning on staying there long enough to practice within that state, it's a waste.
I believe if you're a PE, if you're a professional engineer, if you have that certification, that's nationwide. I believe. Bar association, that's different
that are
organization in every
nationwide.
state. Yeah.
Why are you guys still talking about him?
Oh, I enjoy it because I know that he's seething and hating and seething and hating, and the more he thinks about me, the bigger my real estate grows.
He thinks
I'm trying to build an empire here.
Basically,
Fair
what Flo is just saying right now is like he enjoys him nutting off the hate.
Flo's getting girthier based on how much Imperius stalks him, is what he's saying. That's what I heard.
Oh my God. So that's the trick to making a man grow. Thank you. I finally got it.
Yeah, get Imperius to stalk him, apparently, right? Who knew? Get it, girl.
I'm a little
I think
late
he
for that
passed
lesson.
the bar and went straight to the liquor store because he couldn't afford the drinks at the bar.
I believe that one.
No,
I
that's
believe that.
ignorant. You're being ignorant. That's ignorant.
Shit.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, his claim is very questionable, to say the least.
Yeah.
Dubious, you might say.
Yes.
Felonious.
It's quite dubious. Not felonious. We don't know that. He has asserted that
I mean,
Mr. Flo is
you know what?
felonious.
I bet if we were to get persnickety with it, I could find a good case for at least assault, possibly stalking.
Stalking for sure, and
I
harassment.
don't know how those.
How are you gonna?
looked at.
What are the elements of
Stalking.
assault? On if you're gonna say, I'm curious.
Because assault is a threat. Battery is contact.
It has to be an immediate threat, though.
Does it? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know because I'm not a snitch.
Well,
so-
it could be called harassing, though.
No, that's ignorant.
I don't think you can do assault online on a panel, though. Just I'll put that out there. That's my legal interpretation. I'm not a lawyer. Which
Oh yeah, no.
the acronym for "I'm not a lawyer" is "I-anal." By the way, isn't that funny?
Oh,
Well,
artisanal is like that as well. Artisanal is anal.
Artisanal. What? Hang on,
That's a fine craft anal there.
Yes, it is.
The host, can you pose the question of the show to me so I can?
The final question.
I didn't catch the monologue either.
The echo is fierce. I think it's Flo and somebody else.
What do you
now.
mean by the final question?
Like you had a question to go along with the title of the show, which is "I'm American First."
Oh my dear, I had a whole hour monologue.
Oh my word, and I missed it. I was actually helping somebody from the other app, and
let me think. Hold up. Let me get back in my mind.
Yeah, let me get the
my
clip
kid
notes.
down.
You were sexing your husband. Don't lie.
oh, honey, I wouldn't lie about that. Ever. I mean, shit, there's actually out on YouTube by mistake. I didn't realize that I turned my camera off and didn't turn my audio off, and I got overheard.
Girl.
Last month, so it happened.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, honestly, I really don't give a shit. I sit there and I talk about sitting there giving my husband blowjobs. So, I mean, why should I be offended that somebody heard it? Because now y'all can verify what the fuck I said I be doing is what the fuck I said I be doing.
Yeah, I mean, my buddy and the rest of them
I
laughed
gotta
about
be
it. We're
honest.
like,
That
everybody
is a
does
lot.
it, so-
I don't need you proving yourself. It is okay.
Well, no. It's
You
not,
got 8 kids,
not
everybody
now
knows.
like that, but it's just everybody got their, they start clenching their pearls and got their pennies in a bunch. And I'm sitting here like, bro, y'all need to ease up. Maybe y'all need to get fucked too.
They got their panties in a bunch, and you don't even have your.
There you go.
Exactly.
I was just thinking that.
Okay,
They wouldn't have
Well, it might be something interesting, Flo. You
There was a
don't know.
lot.
Might be there.
There was a
but-
lot in what I was talking about in terms of being American, right?
Mm-hmm.
The aspect is that a lot of people are not proud to be what they are. And a lot of people like to talk about their beliefs. A lot of people talk about, like, I talk to a lot of people on the internet and even in real life, and they say things like, I am a Christian man, I'm a Christian woman, I am a Jewish person, I am a black person, I'm a Latino, I'm whatever. The one thing you don't hear, especially when they're born here in this country, is to say that I am American first. Because when you go outside of this country, no matter where you go, no matter what trouble, no matter what conversation you have, they look at you as American first. But when we're here in this country, we pick up so many identifiers outside of our nationality.
Because this is one of the few countries that are still deciding to divide instead of actually come together as a country. So this is one of the other countries that are still looking at tidbits.
I say that we got to this point because we decided a long time ago that we didn't want to decide to come together, which is why in all this time and how long our country's been founded, we still don't have a national language. And all this time that our country's been here, we allow people to come here to practice whatever religion they want to. That regardless of all this time that comes by, we tell people that you can turn around and be here for tens of decades without ever becoming a citizen. This is the country that allows that. No other country allows that.
Are you sure?
And I have to call into question as to when we have people that are here, and the real thing that really started prompting me to do the particular stream is because that's something I've been dealing with for years. But about the fact that even when we had our last thing, and I think the last thing that really set me off was the whole like Palestine Gaza thing. When we have people who are born and raised here who pretty much shout from the rooftops on freaking college campuses, born and raised here, and promote so much about wanting to take care of other people's lands and not looking after their own. That will demonize their own countries but not look at their own. If you feel that way, get the fuck out.
DJ Khaled.
It is that people have that are doing that. Because it doesn't make sense. On its face, it's counterintuitive.
Look, they're not doing it. Go over there. Go over to the desert. Throw away your passport. I guarantee you, within a week, they'll be back at the embassy.
Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting. I had a.
It's either that or they'll be sucking desert cock. Either way.
What's that blue thing?
I said what I said.
I had a very interesting.
What's the blue thing you're drinking?
I had an interesting experience when I went to Korea, and it kind of speaks to what Resla was talking about. Where when we were over there, we were Americans, it basically it's the Chow Hall test, and I think I've told this story before. I was like 19 years old, fresh out of high school. Diversity wasn't a giant thing in my high school, but nobody had a problem with anybody being diverse. Nobody had a problem with being white either at the time. But it's weird because I went over to Korea, and because we were Americans in Korea, there was a tie that bound. Plus, we were all green, so to speak. You know, we bled green. And Dusty, you're echoing over the thing again, bro. Or somebody is.
I'm muted on my soundboard.
It might be me. Hold on.
Okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's not actually that horrible. But so
What if it's the end of the world, though?
It could be. It could very well be. But
if you die on the panel, you die in real life.
So every time I went to the Chow Hall, it was everyone. Fuck off, CJ. Fucking pick up your hammer and get to fucking work, you alcoholic. Anyway. So when we were in the Chow Hall and everyone
what was that shot about?
Everyone was sitting with everyone. There wasn't any kind of separations. And then it wasn't until I got back to the States that I saw the separation. And I'm like, what is this? It didn't make any sense to me because it was brand new to me. You know what I mean? I was like, why are all the whites sitting with the whites, the blacks with the blacks, the Hispanics with the Hispanics, the Samoans with the Samoans? And it kind of didn't register. And I was like, well, where the hell am I supposed to sit?
Well, you mean while incarcerated or in the Chow Hall? Like
no, in the army,
whatever.
In the army.
Army. I was going to ask next. Green, brown, or blue was the next question about.
I was army.
Your skivvy shirt color.
It was Charlie Brown's back in the day. Yeah. But I go commando. I don't believe in wearing underwear. So
no, the skivvy shirt. It's like actually you don't have in the Marine Corps anyway. You don't have to wear one. It's just chafing sometimes.
Anyway, so the story is kind of what Resla was talking about, where it's like, well, we have this tie that binds, but yet when we're in America, we're shitting all over the fact that we're Americans. Why aren't we proud of that shit? And being an American doesn't have to mean to you what it means to me, but there should be some level of you're not trying to do your own country in. That doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, all comments complete.
Yeah,
Thank you for letting me have an
trying
opportunity.
to sink your country. But as we see it for a lot of our younger people, how people come in, I said, because if it was as bad as you claim it is, and then keep in mind, I said it's not perfect, never will be, never has been. But the fact that even today, even when you say 2025, that people are still clawing, dying, doing whatever they can, trying to pay whatever money that they can to get people over here, that you would be here. You were born here. You won the fucking lottery, by the way. To be born here, to be able to get free education, free food, public school, everything. And you still talk about how the system is holding you back. Motherfucker, you're just weak. You have no idea how good you got it. People are they are dying to take your spot. You were born here. And you have the nerve to talk about how you can't get ahead because of this, that, and the third. I don't want to hear it. A homeless person here is still better than a homeless person in Kuwait.
Or almost anywhere.
I don't want to hear it.
A homeless person today lives better than a king 500 years ago.
I do not want to hear it because there are people who are doing well, who have survived. This is something that you don't hear in other places as well. People who can survive well 20 years and still not know the native language of the country they're in. Who has said that? Who can go to a country that they don't know the language, they still never learned the language 20 years later and still consider they paid all their bills?
That's really wild. That is wild.
Nowhere else outside
the one exception
of the United States. Even better than that. What country can you go to that you can become a citizen of their nation and never learn the language? Because you can get the citizenship test in your language.
The one exception on that is if you speak English, there's a lot of countries you can.
No.
Your mic's going
no. Bro. Where's the way? I love the fact you said that. How many countries demand that you learn English? Keyword demand.
I don't know how many.
I don't know.
England.
A lot.
No. It's not a lot.
None.
No, there's none.
Maybe not sure.
Almost every country teaches you English.
As a second language.
In the UK, they actually want you to know English. But in the United States, there is no official language.
Yep. So, like in China, they wouldn't.
There's no official language for the country.
I'm fine with that.
For the ESL test, like to become a citizen, I believe you have to pass a level of proficiency of English. And yeah, I know my mic is.
Sir,
I have to mess with it constantly.
Here, you can come into this country. You can learn whatever you want about whatever presidents or whatever political system we have and everything. Go right down to the State Department and then turn around and say, I want to take my citizenship test, and then get it in whatever language you feel.
Yeah, because I've actually seen that.
Never need to know English.
Tax money pays for that.
So in New Mexico,
and if that's not good enough for you, and you never want to take your citizenship test, there are people who are here by all kind of different methods. Marriage, just being.
Oh, I have to drop.
Just a citizen.
Hold on.
So in Albuquerque,
residency, and you never need to know the language, and
Bro, in Albuquerque, listen, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, when you go to the city council meeting, they will say the Pledge of Allegiance in English, followed right behind it is the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish.
Guys, but we don't have a national language.
Exactly.
And if you want to be legal by marriage, I'm looking for a husband, so I'll help you out.
How many children do you think you can bear?
5.
Yeah. How old are you?
Really?
35.
No feeling.
This can be
Okay.
arranged offline. Send me an email and I'll arrange you with a date with her.
I'm 38, but you're too old for me.
Well, you're not gonna make money off of this arranged
The
marriage.
fuck if I'm not? You want to get married or what?
Bro, I'm so sick of you.
I mean, if you never know who he knows.
He's pimping me out for a
All right,
wedding.
fine. Don't get married. That's your choice.
Well, and so here's the thing.
Guys
So
for at least 10 grand or something.
You'll have to get your hips measured for
Hey,
childbearing
is it at
capacity.
least 10? Damn, that's coming off cheap. Let's say.
Resla pointed this out so many times.
Damn.
They're tired asses.
There are people who do surrogacy for way more. The fuck? 10 grand?
So I know this tangentially, but it's right around 80 grand the going rate to hire a surrogate
I haven't heard the numbers in about 20 years.
for one try.
I know.
That's one try. That's not like until you get the baby out.
Damn,
That's
your mic is off.
I can do surrogacy as well.
Yeah, it keeps adjusting.
I'm trying to save eggs. I have just enough for an omelet, so I'm trying to save
fix
as many
it.
as I can. If I can get pregnant for you, I'll do it.
Well, it better be
gosh,
sunny side up and not scrambled. He gonna be pissed.
We used to get this like small paper around St. Louis called the RFT in the back. And
What about an
always had
omelet?
like, sell your eggs. There's like $2,500 an egg, something per visit. And
I'm just saying.
Oh,
If I'm gonna put down any eggs, they better be sunny side up. I don't want scrambled. I don't want over easy. Like I need to have a clean birth.
Yeah, I'm not giving out my eggs because then it's my kid. I want their egg and their sperm. I'm not giving out my eggs.
Either way, I'm gonna be pissed if a kid's born if it's scrambled or if it's over easy.
I don't
It won't
make
be
eggs, but
Side
I make,
up.
yeah.
Resla not mentioning poached eggs. This is racism, sir.
Sure.
What race
I'll be
poaches their
racist
eggs?
then. You know why? America allows me to. I'm prejudiced.
And he didn't
Right.
mention egg drop.
It's my
either.
birthright
Egg
to
drop
be
soup.
prejudiced.
Egg drop is not a way to prepare an egg. It's a way to make soup.
What the fuck are you talking about? Are the
I
eggs
thought
in
That's
soup
exactly what I
prepared?
just said.
Are there prepared eggs in soup?
Look at this fucker over
It's
here. Look at
an
that.
ingredient
Man, you should have poached eggs. Fuck
for
poached
soup.
eggs.
Lawrence
I
R.
don't
Thank
even-
you, sir. That's the correct take. You shouldn't. I mean, it's eggs 101.
Don't steal
One's
people's
poached.
eggs.
I don't like any. I don't want my eggs runny.
Yeah, I don't even like even the scrambled eggs. Like they gotta be cooked hard enough to be dry.
No, and with a poached egg, it can't be runny by definition.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
I don't want slime
You're a
on
liar.
that
It's
egg.
runny. It's absolutely runny.
You eat well
Except for
done
egg
steak.
Benedict is good.
well, you like that hollandaise sauce? That creamy.
It's about the hollandaise sauce. That shit's real
Yeah.
good. We should put that on more stuff. Really.
Oh, that makes us fat and have diabetes.
Oh,
like
on
my
a-
egg.
Egg
Ah,
Benedict,
bacon.
I
baby.
like my egg sitting at mid. I don't want my. I don't
It's
want
not.
runny.
It's not Oscar. With steak, the steak with hollandaise sauce and peppercorns on it.
You know what?
Peppercorns are great.
It's a way to.
We were talking earlier about how fat black people are the problem.
I'm
So I
old.
think,
Yeah, let's get back to that.
and that wasn't that the topic, Resla? You're muted.
Yeah,
Your
that's why I
mic
was
is
showing
on.
my family picture. That's like we're the United
You're
Nations
muted.
there.
Resla, your mic is not coming through at all now.
No, I said of course.
Steak
you
au
racist
poivre.
motherfuckers. The only black guy up here. You go sit and talk about how much black guy.
Oh, you're the only
What
black
the
guy up
frick?
here.
Every
The other one's good.
one of you.
Don't be pulling me in that shit.
All right, y'all. Hey, I could be rude or not rude, but I appreciate the time on the panel. Y'all have a great night, and
to see you,
take care. Great topic, Resla. I'm sorry that I missed your intro, but I was doing my show, so
I think most people did. That's all
Yeah.
right.
I know I like where your head's at with this, and I think this
didn't.
discussion needs to be had a little bit more.
Keep it sexy, GS.
All right, y'all too, man. Take care.
It's steak au poivre. It's like a French term. It's peppercorns and hollandaise sauce.
I don't trust French sounding names. It's like I just feel like that brand of white people tends to do weirder shit with their food or eat like unnecessary things.
I agree, except then the cheese. The cheese comes in. Like, wait, what are you doing? Like, what kind of cheese is this? What is this?
Oh, this is human.
crazy.
Human milk cheese.
That's the only word I know in French, honestly. Fromage.
Especially
was
since
that?
they're half Viking now.
Je suis les chumfilier.
That doesn't
Omelet
mean
de
anything.
fromage.
No, it does.
No, it
It's
doesn't.
like an omelet with cheese.
I speak fluent French, and that is made up French. That is straight.
Excuse me, sir. Muzzy taught me that from the VHS tapes in the 80s.
I've never heard of Muzzy. That's not a real thing.
And you're not as old as me, sir.
That is true. I'm not as old.
It was on VHS tapes.
It's a derogatory
Purple
term
Monster.
for Muslim.
All,
Okay.
all I understand
No,
right now is
Muzzy
that
taught
he
languages.
said- all I know is that he said something on a porn VHS tape. I have no idea what else he was.
I may have done that at one point in my life, and I'd appreciate you not bringing it up, though.
You had a good nap on my panel the other day, man. And then you woke up and interacted for a minute and then went back to sleep on panel still. That was wild.
Me? Oh, yeah, it was a long day. That's my bad.
No, you're fine. It didn't bother me at all. I just, like, I've had a lot of people fall asleep on my panel. I've fallen asleep on my panel. But I think you're the only one who's ever fallen asleep, woken up, interacted, and then gone back to sleep. The whole time you're just leaving your cam on.
Setting records left and right. Who knew, right?
I like it. I like it.
Thank you. I didn't give up on it, right? That's
No.
that's dedication.
In fact,
yeah?
when he woke up, he was kind of like, why are these people talking to me?
Yeah.
That's sort of the vibe I got from you with your responses. You're like,
I was probably irritated that like whoever was just woke me up.
you're like,
Probably.
dude, I'm trying to sleep here. What the fuck is wrong with you? We don't know, Chuck.
Play the boop game again. Boop.
What's up?
I know it's not me because I have earbuds.
Oh, is that what it is?
Same here, earbud.
Yeah. So I know it's not me.
Airbud was about a dog who played basketball.
I
It
love
was.
that movie.
He was great. Yeah, I know it's not me because I'm muted.
I didn't see it because I didn't like the concept
didn't
of Up,
watch
so I
that.
didn't see that either. And I don't watch movies with dogs in them anymore, necessarily.
You don't even watch a movie with a dog in it. I've heard of dog in it, but that's extreme.
Why?
Where's the main
not?
concept? Where's the
Why
main
not?
concept?
Wait.
I mean, did you ever see Bridge to Terabithia, the movie, not the book? Because it's way different.
I've never even heard of it.
Read the book first, and then you can.
Yeah,
play
don't no. Just save yourself time. Don't do
It was
either.
like
It's depressing as
required
shit.
reading in like
Well, I mean,
6th or 7th grade, something like that. But
Yeah, it's like just I
after
could
that,
have done
never
with.
read it.
I mean, okay, I understand. I got a new story, but I could have done without that in my life.
Yeah.
it's like
So-
I'll
so-
never read it, but I'll definitely watch the movies.
Why don't you watch dog movies anymore?
Well, movies that are like about a dog.
Why
'cause-
watch dog movies in general?
Because
like,
my
what
dog
is it? It's going to be Disney. There's going to be the dog's going to die. That's,
No,
that's the shortcut.
people who want to
Hey,
believe
Robin
that their
Ross
dogs
Wayne, he
actually
had-
have human voices is just ridiculous to me.
That too.
No, I didn't say my dog talks. Just saying he used Johnny
It's
Cash.
like
my
these
dog.
people
He
who
used to
oh,
like
I love watching Homeward Bound. Like, no, that shit never stop.
Milo and Otis and shit.
But that'd be like having the same kind of concept saying that I'm never gonna own a dog either.
You remember Milo and Otis?
I didn't
the
say
dog's
never.
gonna
I said.
die.
Wait, did I say never? I didn't mean never, but it's not.
Well,
even my
you said
first
you
choice.
don't. You don't.
Yeah, I just. Well, I also don't watch movies in general, so anymore. But
I met a guy.
So that
that
helps.
got-
So the rare occasion that you might, it wouldn't be a dog movie.
I don't have time generally, but yeah, but I mean that's not gonna be the first thing. Like it's kind of like on the same tier as Marvel movies at this point. Like,
Yeah.
I get better things to do with my time.
Hey, man, it's I like the silver rounds.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
said
what's-
Marvel movies.
Yeah.
So,
What's
you
more?
know,
What's more American than watching a movie, though?
watching Black
Collecting
Widow,
coins from the U.S.
Not
no,
colonialism
Drinking a
for
beer?
oil. Totally not that.
Absolutely.
Don't worry
Something
about that.
happened with your
that.
volume there, Russ.
Drinking a beer is
Penny,
more American.
Oh no, absolutely, it would not be collecting coins. That would not be it.
Giving money to Israel for
And I got
Something.
that. Look at
that's
that.
more American.
Is that a coin or a poker chip? I have no idea what the hell that
That
is.
is actually a 2-ounce round.
That's a
the
silver
Don't
round
Tread on
with
Me
a
snake.
with a
I
no
have
step
no
on
idea.
snack on it.
All I know is I
that's a
see
don't tread on
rattlesnake.
me.
No step on snack.
No,
No
snake.
step on snack.
No.
It's a bad idea.
Is indeed bad idea. No step on snack.
It's like,
no, don't touch it with your bare ass fingers.
Well, so I want to kind of
I'm
hone in a
hungry.
little bit on the conversation a little bit, or on the topic.
Vinegar and bake.
You can.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can try.
Yeah,
In
I'm
America, we don't
gonna
drink wine.
try. That is
Vinegar
the
and aluminum
American
foil.
thing, is to try. Every single time an American hops in and says, "Hey, I'm gonna try something," and it might even be something new, never been tried before, somebody's got to run in and say, "You can't possibly do that." And I say, "Yes, I
can someone explain this to Chuck?
Yeah. So, okay. So
did that. So an executive, well, just quick. So an executive order can only really impact the executive branch.
Correct.
It can't do stuff outside. So like the commander in chief, an executive order, you can do stuff with the military.
Show me the legislation.
Yeah. But anything outside of the executive branch, that's not. I mean, and wait. Although we could, I mean, if it's under Department of Education, like some kind of thing, like my mic is wildly variable right now, and I apologize. I'm working on it.
Yeah, we see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically,
Jiggle
show
the
me the
cord.
legislation. If you show me the legislation that
Justin,
says that English is the official language, then I will believe that his executive order actually carries weight. But until then, it has no power.
If
it's still not to this day the official language.
If it's the official languages, all signs have to be in it, like all billboards, all signage has to be in just English or also English. You can't have any signs or billboards that are just in Spanish.
Still not necessarily, right? So every single public
Look at Quebec.
school, it would be the primary, the only official language that would be necessary to be taught. Also, the signs would have to be in it. Also, all documents, all legal documents would be required to be written in it. There would be no translators necessary because you would actually have to speak the language. You could not have a translator come up. You would actually have to speak the language and sign your name in the language. These things would be required for it to be official.
Wait, do you translate your name into other languages when you sign it?
Well, some people sign their name in Spanish, and they also need translators when they go to court.
What is signing in Spanish mean? What does that mean?
So when you write in Spanish, right? So there actually is one extra letter in Spanish, and then other languages actually
If
have.
your name is Miguel.
Yeah, it's the ñ. That's the extra letter.
Oh, having an ñ. Okay.
Yeah. So
what about
so
two
there
L's?
Well, there would be no.
Would it have to be replaced with a
ñ
Y?
I mean, all these other languages, they don't use the same alphabet.
And then, like, my name wouldn't be pronounced with a V; it'd be B in Spanish.
That's sad.
I don't know what we're talking about now.
Well, I'm saying like even with all this stuff, like even if as a march, like even if Trump tried to put that into order, it would still have to get taken through from the board of ed. That would have to become a K through 12 thing for educators. There's so much of a process that would have to come through.
You know what? I'd bet $1, like one U.S. Federal Reserve note. I mean, because what's $1? I bet $1. That's like what some of the opposite political side to Trump has done in the past, which basically gish galloping, like enacting policy or attempting to. It's just one more thing to like, hey, here's something to challenge. Just like let me get more shit done, and then by the time it gets unwound, it probably won't be able to be. And that's not necessarily this one, because that one's probably not gonna be a thing. But
I mean,
as a distraction for some of the other stuff.
Where's your dollar from?
Good strategy.
Don't get me wrong. I've wanted a national language ever since I found out that we never had one. I've always wanted a national language. I'm surprised that we never had one for so long. So
seriously, right? Like, should be.
Should have made Americans and we beat them in the war.
Always been.
I don't really have a problem with not having a national language.
I absolutely do.
What's the problem that you see?
So, you ever drive in Texas and see billboards in Spanish?
I'll tell you.
Go ahead, Resla.
I don't even give a fuck about the Spanish part. I don't care about that. That's the least the fact that we have neighboring countries that speak Spanish, that's not my problem. The fact that people because they're neighboring countries, that the most common language outside of English would be Spanish is not the thing that bothers me. It's the fact that other people can come through from farther distances and do not need to learn the language and can get away with so many other things in this country.
Like what?
Jobs, payroll, citizenship, everything without learning the actual language of communication. That means they don't only have to learn just not English, but also Spanish.
So it's one less
commonly spoken languages in the country. They don't need to learn English, and they
So-
can be here.
In the
But I also have a problem. No, I'll even say this: if English was the official first spoken language, then what we now have is someone who sits here for 20 years, 2 decades, who do not know English because the entire time they sat in their fucking recliner watching Telemundo.
So
there are many other fucking stations they could be watching.
I'm still not connecting the dots. What is the problem that it creates for you?
For me?
Yes.
Well, it might not be personally, but
I could say right now, as someone who lives in plenty of neighborhoods that have other Spanish people, when shit goes down, I cannot communicate with them. So, for instance, when I live in a house that has other tenants and the tenants speak only Spanish, when I need a electrician, when I need a person who's an exterminator, God forbid it's a fucking fire. These people won't open the door to even communicate because they cannot communicate. I'm trying to save your life, but you're too busy trying to hide because while you're hiding,
I'm going to follow.
Communicate.
I'm still. You still haven't given me a real logical, in my opinion.
Because the only aspect outside of that is you're telling me that I have to force myself to learn their language when they're in my country.
No, you don't have to live there. This is a very large country.
Wait, I do not have choice over who lives next to me. The same way how when we work at a company, we do not have choice as to who works with us.
Correct.
That's the company's
some
decision.
do.
No, you absolutely do not.
No, unless you own that company, you have no choice as to who the fuck your coworkers are.
Yeah, you don't have a choice over
zero choice.
Who's outside the border, your border. You don't have a choice on that. So if it's like the border of your cubicle, you don't have a choice who sits next to you in the other cubicle. If it's who's in the next house over or the next apartment over, you don't have a choice in who's in that other apartment.
The company analogy might not be the best because some people are in charge of hiring. Those people have a choice.
Hey, no. They don't have a choice because there are literally discrimination laws.
Right. Especially within the government. Especially within the government.
But they're still choosing who's
so because you choose.
Right? I love it because they mainly speak Spanish, but they said you need to be able to communicate in English, right? Is it a requirement that you need to be fluent or native?
So, but here's my thing.
As a person who has to hire people like that, you don't need to be fluent speaker.
This
depends
is
on the job, but
this is my problem with the idea that other people need to learn whatever language you choose is the language.
How about the simple part of it? It's a respect thing. If I go to anyone's country, anyone's country.
I didn't even give a reason.
I'm giving you a reason. If I go to anyone else's country, not of my own, I would make sure that if I plan on being there for an extended amount of time, let's just say a year, I'm going to know the language. I would never think to be there over 1, 2, 3, a decade and not know a lick of their language.
So do you know sign language?
Sure.
Okay. Not everybody does. I know the letters and I know a few words. But what if we made sign language the official language?
I wouldn't be
Wait,
opposed to that.
American Sign Language or what are the other ones?
Exactly. I was. Damn it, he beat me to it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, here's the problem with that. You're now you're
whatever.
now you're gonna have to teach
Oh, the echo's
everybody
back
that
in
language, right?
full
Now,
force.
here's the problem with that. There are people who are immigrating who just simply cannot learn that language. What do we do with the idiots? The invalid, the deaf, the blind.
Well, the deaf probably know sign language, so maybe.
Well, here's
not
the
the same
problem. You
exactly.
want them to sign their name. You want because really what it's about liability.
Sir, there are kids growing up with iPads right now that can't sign their name.
It's about liability. So when we're talking about making something, whether it's legal or not, we're talking about liability, right? We're not talking about whether you can read the book or not. We're talking about liability. So when you
That's what
sign
HR
off,
departments are for. That's what I think where Bricky's going.
well, here's the problem. I don't want HR departments being in charge of what somebody signs off on. I want that person to be able to sign off on it. And whether they sign off it on it in Spanish or English or Korean, or it doesn't matter what language, that signature means something. It's got nothing to do with the language that it's written in.
Signature only means someone someone who can interpret it, which is a matter of compliance.
Well, you compare signatures.
Sir, it is the same way. It is the same way when you're running an assembly line, and this is the problem that happens on many assembly lines. By the way, you get one person who knows how to interpret, and the rest of the people in that assembly line
The
can't
foreman.
say shit because you know why? They don't know the fucking language, and it causes a lot of problems when the one person who actually does know the fucking language takes a sick day.
So that's a company thing. That's a company problem, not a United States of America thing. That's not a legal problem. That's a company problem. So the company hired people that can't speak the language that you want them to speak. That is a company problem, not a country problem.
You know what the great thing is though about deaf people is even if you don't speak sign language,
Say
if
something
you
about dick.
have what?
Please don't.
Were you going to say something about dick?
No, the great thing
I'm
about
sorry.
sign
I'm
language
sorry.
is if you have a national language, I forgot what you called it, like
A national language.
yeah, a national language, then
You're
if
right.
you don't speak sign language and a person is deaf, you know what you could do? You could fucking write it down. And if you both speak English, they'd be able to understand it. You could write it down.
Okay, so that works for the deaf people. What about the blind people? What about the idiots? What about the retards?
Blind. Wait, sorry. Blind people don't. Unless it's braille, like literally, unless it's braille, blind people don't fucking read.
Who can type? Who can pronounce something in braille for a blind person?
Blind people probably don't use
What
sign
about
language
the
too much.
idiots? What about the retards?
Again, they're idiots and they're retards.
I worked
There
with
was
a
lawyer
Stop. Why are we behaving as if retards and idiots have not always existed?
Well, here's my
Yes,
problem,
they
right?
have.
So you're expecting
No,
that they should
why are we
know
acting like they're
English.
not? Like they have never existed.
Well, we used to have asylums
expecting
in
that
this
they know
country, and things were a little different.
Well, they used to do extermination for a while too, or the sterilization. They did for a while too.
One of the things I say for a long time, I said it even my platform for so long. There was a time when we allowed the smart to look after the smart. I mean, after the stupid, but somehow we allowed the stupid to have a voice.
Should they not?
Which is why we're also in the predicament that we are in today. Everyone has a voice.
Right,
Not
why?
everyone
Why should
deserves
they?
one.
Why
Even
should they
people
not?
Because what we quickly learned is that there are more stupid people than there are smart.
Hey, Brick, why should if people are not, we're not going to say paying taxes. We're not going to use that as the example, but just something else. If you've got a whole bunch of people putting money into a pot of something for like let's say it's like free parking, right, on a Monopoly board, should people that will never put into it have a say in how that money gets spent?
Are we? Oh wait. I just need to know.
That's a bad
Are we
analogy.
gonna wait? Sorry.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad one.
Are we gonna? I just want to know. Are you deaf? Are you blind? Are you dumb? Are you high? Which is it?
I'm dumb.
Are we gonna ask stupid questions like this?
Down syndrome, blind, deaf. There you go.
What the fuck? I don't know if you're trying to be funny. It's really bad.
No, I'm taking care of a
No,
person
not
like
you,
that.
Hoover.
That's
I mean,
okay.
I mean, point
What do you
three.
mean,
Like
3 point?
what? Everybody knows I'm literally on the East Coast. I'm black, so I don't care about eugenics.
Is that
I don't like. What was the point of all this?
I think you just wanted the rainbow flag to be on your screen for a little bit.
I don't get where the fuck you was trying to give any of this shit. You're espousing what? I don't follow eugenics. I'm not white. It doesn't bother my people. Maybe you missed that part. Wait, maybe you missed that part. My phenotype doesn't look like that.
Hold up, Resla.
We don't worry about that.
Resla,
I don't worry about anything. I don't worry about anything prior to the 1990s. Nothing.
And understand too that I'm actually just asking questions, because the thing is if it bothers you, then it's not so much that so if the question bothers you, it's not so much that your answer is bothering me, it's that your answer is bothering you. I've noticed that, right? So like I'll ask this question, right? Okay, why is it, and I did the same thing with due diligence, and I apologize if it kind of is a prying thing. Why is it that you believe, and I did it with Beans too, why is it that you believe that this is the best course of action? And so
what's the best course of action? Can you give me a look already so I know what you're talking about?
When you're talking about other people learning a quote unquote national language, why do you believe that is the best course of action? So I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole of that.
Sure. We can start with the very base thing that I said is very important for an understanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
The understanding of language is also how we come to the coexistence of what we define as the most important thing when it comes to being Americans: culture. If you don't understand one another, you cannot understand culture. You'll make up what's most prevalent and what's most relatable to you. You won't take the time to understand someone else's thing because you can't understand it. Because why? You cannot commune.
Yep, and that's
culture.
Fair. Well, here's the thing though. America, right, was founded on a multiplicity of cultures.
Sure.
So if that is the case, and it is embedded within the First Amendment, right to religion, right? You're going to have the possibility of various languages, various ideals. The only thing that in my mind really matters is, are you going to cause harm to someone else?
Resla, you got a super chat, hon.
Wait, stop. Was this?
I was just like, dang, I didn't even see the super chat.
Was this a matter of? Again, I'm not trying to sit in the revisionist or romantic history of the past, because we have to pay attention to what's happening here in the present. For instance, we didn't have as many cultures or as many ethnicities or as many different demographics or as many cultures as we do in the past versus now. But we're still suffering with things that still have taken place in the past that's happening now. For one, the assimilation of culture, most importantly, American culture. That has been something that's been gone. The concept of the American spirit has been co-opted because culture has not been defined.
I would say that it has, by multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is the foundation.
In other words, it just means fuck around and find out.
Actually, yes.
No, I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. Fuck around and find out.
It very much so is. That is exactly what the American culture is.
I know, which is why there's a problem with it.
Well, my problem is that the government does legislate these things.
if there was a, here's my thing. If this, even if you want to talk about in terms of the government, right? Because if the entire concept of the fuck around and find out thing was be there, then the first thing they shouldn't be have been expounding upon was to become was not to become, but to state that they were a Christian nation. Because if fuck around and find out, according to the first, that you are allowed to have freedom, a religion, then you cannot state that you're a Christian nation, because fuck around and find out will bring you there.
Yeah, in fact, I've called people out who are, and I'm just gonna say it because people call me it, like they call me a Christian. So I call other people out when they say that America is a Christian nation. It is not.
Oh, I hear that shit all the time. I pay attention.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm saying what I'm saying. I pay attention.
Yep.
But I go get so many people who turn around and say a Christian nation. And I said, then why did they leave it up to freedom of religion?
Right.
Oh, in God we trust. Which God?
Which God? Right. Whichever one you choose.
And find out.
Yeah, whichever one you choose.
It's separate that from government and all that other stuff. And then it's a multicultural stuff. Then what is assimilation?
So assimilation.
That's the F around and find out. Assimilate. Yeah, you can have your culture and everything else, but assimilate.
So assimilation.
That's the thing. They'll turn around and say, we're building an American culture, American culture, which is the foundation, which is why they mentioned the whole White House picket fence, and I fight that to the day and saying, well, that's not what our current American system looks like. That's not what our current American youth look like, because the definition of what the American dream is has changed. And the reason why the American dream is allowed to change is because it wasn't really steeped in a foundation outside of what was indoctrinated. The internet has changed so many people. And also the times have changed. The idea of being able to afford a house has changed. The idea of the American family has changed.
So when you're talking about assimilation with this country, that reference for this country would simply mean to live and let live, right? So when you force your beliefs on someone else, right? Like I believe that you should have to speak this language or that language or believe certain things. That is not American. American is the First Amendment right to religion. Huh? I'm sorry, I was speaking. I didn't mean to interrupt you while I was speaking.
Do you really believe what you're saying right now, though?
He probably does.
I have no idea what you just asked me, because
he's asking you, do you really believe what you're saying right now?
So when you look at the First Amendment, right, and it says you have the right to religion, right? What that means is you have the right to believe what you want to believe. Now, that doesn't mean you get to go out there and harm people according to your belief. That just means that you get to believe what you want.
Let me ask you something real quick. Is it? And I'm asking you for your own sense of clarity, so we can be on the same page. Are you saying that it says that you have the right to believe what you want to believe, or you have the right to practice what you believe?
No, it's literally religion, right? So what is religion? It's a belief system, correct?
Believing what you want to believe and practicing of a religion is not the same thing. Because if you come up with your own religion, you can practice it. If I believe,
right, so you cannot practice any religion in this country.
I got a real simple one for you.
Wait,
was illegal in some states, but people were definitely doing it in the privacy of their own homes.
Where did it say that you have to practice an established religion?
It doesn't. It doesn't. You get to believe what you want to believe.
You can create a religion and practice that.
Well, you can, but the problem with certain religions are things like animal sacrifice, human sacrifice, things that actually do cause harm, right? So those things are not legal. So if that's what you're going to intend to do here in this country, you will not be able to practice your religion, because we have laws against actual crimes, like real crimes, like human
so long as they don't go into
things like that.
Or animal sacrifice. If I pick up something, I mean, there are plenty of people who follow Satanism, right? That don't sacrifice particular animals or whatever, but they're still allowed to practice that, right?
So you cannot.
That's a yes.
No, you cannot here in this country practice human or animal sacrifices.
So you're literally agreeing with me. I said outside of those two things. I literally said that.
Okay.
You can practice it, right?
Well, no, there's other things too. So you can't practice a religion that tells you that you can go lay down in the middle of a highway. There might be a religion that somebody makes up that says, I get to go lay down in the middle of the highway because that's my belief system. You cannot do that. You will get arrested for that.
Why does it have to be that extreme? Okay. What about the actual religions?
Well,
things that actually believe?
Because there's no points that will get brought up that's not going to be an extreme.
Right. So whenever.
No, but I'm saying, like, if you're a person that believes in Islam, and that if you eat pork, that makes somebody an infidel.
Keep in mind, the idea of being able to sacrifice yourself to kill others isn't extreme, but somehow it still can be practiced.
So essentially, if your religion violates the law, you won't be able to practice it. But guess what? You can still believe your belief. Does that make sense?
So what about those people that thought they should sacrifice?
You went back to what I originally just said. You literally just went back to what I originally just said.
But what about
the
those
difference
people
between being able to practice and believe in what you want to believe? But how do you have belief without practice?
You can still believe anything you want to believe. You can believe that we never went to the moon. People do. People really believe that.
Is that considered to be a religion?
Yeah,
I'm telling you, you might as well call it a religion.
Oh my!
Believing in aliens, believing in all sorts of things.
That is nowhere close to religion.
Believing in evolution, that's a religion.
It's not.
Oh, it's not a religion because you don't qualify it as a religion, but it's still a belief system. See, you get to believe what you want to believe.
Again,
I get to believe what I want to believe.
Again. So I point to the point where you literally said earlier, you cannot just believe whatever you want to believe as a religion. And I said, why not? So long as it doesn't go on human sacrifice or animal sacrifice or whatever.
Right. It doesn't break the law.
You can believe in it as long as it's not established. And you said what?
Sure. Let's lay down in the highway.
So you can do it.
You can't practice it. You can believe it.
How? If it doesn't harm anyone
like
else,
I said,
if it does not harm
in your own home, but you can't.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Same thing.
So explain to me what you're saying, because
I don't think Brick wants to share the mic.
If it doesn't harm anyone else, and I want to make it whatever. If I said we're gonna practice.
Oh yeah, if it doesn't harm, if it doesn't break the law.
Every Saturday, yeah. I boil linguine and I sling it at strippers' asses, and they're totally with it.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Lord,
yeah.
Slap me with that. Slap me with the linguine. That boil linguine at their ass, and you decide you want to sling it, and you want to slurp every fucking strand of fucking linguine out their ass every fucking Sunday.
Yeah. That's totally an acceptable belief system, right? It's totally acceptable religion.
So what the fuck?
So it doesn't violate the law, right?
But it's a religion they can create, right?
Yeah, sure.
That's consenting adults, right?
Yeah. I believe Family Guy did an episode on this.
Did that have to be ratified and recognized under the Constitution?
You remember the Church of Fonzie?
Any institutional state said to say, you know what? No, we can't do.
Yeah,
I don't think you have to be that extreme. What about the people?
You remember the Church of Fonzie in Family Guy?
Can anybody else talk other than Brick?
I am capable, but I'm not doing it.
Go Hoover. Let Hoover rock out.
I don't have to rock out. No, he's already made the point.
You say, wait, hold. You said it's a terrible argument, but you've been saying stupid shit for a while. I'm not gonna pay attention to you, especially if you're gonna have that profile. Try making some salient points because you haven't said anything grand yourself.
So I know Nightish really wants
easy to throw stones. Like you
I don't really
yourself.
To get involved here. I'm gonna fall back.
I don't really want to get involved in anything. I just was saying that it's like you don't have to go to extremes. There are people who don't believe in medicine, so they was letting their kids get sick and pass away because of their beliefs. You don't have to go to extremes as people laying on freeways and getting ran over. They have people that
causes harm. Yeah,
I agree.
you don't think it causes harm when you could save your child's life if you using medicine.
I
but
said
they
that
think
causes
medicine
harm.
is
What are you talking about? Actually, here's a funny thing. So Jehovah's Witnesses, right? They don't accept
Yes.
blood transfusions, right?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
now there's some people who will say that causes harm, but here's the funny thing about that. I actually know somebody personally, right?
So does not donating to a blood bank.
Yeah. So I know someone personally
don't do,
who had a
so I'm causing
child,
harm.
right? The child was born with half of his heart. Okay. Guess what? They did the surgery bloodless. The child is healthy today.
Pause, panel. I normally don't like to do this, but I'm gonna give this person a little bit of attention because everybody else addressed this person, so they can know that they're fucking being stupid. Let's just give them a little bit of attention because they feel like they need attention.
I don't know. He's been
Give him a
saying that
little
I've
bit of
been saying some
attention.
smart things. He's been saying that I've been saying some smart things, so I
And
kind
he
of
says
got
that
to
I've
give
been
him.
saying some stupid things, and now apparently what I've said is an absolute, even though I have not made any claims to be absolute. I've literally been fighting for anyone can make a religion so long as it doesn't harm anyone else. But somehow I'm making absolutes. Have I making absolutes? You know, Brick. Since apparently you've been making a lot of sense. Have I made any absolutes in this conversation that we've been making?
No, we've pretty much been on the same point. I believe that we kind of bumped heads a little bit in the beginning because we were kind of talking past each other.
Have I presented? If I've been making my arguments, have I presented any arguments to you that have been absolute?
No, and you've actually been answering
Which lets you know you're a fucking retard. Not you, Brick. You're a fucking retard because you're not listening to understand.
I mean, I appreciate him saying that I was saying smart stuff. So,
Christ. Jesus Christ,
but
it's not
but
that difficult.
Like I said, I'm gonna fall back a little bit. It's like the whole point that I was trying to make was that assimilation to me is acceptance of other people's belief systems, whether it's language or education or their backgrounds, that sort of thing. That's assimilation to me. As long as it doesn't harm anybody, I really don't give a damn what you do. if you're out there on the street not harming anybody, I don't care.
Look, this goes to the entire panel. He says, "Yes, you have. You said you can't believe if you don't practice."
No, you didn't.
Did you?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well,
I don't have that good a memory, I guess.
No, there was the difference between practice and religion. But
we were talking about
practice and belief.
Yeah.
This is a troll account.
Look.
I mean, it is a troll account. I happen to know it's a troll account.
Look. So apparently other people.
But like I said, we were talking past each other, and then we kind of sorted that out.
Sure, but this person has the ability to do something we can't do. Hit the back button.
Yes, this is true. This is true because we are engaging. Yeah. And I just don't fall asleep on us now.
And if you just don't get it, there's enough space. Hit the goddamn link.
Truth. Yeah. Facts. So really kind of back to the topic though, the actual topic. I know we went off on this whole what belief systems are and all that. So so for me, it is America first because you have that opportunity when you come here or if you've been born here to set up your own lifestyle as long as it doesn't harm anybody, doesn't break the law. Then you, not only that, but you actually have the ability when you come into this system to change it. What other country can you go to this day, right now, that you move to, become a citizen, and then you get to have a hand in changing it?
So,
somebody froze.
I'm sure the theory is that you can change it. it remains to be seen, especially because you have so many people that are here claiming that they can't change a goddamn thing, even though I'm like, that's sad. You're born and raised here. You should absolutely believe that you can.
Yeah. Not only can you change the system, you can change your circumstance. You can move around. You can go get different jobs, work. I mean, you can literally build up from scratch. And this is the beauty of it, is there's so many decent folks, in my opinion, here in this country who, if they see you on the street, they will come up to you and say, hey, I don't know what you got going on, but it looks like you got a problem. And if you're sincere and say, yes, I have a problem, they will help you. You've got to be sincere. You can't just be shitty, because they will suss that out. Some decent folks out there who will suss it out. But if you are sincere and you want to change your circumstance, you find the right person. There's some decent ones out there. You can change your circumstance. Where else can you go? And it's a big country. And there's a lot of land still.
There's a lot of land. A lot of people don't get it. A lot of people do not get it.
Are you guys goofy?
Why?
Goofy.
There is a lot of land. I mean, the people are saying there's
a lot of land. But a lot of people do not travel.
You can look it up on YouTube. You can look up who's going to pay me to live on this land. There's literally
they don't
places.
Believe it. Wait, Hoover, you're talking to people. You're probably talking to people who turn around and say things like, "I can't believe anything on social media. I don't believe the moon landing. I don't believe in." So anything on video, they don't believe. All they got to do is one thing: just get on an airplane, get a window seat, and just stay up. Get a daytime flight, get a window seat.
You got me.
And don't go to sleep. And you'll see just how fucking large this country is. That's it.
I agree. Whose Discord is loud?
Don't do a bus.
Somebody's Discord.
Don't do a bus, you pussies. Get on a plane.
He said I'm not on Discord. See, I can lip read English. Yes.
And you'll be good. You'll see just how vast this country is. How much open land there is.
Now, I have to admit, from some stuff that I've watched, it is a lot of startup money to plant your flag, so to speak, like if you're going to live there. And I've watched like a lot of people that do like all recycled materials, and it ends up costing like millions if they do that. But you still, you have to think about the plumbing and electricity and this and that. But the thing is, hey, come here. There's land that we will give you for free in a very small, tax for the property. But it's like, hey guys, you still need to realize there's nothing. It's just the land. Don't go, oh, sure, we show up and just, into the ground. Here I have, clean water. I've got electricity that runs here, that's what generators and other stuff like that. But it is doable. Loud Discord.
You're muted, Grumple.
I didn't know Grumple was even talking.
Like earlier, he looked at me.
He might have lost his sound. Well, I want to kind of extend that point about all the land and that sort of thing. Not only is there like a ton of land out there, but there's also a ton of farms, right? Like this is the breadbasket of the world, or at least it was at one time. It's still there. It's just being in competition with other parts of the world who are also now growing a lot of food and a lot of commodities. The thing about it is when you go out into the country, there are tons of farms that are looking for help. If you go out there and you ask around, you will find something. You will find something for work. You will find something that will keep you
Here's
sustained.
a good example. So Lawrence, you said without providing proof, right? Look at my last Vegas trip. Look at all that land.
Oh my
Now, that got
gosh.
taken up. But what happened to all that? Look at all that vastness.
Isn't that awesome?
Look at that. Look at all that's all empty.
I love
Look,
that you got
a
those shots,
great
bro.
portion of that's empty. Look at that. Mountains. Look at all that vast land.
Because it really is.
Look at
there.
all that.
I mean, it
Ain't
is.
shit around. Look.
That's
look,
so
look.
beautiful.
Did you see that? Hold
Mhm.
up. Vast lands. Just a little bit of area over here. Just a little bit. Look at all that open shit going on there. Ain't nothing going on. And this is what I just took out. I'm not gonna advocate for being out here. That's just straight up desert. You probably don't want to be out there. But there was still some like nice little river trails and everything else. Like, so there's plenty of land. And that's just
Vegas was nothing but a desert at one point in time.
Like, there was so much more that I have in my original, like outside of my the actual video itself. There's so much land. It's ridiculous. I did not sleep, and that was only a 5-hour flight. 5 hours, and I saw so much land.
The mob had good money though. The mob had decent money, and then the people followed the mob.
Because then they're like, yay, there's lights and plumbing and you know, the basics. But then it was, woo, now it's Vegas. Yeah, of course. But it had to start.
Off. He didn't know about Meyer Lansky and Benjamin Siegel and all the people, I guess. The Flamingo and all that.
I mean, there's places that you can go that ain't just out there in Vegas.
Not for
Like
nothing.
watching
We were talking about
Vegas,
desert,
right?
that's all.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but even to the point.
Mob.
Well, even the that's
there you go.
all
Test one,
AI
two.
that's all AI generated. Look at this. Look at this idiot. Look. Do you understand how infrastructure works? How do you think we got Vegas? How do you think we got Vegas? Old and new.
And I don't even think you have to go there. You can go to these places that they abandoned.
Do you not know how infrastructure works?
They're abandoned in Alabama. The houses are there. The people just left. They're abandoned in Detroit. The houses are there. Just a lot of the people left.
Detroit was getting abandoned 10, 15 years ago, which also
do you know how power lines
it's all
work?
bouncing all over
I
the place.
literally live in a city. Do you know how power lines work?
But those places that was being abandoned have all of that already, and you can get remote work. If people are going to DR and all these different places and getting remote work and doing that there, they don't have to leave America. They can go to these places that people are deserting in numbers and build those places.
Exactly.
It's already there.
Test 1, 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Look. Stupidness. 5 hours. Oh, there's the 30 months. I bet you saw a lot. You know how stupid you sound right now. Did you factor in vector? Sorry, for us regular speaking folks. Distance, height, vastness.
I thought you were talking about Chris Vector.
You can't help people who just want to be silly for the sake of being silly. Oh,
yeah, I thought he was talking about.
Keep in mind. Also on the ground, traveling for 2 years with Nabani and Dan's company. Nothing
That's
new
probably a
on my
child.
record saying that. Traveling for 2 years. I've been to 36 states.
That's probably a child you're arguing with.
Oh my goodness. I've seen more of this country than probably your ass has. Both air and ground. The fuck are we doing here?
And to answer the question, did Vegas exist before the Hoover Dam? Yes.
They won't even let you in there free on your birthday. When your last name's
That's
Hoover.
communism.
It is. It's not right.
Damn crying shame.
Thank you.
It's like Denny's. I mean, they should you should get about like at least like a
Denny's.
Grand Slam meal.
You know,
I believe it let you in the Hoover Dam. I mean, it's the same friggin' thing.
On your 16th birthday, they should let you in for free. When you're like,
especially,
I
I mean,
have my
yeah,
driver's
15
license.
or 16. Sweet, yeah, same thing. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
So I really believe that what you mentioned about the Americans just ain't hungry.
This
is
idiot
exactly
again.
it.
Anyone want to take a guess? When I say vector, what does it mean?
Again, I thought you meant Chris Vector, an
It's
extended clip.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Say it, Hoover.
Angle and direction. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I didn't.
Look. Does vector
Yeah.
change your land speed? What does that have to do with your angle, what you're seeing?
Oh,
If at
God,
an
are we going
angle
flat
and
Earth here?
distance, I
You
can
don't
see
want to.
vastness. Why would it matter how the fucking speed is? I can see at a distance.
If your field of view is like 100, if your field of
We
view is
got to
like
get
100
the
degrees,
host. We
and
got to
you're
get
a
the
million miles
host.
away, you see everything.
Yeah,
You're
we
a
got to get the
moron.
host
Field of view,
to
it's like
focus on the panel. We got to bring him back.
Moronic. Go look that one up.
Maybe just I like to think the best. Maybe just either troll or
He does have to interact with the chat a little bit.
I do interact.
What's the
with
mods for then?
that.
Just moronic. That's all.
No, I'm talking to Brick Baby. What's the mods for?
No, Brick, go ahead, and then I'll give the real answer.
You tell me. What's the mods here on Restless channels for?
I don't know. Resla is the man of the channel.
Good
What
luck.
are the mods
I
for?
barely have mods on my channel.
Right.
Mods generally are there to help your ass out, so toss shit doesn't happen, and then maybe do like shoutouts and polls, maybe to help content.
And again, I'm not annoyed enough
Generally, what mods do
to block people myself, because if I do it,
Oh no,
it's
no,
forever.
not block them.
No, not even
But
timeout. I just
play
straight up
with
block
them.
them off.
Play with them a little bit.
No, I just
Like I see Male Monkey out there, and that's my problem with Male Monkey. A waste of white skin.
Wait, is Male Monkey a white? Is he one of them whites? Oh, he's here. Hey, wait, are you a white? I thought it was just a clever name.
If they said fight me, they're white.
Oh, true. Yeah, no, you got it. No, I apologize. Oh, my bad. That was my bad.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip. Yeah.
Is white. This is
Yeah,
not
okay.
white. That's not white.
Yeah, that's pink.
That was Kyle. Excuse me, sir. I saw the knuckles from you punching
That is
drywall
getting
or something.
closer to white, but
I'm
it's
trying to
not close
put a wave and I put white.
White. The whites.
I said fight me. If I was black, I would have said pull up, sir.
No, you got it. I've already apologized once, and that's just reiterating. I'm
okay.
Your whiteness is not in contention, sir.
My background is black and white.
So you're gray.
I'm America.
As far as his sexuality, yes.
Oh, get spicy.
I'm not even gonna respond.
Hey, I'm sure when Brick was going through his hard times, $20 was $20.
I mean,
yeah. What are you gonna do under that underpass?
Yeah, under the bridge. If you got to ask what a ZJ is, you can't afford it.
So anyway, back off of the gay stuff.
You stop under
let's
the
talk
bridge
about
when it's hailing,
America.
so your car doesn't.
You don't
get
even
damaged.
know what a ZJ is.
So anyway, enough gay.
You can't afford it.
10th man is not here.
Is where I drew some blood.
Wait, Mayo, did you say 10th man is gay also? Or
You would have to ask his husband.
He has his dar on.
And it was Brick that brought him up, sir.
You know what happens, right? You keep saying somebody's name enough, all of a sudden they start popping up.
Like a Beetlejuice.
Oh, 10th man? No, I have no problem with calling him out at this point. He said he was going to come after my channel. He said in 10 years he's going to come after my family.
He did?
Yes, he did. I have it recorded now.
wait, who did that?
No, 10th man.
Yeah, that ain't cool.
Oh no, that's not a threat for me.
Yeah, shout out to the content creators. Let them people live.
Yeah, if he said that to me, I would just be laughing. That's not a threat to me.
Are rainbows and
No,
dinosaurs?
he didn't say it in my presence, or at least he believed he wasn't saying it in my presence. Then I caught him and went up there.
Oh,
and
he was on
confronted
someone
him.
else's show.
Yeah,
Ah.
and somebody allowed me to confront him. and I
Yeah,
did.
there are
And then he
definitely
backed
people who-
off of it. He said, I never said that.
There are definitely people who love to talk shit on other people's shows.
Yeah.
Me, I know.
All of them, like, hey, I mean, if you want to come to my scary underground bunker in Texas and try and, either step up or pull up or whatever, I mean, good luck. I wish you well in your endeavor, sir.
Hoover, are you a stacker?
I've
A
definitely
little
watched
bit,
I
but I'm
noticed
more of a coin
coins.
collector.
Okay. Did you
Yeah.
see the price right now of gold, ma'am?
Not today.
Wait, we got a gold bug? Are you gold?
Yes.
Silver bug? Silver. Oh, so
32.88
more metal,
right
metal
now.
bug, metal bugs. Oh.
32.88 right now.
Really?
Oh man, yeah. It sounds like buying at 1,300 in 2012 was like maybe the best possible deal. I think
Horrible
silver
investment, wasn't it?
Yeah, totally horrible.
Yeah, silver's still very low.
Better.
Yeah.
Silver's still as far as proportion, but the palladium. Remember palladium?
I wish I had
Why
some
is there?
palladium.
It was trading at like 600, 800 bucks.
Crazy.
I think it's Hoover.
It needs to jiggle the cord.
Your shit is going
But it went up to $3,000 during the plague.
Crazy.
Because them.
Let me mute.
Because them catalytic converters, those Toyota Prius catalytic converters.
People were stealing.
Honestly.
them. Right.
Yeah. No. Prius
Your
catalytic
voice is
converters
still
have the
modulating,
most.
sir.
I
I'm
know
having
you
to
want to talk so much about metal, but your shit is crazy.
Wait, hang on. Let's just see what it adjusts to. That's one, two, three.
And while you got that going on, I wanted to ask because there was something that I did write down and I just saw it. Resla, you mentioned something about buying time. I believe you were mentioning that how when somebody such as yourself is able to buy time for yourself,
Someone like myself can understand how people are able to buy time.
Oh yeah, no, it's 100% yes.
My husband buys time with me all the time because I get pissed off, and then I'm like, "Guess I'm good." And I'm like, "Yeah, you bought yourself a little bit of time."
That's not what Resla or you mean.
So the reference, how does that tie in? Because I
shout out to that married lady.
Bricky, it's about saving time, like spending money to get back time. So that you can either make more money or do things that are of value to you.
Okay, so and that's very American.
That's buying time. That's literally buying time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had to earn the money to and buy it back.
And people become jealous of that.
The term that came up was that when Joe Cool was in the chat.
That was the whole excuse for doing cocaine in the 80s. I could do more coke so I could work more hours so I could make more money to buy more coke.
Now they just do math
for nothing, and stock and people in stock market did that shit so much.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a slave. You know what? You're right. I do spend money. To do whatever, but I also spend money to save me time on shit that I don't need to do.
It's 100% worth it. If
those people that have that mindset are stronger people.
If you can spend, actually, can I do a quick volume check? Is my volume good right now?
Yeah,
it is right now. Keep going though.
Is it low high? Test 1 2.
Who's asking?
Okay, so let me know if it's low or high, please. This is volume check. But the trick is that if you're earning money, spending money for somebody else to do something that you could learn to do it or whatever, but you're regaining that time. Now it makes you not quite as maybe self-sufficient because you don't know how to do it, or even if you do know how to do it, just farming it out, subcontracting out, delegating.
No, we understand exactly what you meant when you said it.
Okay, this is mostly an audio check because I want to make sure for the real.
Very good. Yeah.
Okay.
And so I actually agree 100%. It's like hiring a cleaning lady or the garbage man takes the trash. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that I was a better person if I hired a cleaning guy.
The only thing you messed up with was saying
sure you get a male nanny.
Yeah. It's cleaning. It's cleaning person.
No, seriously, if you hire a cleaning guy, you're probably getting robbed later.
Not guy.
Cleaning individual.
A cleaning person.
Yeah, probably if you hire a cleaning guy, you're probably getting robbed later. I think statistically.
But absolutely 100%. This is why we have fast food. This is why we have all the amenities that exist within the city, right? So that's why some people like to live in the city, because guess what? The city has all of these standards that are supposed to be there. But then here's the problem that comes when the city starts failing to do its job because you got some crooked politicians or whoever doing whatever. Then the people start going, hey, I don't like the way this stuff's being run. But then they won't get involved.
Yeah, they lie.
Oh, the curse of communism by tax dollars, eh?
But the thing is, so
tax dollars.
Well, it's actually the problems come when the money leaves the cities.
Yeah,
that's
right.
when
So the
real problems
crooked politicians, right? The crooked
come.
politicians,
The tax
take the
base.
money.
Is it crooked?
No, not necessarily. Just when they let crime
It's
run
when the tax
rampant is
base
usually
was
when they
moving
empty.
out.
For example, my city, we lost 3 major teams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that was the politician. That was they didn't want to give up more money for them people to stay.
No, actually, I would say it.
We lost the
absolutely is the
A's, we lost the Raiders, and we lost the Warriors.
Let me tell you what happens. The city votes on
And the Dodgers.
what the teams do and what might be built and who's going to manage the stadiums. The city votes for that. And then when you don't go to your council meeting and speak out against some stupid actions that the city's going to take to hand over management to a shitty company, guess what happens? Your shit town goes to shit.
Yeah, but the cities actually are competing with each other. That's how they lost.
This is true.
Because other cities got together and offered better
The,
deals.
the other cities were competing with the taxpayer dollars of those cities based on
the rich get richer, the poor get poorer.
How are cities making money?
Yeah, Grumpy.
Property taxes.
The Dodgers are in LA. I'm not in LA.
Hotel.
So this is what the cities will do. They will hire out the lowest bidder and then give themselves raises. This is what they do. And they do it underhanded, and you don't even catch it because you don't go to the council meetings.
I thought they'd been doing that the whole time.
Yeah, they do. And when you don't go and get involved and call them out on it and press about it, the people don't get outraged. They just continue to do it, and it gets worse and worse. And I'm not saying that it's each one of the person's fault. It's collective. It's 100% collective. You have to go.
So you blame the people.
I do 100%. Yes.
I blame the people much more than the person, because people are logical. Groups of people
no,
crazy.
Mayo Monkey. A person is logical.
Yes,
this is where you're trying to go. A person is logical.
Thank you, Grumpy. Thank you. Because I can't stand when they say this in general thing, like the majority of people are logical. That is not true.
A person in a single conversation can be logical, but
Yes.
this is the point Mayo Monkey was trying to get to. I'm just clarifying the point because he messed up the beginning. Please continue, sir.
I botched it.
No, do it now. Do it now.
Oh,
Slay King.
A person is logical. People are illogical.
Yes.
And emotional.
There you go.
Correct.
Yes.
Dumb, panicky animals.
Because I mean, a perfect example is I know for a fact if Mayo sees a semi-attractive a lot lizard, she getting banged.
Not unless you look like Britney Spears.
Yes, sir.
Whoa.
What? Britney with her hair cut off, right?
Wait, which era of Britney? Because that's not too off of some.
The shaved hair Britney.
I don't care which era, Britney, sir. I'll take any of them.
Well, gotta be in the
Melody's
old
American
dusty
version.
road. There's no poker here.
I just wanted to bring some
not the
rationality.
oops,
I did it again era. That would be sick. I just wanted to bring some rationality to this panel.
Oh my goodness. Good Lord.
Teddy Ruxpin speaks.
Mm.
Yeah, remember Teddy Ruxpin?
We need reasonableness. Yes.
Sure, we all can do
Please.
better. Sound more like Rubik's.
Great talk.
Why the hell not? I mean, my monologue
Thanks for the advice.
absolutely been torn apart somehow.
I saw Tesla there for a minute.
Oh yeah, I was getting
That guy's
a
fun.
little bit aggravated. I'm not gonna lie.
Lights was dark and oh man.
Eliza saved me.
Miss Hoover, is that a Slipknot share? I'll stick with Cher. Is that a Slipknot Cher I'm seeing?
Yes.
I remember from the 90s at Ozfest, I saw Slipknot the first time. It was an
Are you
interesting
sure
show.
it was the 90s?
Yeah, at Ozfest in 97, I think. Fear Factory was on the second stage.
Okay. I digress.
Yeah, when they were a newer band. They weren't headliners then.
No,
Right.
no.
They were openers.
Like,
yeah.
well,
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause I
they
didn't see
weren't
'em
they weren't
till-
opening for it was Ozfest. I mean, there was 3 stages. Neither of them were opening for anybody,
Oh,
but
you were somewhere
Yeah.
bigger.
Grumple,
'cause we
you are
did-
the
It was a
lowest
festival.
effort. Grumple, you are the lowest effort hipster I've ever met. Like, oh man, I like Slipknot before they were cool.
So in
no,
the
I
90s,
didn't. They were like
well,
cool at the time. In like,
I bet that
you
was
know.
a hell of a
That's
show.
when they used to like kick each other's asses and light each other on fire and threw the pig's head around.
There
the
wasn't
stage.
any. There wasn't any of that. You might be thinking of Ramstein, honestly.
Yeah, that's
No,
more of like a
I'm definitely
Norwegian
thinking
death
of
metal.
Slipknot.
You
Yeah,
said in the
Slipknot did that
90s?
shit.
Dude, I'm like the Slipknot aficionado. Like, no.
Yeah, Slipknot.
Okay, so how many copies of Made Feet Till Repeat do you have? I mean, just
You said Ozfest in the 90s?
Literally.
Yeah, I have that. Honestly, I think that's the only reason I remember the years because I was going through stuff. I found a T-shirt that I had from that Ozfest. It was 97.
So
That's
Ozzy was
worth a
probably
lot
what,
of money on
60
eBay
then?
right now.
Funny you
sir.
said
I
that.
don't
I've
think
got
Ozzy
my,
was actually at that one.
I've got my 2000.
Oh,
right
look
here.
at you! That was a couple years later.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't actually remember. I think I might have. I don't even want to say.
What would happen to be Ozzy Osbourne and not be invited to Ozfest?
Look at the
Now,
band on there.
Yeah.
What were you in the mosh pit?
Yeah.
That's how you know it wasn't a
Not
Slayer
a fucking
show.
mosh pit. Are you serious?
Okay.
What is
Because, like-
that? What is a mosh pit?
Oh, no, like a Slayer
Everybody
show. Like they got
walks
like
around in a
chainsaws and
circle.
stuff.
Oh my
You
god,
might even,
Slayer
like-
was so fucking
If
boring.
only if it was a fucking.
Okay,
Slayer.
so
boxing
Slayer
match?
show allegedly
Well, this got
Killdozer was
trashed
spotted
fast.
at a Slayer mosh pit. Just saying,
Yeah.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Those of us who
Open-
went to concerts when they had unassigned seating.
You mean the open
Yeah.
floor boxing match?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
like
that's-
little
Exactly.
places like that, those were like, don't stay in the pit, lady. Oh no.
It's kind of like, hey, I went to a boxing match and a hockey game broke out. It's like, hey, I went to a fencing match and a Slayer show happened.
Like,
What
I
about
was
like
so
Nine Inch
Went to an
Nails
Olympic fencing
and
match.
Danzig and
Want to see me stick 9-inch nails?
Mother.
like,
yeah,
whoa.
that's a good Danzig.
Danzig was
Yeah.
Elvis with like 5'4".
12.
Rob Zombie, Korn, all those good bands.
Yeah, I think
I never
Alice
got
in
into Korn.
Chains.
I never got into Korn.
I miss
However, one of my
Alice in Chains, and I
favorite,
wish
the most
appreciated it
underrated
for what it
bass
was.
player of recently of all time, so Ryan Martini. He played for Mudvayne, right? Now he's like projects
Never
called
known.
Soften the Glare. He went and
Brick,
played
show us your hands.
with Korn.
You sick
What?
A
fuck.
little bit.
What the hell?
You want me to do the Kev thing?
No, he said a couple of bands and you start rocking like this. I was like, what's going on right now?
Okay.
Okay.
I have hands.
Not you, not you.
I wasn't sure.
I only don't trust gingers.
Wait, are you dyslexic?
You do realize I'm mixed,
I'm not
right?
gonna say anything about that word. It throws me
Yeah,
off.
no.
Well,
I mean,
have.
it was a funny. It was just a
Here's
funny.
the thing, night.
It was just funny.
I am a ginger, but I'm mixed.
That doesn't change
I
the
have-
satanic part of you.
3 redheaded uncles, and my
a
dad just
mulatto
happens to be
injure?
once-
You said satanic.
Brown hair,
That's
so-
crazy.
Oh.
You're
Sounds
making my
kinda
head
judgy
hurt.
to me.
You, Santano, that guy that played Richie from Happy Days, all you weird fucks. I know what you got inside your rooms. It's painted all black.
No, these
More
walls are white.
Slipknot posters?
These walls are actually very much white, very white. I got some orange pictures on the wall and a couple of mirrors. That's about it, bro. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, let's not give the soulless attention, okay? So, Miss Hoover, how
my mom or what?
How? No, talking about the Jonesy having no soul and whatever is that thing's going on. What's going really quick? Like either what's going on with him or like how bad is it since Joey died? Rest in peace, Joey.
It's definitely different.
He's bad at I'm not. Would you rate it? Just not personally or personally for any of the people, just music wise. Do you think? And put your spin on it. Dimebag or Cliff Burton or Joey, when the impact on the band and music as a whole. I have to agree with you. I mean, Cliff, as far as it goes, honestly, Joey, it's kind of small potatoes as far as the music, even though Slipknot has gone wildly weird directions. Dimebag was obviously the cornerstone. Phil was, I mean, it was Phil and Dimebag. That was the thing. And Dimebag trolling Yngwie Malmsteen is all the cred. Cliff Burton actually wrote if you remember Orion, the Metallica song, is instrumental only. Cliff Burton actually wrote that one. Cliff was more a writer.
He had red hair.
Cliff did have red hair, yeah. So hang on, he wasn't a ginger though. He just had red hair. There's a difference.
I remember
you can tell.
Okay, I wasn't very.
It's like looking at a robot that's you can tell if it's just a machine or if it knows that you exist and it exists. Yeah, he just had red hair.
I thought
that
he was
difference.
cute. Oh. When I was just a sweet small kid. Yeah.
Fuck Seth Rogen. Fuck Seth Green. All you fucking gingers.
That's a fact.
Seth Rogen's
What about Seth MacFarlane?
Was he a ginger?
No,
yeah, black hair.
He's just a fucking liberal. Progressive liberal.
He dyes it black. What do you think? Come on, he writes Family Guy and American Dad. Come on.
I can't do that. That's the shit. Those are the shit.
It's funny.
Oh, okay, then. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
Corey Taylor kind of has red hair.
I don't remember.
Fuck Kathy Griffin. Fuck Carrot Top.
Oh no, Kathy Griffin.
I have a black friend. I have more, but this one.
Wait, excuse me, Miss Hoover, you have a black friend? I don't believe.
I know. He said, I reminded him of Kathy Griffin. Oh my gosh, that's been a long time.
Wait,
was he fixing your car or mowing your grass?
Who said? Did Kathy Griffin say she had a black friend, or
no? The Hoover said.
Probably said it.
No,
the married lady said.
It's a whole joke. We got a whole thing on a whole other channel.
Hey, shout out to the married lady having a black friend. That's amazing.
Yeah, weird. Wait, what? Hang on. I mean, does fun happen on that channel? I like fun. What channel? Which channel? Where are we hanging out?
Gut Rot.
Gut Rot. Where are we hanging out now? Okay.
We just do shots and call each other pieces of shit and listen to German music or actually just rap from other countries.
Oh, hey, wie kannst du schon?
Was that German?
Oh God!
A redhead and German. I'm out. There's something demonic is happening now. I'm getting away from these white folks.
No,
I got a redhead
languages.
Somebody speaking German. Let me.
Yeah, that's German. That's German.
Just, yeah. No, I speak like 7
Don't make
languages.
me try and activate that part of my brain at this time of night.
Oh, he actually left.
Good Lord.
What a nerd.
So why is it then, Knight, that some black people have red hair?
He's gone.
Oh, he left. He ran. He said
it got too
late
for him.
He knew he was speaking about the angry man and his red beard.
He said it got too German for him. When dude,
if he ever decides to come back, I'm definitely going to ask him.
I
why
think
it is
Germans
that-
are the ultimate gringos. I mean, that's
I'm
like
definitely going to
top
ask
tier.
him why it is that some black people have red hair. The next time I see him.
There are definitely not enough black people that have red hair, sir.
Are you aware that hair dye is a
I
thing,
don't know. I have a cousin that he's
sir?
that.
They red bones?
No.
There literally are some black
No,
people.
not red bones.
red
That's
hair.
a different thing.
Sir, a lot of red bones have a red tint to their hair, sir.
I don't know what red bones is. What is that?
I've taken down a few red bones. Okay.
That sounds funny. What is that?
Never heard the term red bone, sir?
That's some good
I have
looking
not.
chicks.
No. I've lived under a rock since I was out of the country for most of the 2000s, but I've lived under a rock by choice for most of the rest of my life.
It's in the colorism spectrum.
I like me some red
for
I
African
like
Americans.
some light
Been a
skins.
thing throughout history. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, the
What
inside of
Russell said.
bones is marrow, and that's reddish, but
No, it has nothing to do with actual bones, sir.
oh,
It's
then
about
what does
the
it have to
tint
do
like
with
me
hue
them
of
light
their
skins.
skin.
I got to address somebody in the chat.
Oh.
CJ, what the fuck are you talking about?
I have
The
no
term
idea.
red bone has been around for a very, very long time. I believe since I've heard it since like the 90s, right? Number one. Number two, this isn't the first place I've ever heard it. Number three, I didn't even say red bone. I said, why do some black people have red hair? CJ, get with it. Come on up on panel instead of hiding.
I was
in
the
the
one
chat.
who mentioned red bone.
I've
So-
seen enough red bones. I've probably seen definitely seen more red bones than
Presley, you have a
by
music channel.
albinos. What?
You now have a music channel. So one of the best bands that I've ever seen
What
live,
music
and
channel? No way.
is Fishbone, and I just recently learned that their style is called California ska, which is because I didn't know that was a thing, and I've never heard anybody else like them. But yeah, they get the horns plus the rock and bass line, and it's like metal plus a little bit of reggae and some rap, and or more hip hop and straight rap. But yeah, no, Fishbone, like Bone in the Boneyard is like, oh, that's a jam. Get down.
That's
Get
not
off
barefoot hippie music.
No, that's not hippie music at all.
No,
Come on
So
now.
barefoot hippie music.
Barefoot granola eating, chomping.
No, that's fish. That's fish.
Yeah,
It
no, you
definitely-
might be thinking of PHISH, Trey Anastasio.
Yeah, that's
like, hey,
that's who all
20
the
minutes
deadheads went to after
Well,
Jerry
it's about
died.
a third of them went to Fish, which
Yeah.
also, so if you're interested in that at all, so Trey Anastasio from Fish, Les Claypool, legend, and Stuart Copeland from the Police made a side project called Oysterhead. Only one album, and it is spectacular. It's not like
Dude,
heavy or
fun.
nothing.
See,
Yeah,
I liked all
yeah.
those. I liked all those single album grunge bands too. They got
I think my
together
favorite.
like that.
I think my favorite one-off project was MD45, Dave Mustaine in it, and like a few other dudes, and some of my favorite songs are on that. Like one album they ever did. Roadman. Oh, Tickle Me Dirty, baby.
No, thank you.
I forget who the singer is. He's a fucking legend. It wasn't Dave Mustaine did not sing on it, which is probably the
Lane
best for
Stanley.
everybody.
Yeah, it wasn't Lane Stanley either.
No,
Lane,
that
Lane
was-
Staley,
Lane Stanley.
Allison
Staley.
Staley.
Allison
Allison
Chains,
Chains. Yeah.
Yeah, Lane Staley.
Oh yeah.
If I recall. So Hoover's backing me up. That means I'm probably remembering it right. But I mean, I've been hitting the head a lot, so it's
You are.
going.
You've been hitting. Oh,
Okay.
No, for work. It was professional.
Sure.
Well, Marine Corps. I mean, it happens.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you were a Marine?
Excuse me, sir. It's totally not a cult, except that you can't leave unless you're dishonorably discharged. So no, I still am a Marine.
He's still a
but,
Marine.
Yeah, but it's.
I'm not sorry you're a Marine. I'm sorry you got hit.
I just wanted to know if crayons were safe around you, sir. That's all.
I mean, for them, probably not. Depends on what color. What? Wait, you got any?
Typically only
Exactly.
one flavor. Yeah.
See, that whole meme came about after I got out too, but it's like it's fun. Like, yeah.
Well, really? When
And
did you get out? Because we've been
2000
talking that since like the late
2008.
80s.
2008.
So I know
well,
you
I mean,
probably
I
said
totally don't have a crayon that I fused together. Back.
lime.
That's my favorite flavor.
All right, gang. We are past that 5-hour mark, so I definitely need to start hanging this one up. The question is, if we're going to redirect, it's not many people up. It's Tuesday, so
Yeah, you could go be racist and laugh at Mexicans. There you go. Link.
Sure, but I can do that off the clock. So I don't do that online. I can do
I'm
it off
not
the
going
clock.
live tonight.
So I see a couple of people on. I see Speakeasy. I see Tom Foolery. I see LC. I never know what's gonna happen on LCs. No one.
You could totally be an asshole and send them all to TPP.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, his wife might tell me she's glad my dog died.
The reason why I don't want to do
knows?
that because the reason why I don't want to do that is because I don't want them wind of me.
Yes, you love your chat, and we respect
Hoover,
you for it.
Hoover, did you link something somewhere?
I would not want to do that to myself. No.
Yeah,
they
you
want to go on
could
their
support
own,
my
they can absolutely do that. But for me, no.
Where did you?
Indian friend.
Actually,
where did you link?
If he's not
where?
ending his stream.
No, I'm just saying I don't see a link from you anywhere.
So Easy's on.
Ew.
Foolery is on.
Maybe it said no.
Speak. I don't think Speak was doing a panel. He was talking to.
I don't know. I think he was. Yeah, he would think he was listening to music right now.
Oh no! Wait, he was doing a one-on-one with. I checked in on him briefly. He was doing a one-on-one with somebody.
Send him to the dry bar.
The dry bar?
Yeah.
It's a dry bar. I don't have that up.
Okay,
comedy. It's just comedy. It's comedy shit.
Oh, the dry bar comedy thing. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing.
Is that for when you're going in dry? Is that where that phrase comes?
It's I do believe it's in Utah or something, and they also broadcast it on YouTube. So it's a dry bar comedy because it's Mormon country.
So they go in dry.
So they don't drink. Dry bar.
Dry bar.
Wait, what's a dry bar then?
Dry bar is no drinking.
Dry bar is a bar that people don't drink.
Yeah. So it's a dry bar comedy.
It's not.
Wait, has anybody told them what a bar is?
It's
where those quitter alcoholics go.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, it's a bar, right?
It's a bar with no alcohol.
Yes.
Have you ever had a non-alcoholic daiquiri?
You mean
You
frozen
never had a
fruit
Shirley
or-
Temple as a kid?
Yes, virgin drinks.
I know it's wild. Some people do that.
Wait, they just serve mocktails? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
What is that, like O'Doul's or something? Or what was the?
That just sounds disgusting.
I don't even know.
It is.
I know. Well, no, O'Doul's is a pretty well-known name, but besides that, I don't.
Is it that
know.
one? That one might
funny
be the
story.
near beer. Not the near beer. I forget. There is one.
Related funny story. It's become known to a grumple that so White Claw, who makes alcohol seltzer drinks, right? They now make a zero alcohol seltzer drink that's in the zero alcohol, like O'Doul's part of the grocery store or wherever you purchase alcohol products.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's going to be this White Claw, but in that section at the same price as the regular White Claws. Okay. So they found a way to basically be more expensive LaCroix. And
really?
hey, if that works for them, I mean, okay, cool. I can't imagine anybody buying it though.
I don't drink seltzer. I believe it's gross. Seltzer is gross.
Dude, I got into like
I tell people
this is
not.
tangerine.
I
This
tell
is
people
this
not
one's not
to
alcohol.
drink White Claws.
Yeah,
Do
just
not do it.
if
What clause the current
007.
version of wine
I can't
coolers?
drink soda anymore because it's too
No,
sweet.
no, 007 is. He's lied.
I think White Claws just make you eat ass.
Plausibly. Oh yeah, no, if 007 is live, he's a good place to raid. Wait, Resla, you can raid. Look at you.
I can rave. I'm just looking at.
I'm going to Voorhees.
Looking at some
Thank you
different.
for having me up.
Right. You have to have 500, not 1,000. I'm sorry, somebody else is going. Go ahead, please.
Good to see you, Hoover.
Bye, Hoover. Nice to meet you.
Good to see you guys too.
Yeah,
Okay,
Hoover,
have
where
fun.
can I run into you again?
I put where I'm going right now in the private chat.
Well, I know that. I
Then
see that. I see
there
that.
The other one I was talking about where we do more weekends or.
Hoover, do you do Discord?
I think I found someone.
I do, but I don't
that
really
went up
use
to
it.
the team before. But
it
I think we're
doesn't
gonna lock
list.
it down here. Either way, I'm gonna get up so I can actually try to enjoy what's left of my night before I'm back at the spin again.
Hey, I'll
Outside
put
of
it
that,
just
folks, if you haven't subscribed, please do so. If you haven't liked the channel, like the channel. Blah blah.
Remember to
blah,
slap
all
that
good
like
stuff.
button, nerds.
Absolutely.
Smash it with a
I'm
hammer.
gonna give a little bit of
Like
time so I can
Chris
end this out the
Barnes.
same way how I normally would, and we'll go from there. So appreciate you guys for showing up. Boop, 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 boop. All right, gang. All right, gang. This was a really good night. I am actually going to be off tomorrow. I haven't figured out really if I'm going to do anything in terms of streaming. Normally I would. Normally you guys at this time of night we would already be like halfway through the DBD, but OG and I we're not going to be doing anything obviously tonight. So it's a question of whether we will be doing anything on Thursday when I know a little bit more. Because we both have our own personal thing going on. We'll let you guys know as well, whether it's a community post or whatever. Outside of that, I haven't decided whether I want to. Let me boost myself out of here. I haven't decided whether I want to go live tomorrow. Maybe it's a good time for me to start thinking about some things that I might want to do in terms of like getting ready for stuff for this week, or next week, later in the week when I have a little bit more time to do another live stream with you guys. By the way, if you didn't know, I don't know if you guys get notifications, but for the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be streaming my first season of Opinionated. So pretty much, we already started on Monday. 2 episodes came out, starting at noon, I believe. Then yesterday was the same thing. There'll probably be something today. It'll be throughout this whole week. I'll start scheduling things for the later week as well. If you guys want to see some of the things that we were doing at the earlier part, or you can go feel free to see whenever you feel like it. Anyway, for the first season of Opinionated, so you can see how we kind of started off, what the things we were talking about way before we even started getting into this whole panel content thing that started popping off later on. And then outside of that, we of course are still doing opinionated episodes whenever I get a free time to do so. Uh, if I do a stream later today, since we're 2 o'clock in the morning my time, then I'll let you know. Of course, subscribe so that you get the notification for that. And if you think it'll be later this week as well. Outside of that, I really don't know too much about what I'm really gonna focus on in right now. So I'm gonna subscribe to this. I'm going to pass you on to this other channel over here that got redirected. Do me a favor, when you guys go in there, just let them know that Resla sent you. I don't think they know me for whatever reason. It's all good. So just let them know who I am, because I do want to start visiting a lot of other channels as well. And we're trying to build the actual community that's going on here. I will see you guys in the next one. Again, subscribe if you haven't, and I will see you pretty much on the next one. Until then, stay opinionated, guys. Take care of yourself. I think this music sounds absolutely terrible. That should make it better. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the next one.